I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause your body's side. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move, sway. Lost in the rhythm, our bodies insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high, 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 it takes me high. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause your body's side. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Get down dirty in the bedroom. Strip it down, fix all of your issues. Cause know what you and I really missing. Just come with me to start with kissing. I know it's getting hot in you. Still want you close to me. Oh baby, all I want is you to burn for me. Baby, all I want is you to burn for me.
Yeah.
I get so funny when I'm with you. Tiny issues, baby, grab a tissue. Oh, I know what you and I really missing. Just come for me, but stop it kissing. I know it's getting hot in you. Still want you close to me. Oh, baby, all I want is you to burn for me. Baby, all I want is you to burn for me. I want you to burn for me.
Yeah.
Oh, baby, all I want is you to baby, all I want is you to burn for me. Burn for me. is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but has done its thing, and I feel better.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of the suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learned my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. Make it
victory. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis win it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
We started with 16, we've only got 4 left, and we're about to find one of the 2 teams to make it to Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. My name is Travis, alongside me is Hayes. We've been here since the beginning, and we're about to find one of those teams. I'm excited.
I am as well, mate. What a journey it's been so far over the past couple of days. Like you say, whittling it down to just 4 teams with 2 spots up for grabs at IEM Atlanta 2026. What a massive opportunity it would be for all 4 teams left in the competition. And here in the upper bracket final, the winner of the game we're going to cover now gets one of those 2 spots.
Exactly, and of course we have to look at it later and realise that BetBoom or BetM, who we're going to be covering in this game right here, do get one more opportunity in that consolidation final this evening. So they're not out if they do lose this game. They'll be playing against one of the winners from the Fnatic Sinners game. Whoever makes it through that match will be able to play for that final remaining position. But of course, this game, BetBoom versus BetM, and I think a lot of people kind of know what BetBoom are all about, so we're going to have a little bit of a chat about BetM and look at the bracket and see how they've got here. They beat Eyeballers to begin, they beat Inner Circle, then they beat Fnatic in that semi-final. An incredible win for them, and a reminder as well, they came from the Open Qualifier. They have made it all the way here, and kind of the longest journey possible.
Yeah, it's been a hell of a journey for them, right? They've lost a map in every series they've won, but I mean, like you said, they've been able to get across the line, scrape through some of these series, and in pretty impressive fashion. I mean, they beat Fnatic 13-7 on the decider yesterday. I just feel like BetM are such a sleeper team, Trav, because you just look at their list or the roster and you think, well, there's not really crazy recognizable name value. There's not any huge players that there are murmurs about, maybe kind of stepping things up to another bigger team. But they just seem to kind of pitch up and get the results, and they really are dangerous. You cannot sleep on this BetM team.
Absolutely, and there's the confirmation of that lower bracket that I was mentioning to you. Sinners versus Fnatic will be going down on the other streams around the world. Some community streamers covering that game. Make sure to hop over and check that one if you want to see that game. But yeah, firstly, I want to just talk a little bit about the BetM roster, right? Because, as I said, they came all the way from the Open Qualifier, and what kind of makes it more remarkable for me is they didn't really beat anyone impressive in the Open Qualifier. I had a look even on the Faceit page of the games that weren't even on HLTV. They had two decent wins over 2 mixed teams with relatively well-known players, with Lumi, Andu, Fessa, Andu, and then I think in the one of the earlier rounds they beat a mix with Red Star, Ships, Nexus, and Daitor, which is known players in Tier 2, Tier 3. But beating Eyeballers, Inner Circle, and Fnatic in the closed shouldn't be sniffed at, and it's kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but at the same time, they have been playing a lot of competitions.
True.
They've been playing a lot of games over the past, year and a half, 2 years in online tournaments, and mostly always making deep runs in the tournaments. They're very good at beating the teams they should be. So I think the big step up that I've noticed from them is beating notable names now, like Fnatic, Eyeballers. That's another very impressive win for them. These games are what's kind of turned my head a little bit, that they've actually been able to beat teams where they're significant underdogs.
For sure. And I think, older CS fans are more likely to remember Kinky, right? Played at the 2019 Berlin Major with Dream Eaters, one of those teams you look back on in CS history and you're like, oh yeah, that team existed. That team got stickers.
I remember.
He had one of a couple of rounds at one of the majors in CS history, one of the teams of all time.
He's probably the oldest player in the qualifier, you know, at 34 years old,
Yeah.
but he still puts up like pretty decent numbers as an IGL. It's not like he's just completely anonymous as far as fragging is concerned. But Trav, I want to just jump into the veto here for a second, because I think this veto is so favorable for BetBoom, and you could have seen it on paper before we even knew what maps we were going to get, just in terms of the maps BetM likes to pick that plays straight into BetBoom strengths, like we can see with Ancient being Picture. That's a map that we see BetBoom picking occasionally, a map they're super competitive on. They get to go to Dust 2, which is not really that much of a favorable map. We've seen it be a little bit of a vulnerability for BetM in this qualifier as well. It's a map that they've either lost or really narrowly won out in their previous 3 games. So, and then with Nuke to decide the series, this has got to be the one that BetBoom wins. This is going to be their best opportunity, because if they lose, they have to play one of Sinners or Fnatic, and on paper, that's going to be a far more difficult game. So it's got to happen for BetBoom here. Favorable matchup, favorable veto, best opportunity.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that was going to be probably our main point of conversation when it came to BetBoom. A lot of people know the players, we'll get into more of that later, but the recent form of BetBoom, they are still very clearly, to me, a cut above tier 3 and right at the top of tier 2. But breaking through that has been very hard for them, right? Choking's been a significant issue. We were talking about it before the game got underway, dating back to when they lost to Paravision at that BetBoom Land of Land, which qualified Paravision to the Budapest Major. The Rio qualifiers, same format. BetBoom had 2 chances to qualify for the main event against Hotu and Gentlemates and lost them both. And the loss to Gentlemates being particularly egregious. I think on map 3 they were 11-7 up, and Artfrost had 2 pretty winnable 1v1s to get the match won, and they lost both. And eventually it was Gentlemates that made that qualification happen to Rio. So they find themselves in the exact same position, but surely an easier game.
I mean, definitely, right? Like, if they can't make it happen here, then that absolutely confirms the suspicions that there are just some choking issues within this BetBoom team, if that hasn't already been confirmed. So that could put some extra pressure on them. It just seems to be in like the really big games where they have these issues, because they'll be so good right up until that really important game, whether it's a grand final or it's the match they have to win to qualify. You know, you think about how they lost 3 CCT finals in the last season as well. The most egregious loss was to Eyeballers, where they were 12-2 up on the 3rd map. Yes, 12-2 up on the 3rd map, and they lost that game in overtime. So that was egregious. They lost to ESC in a final. They lost 2-0 to Ruby in a final as well. I mean, they even lost at that Red Bull giveaway journey in November 2-1 to Eyeballers, after having won on Eyeballers map pick, which was the opening map of the series. So it's certainly been a systemic and reoccurring problem for BetBoom.
It really has. I'm not sure what the delay is. I'm imagining maybe cameras, getting them up and ready for the game to begin. But we can see the utility brought up for both teams in the pistol round. Hopefully we get Ancient started as soon as possible. But yeah, gives us more time to talk about some of those other things about BetBoom and where they kind of stand, right? Because when you watch them play, when you see how their individuals synergize on the server, it's very obvious to see they are a cut above the tier they play at more often than not. They're only lost in 11 BO3s at the moment is to Magic. That was we know Magic are a pretty good team with some talented players. That core of Tenzi and AW from Paravision alongside Masval is now pretty powerful. But still, like, it's so close, but yet so far for them on so many of these tournaments that you've mentioned. And they probably have much higher expectations of themselves. Magnajez for sure as well. He's the highest rated player in the qualifier so far. 1.49 over 7 maps. He has always been BetBoom star as soon as he was added to this team. And look, he's brilliant, but he deserves to play in the biggest tournaments around the world, and they're not there yet.
Yeah. And you even look at someone like Artfrost, top 5, right? He's the 5th highest ranked player in the tournament as well. 1.24 across the 7 maps. Highest rated team of BetBoom coming into this game at 1.17, averaging across the entire team with all the games that they've played. That's a really high team rating to have, guys. BetM aren't far away, 3rd highest at 1.09. Executor's been their best player. He's put a 1.25 rating up across the 9 maps. That's a really big sample size. So Executor's also been incredible.
Yeah, and I mentioned Kinky, right, because it's kind of the player that maybe some fans from back in the majors of years gone by would have remembered. But Orpa, Kiro, Zinni also have the ability to pop off here. And I think when I first started covering this 33 team, for a while, they were just called 33. I think it was their previous team name was 33 in Cyrillic. If somebody remember that crazy name, lots of people didn't know how to pronounce it. It did just mean 33.
Thank God that's gone.
I mean, it's not gone forever. It's still in their title, but yeah, fair enough.
I mean, still the TPU, blah, 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 whatever that was, is gone, is what I'm getting at.
That is
That was a
one of
mouthful.
the names of all time. But yeah, I think often I would have picked out Zinni as the player to really keep an eye on the team.
Sure.
But you're absolutely right to pick out Executor. I think now that core of, Executor, Zinni, and Blue White. Blue White, of course, a player from the old Aurora Academy team days, the Aurora Youngblood roster. Very solid, usually does his job in whatever position he's in. And when you've got Zinni and Executor playing as they are together, well, with Kara on the AWP looking pretty solid, there's a reason why they have made quite a lot of deep runs lately, the reason why they have been playing decently on LAN. They haven't just been lying down and taking it against the top teams. They've really been battling up here. And it's maybe a surprise to many that they are here, but they always have that upset potential when we've watched them.
Yeah, they're a difficult team to beat. I mean, remember, the core of this team have been together for over 2 years. They've played a lot of Counter-Strike. They're really well intertwined with each other. They've got a very good understanding of how they want to play the game, their different strengths and weaknesses. You can imagine the social aspect of the team is really good as well. So that galvanization of the units is absolutely a reason why they're so difficult to beat and why they continue to make deep runs, in particular in these online competitions.
Yeah, for sure. And I think overall, don't get us wrong, we are kind of bigging up BetM a little bit, but we have already mentioned one of two things. Firstly, BetBoom should be winning this game. The veto is great for them. They have the advantage without a shadow of a doubt. And two, while we are talking about BetM's individuals being quality, BetBoom's clear them in every single role, right? Artfrost, we know I've been a fan of Artfrost since the very beginning. When he was on Spirit Academy with Donk, I thought he was a great piece of that team. Of course, not really his fault when he did go and get dropped from that team, considering Shiro was on the market and ready to be bought up. And of course, that has given them some great trophies over the last couple of years. So Artfrost has had to keep plugging away. In the end, he was got kind of in and out a few teams, only really standing in the likes of Paravision and other tier 2 rosters, tier 3 teams. Now has found a more long-term home. And yeah, I definitely think he's one of those AWPers that people don't really talk about in tier 2 anymore because they've known about him for a while. They know what he's all about, but he's still that good. And I think, also a player like Magnajez that deserves to play on the bigger stage.
Feel like he's also kind of hit his stride in terms of his consistency because he's a super flashy AWPer, and sometimes when you got that flashiness to your game, it can actually lead to some volatility in terms of consistency. But it seems like Artfrost has really kind of hit his stride in that regard. He's really good in pistol rounds as well, and it's fitting that I mentioned that because we're now going to get underway with the first map of this upper bracket final. Winner of the series qualifies for IEM Atlanta.
Yes, sir. Let's get it underway. We're about to rush our way into a B first round. Diladez stands tall immediately. First tap headshot. Diladez will be able to get a second as well, and Boomich then helps out with a bit of damage from Magnajez. They've completely read this pistol from 33. There's going to be no issues here whatsoever for BetBoom. They're going to quad peak Kara out of the round in the end. Easy as pie.
Yeah, so the weird thing about BetBoom with the struggles that they've had in recent times is it's not even always in the first map of these really important games. They'll often win the first map. It's when they get on the brink of actually winning the final, winning the game that qualifies them for the big event. That's where they seem to have their issues. So I'm not even really that concerned about about BetBoom and the struggles they've had in these sorts of matches here on map number 1. As we've seen them start off with a brilliant pistol round on Ancient. Great way to get things going and settling into this map.
Yes, sir. Blue White will manage to run down Artfrost, and the attempt to farm up money with the MP9 for the future AWP doesn't pay off, but at least Boomich is there to make sure these default pistols and Solitary Deagle and Zinni do get easily dealt with. Seems a start for BetBoom, and yeah, it's a weird one, right? I mean, this is a team which you'd expect at this point, after they've been together for quite a while. For example, like the last time these two teams played against each other, I think it was August, September last year. It's exactly the same rosters for both, which is kind of unusual in a very fast-moving scene, right? Usually, if there's not progress made, you want to see changes. You'd see changes more often than not. But BetBoom, I think, have realised in particular that they have got a good thing here. They just get over these small issues they've been having. They can make these big events more regular, and they can be an issue for some top teams because they do have the quality in every role. Siren and Diladez, we've kind of talked to everyone else on the team, but Siren and Diladez are excellent too. And yeah, they are, I would like to say, playing below their true level. in some of these qualifiers and online tournaments that BetBoom have been grinding. Good start to this gun round for 33, though. Lovely shots from Blue, White, and Zinni.
Yeah, it's a great way to set the tone here. Looking to take fights very early on. Being super active on this T side. Good frag back from Arfrost to kind of level things back out and make it a little bit more doable. BetM33 set their sights in on this B bomb site. Currently just Artfrost who resides, but he's got Dilladez in close proximity.
This is something that Artfrost can do very, very well. When he's alone on a site, I know he's not alone here, but when he's alone, he can very much put up a multi that gets his team back into the round. And Siren has already gone searching. They know exactly what's happening. Shelf completely clear, mid completely clear. Fall back for Dilladez. Some molly damage taken on the site. Zinni tagged down to 7, but in the end he gets the headshot, and it's Kinky who took all the damage for him. He will go down eventually to Artfrost, and that nade could be decent. Oh, almost got the extra kill on Zinni, but Cairo at least took a big chunk to it. Is 2v3 still on?
No one's actually considering ramp right now, and it's exactly where Siren's coming through from. The side player's still worried about Artfrost, so Siren's going to get that first frag for free. There's a kit on Siren and Incendiary in play as well, and by deduction, they're going to start to realize that both these players have to be in on Cave. Siren finds a great angle there onto Blue White as well, and Zinni's so low, it doesn't matter. Artfrost will just land the AWP shot. They've made that 2v3 look so easy.
I think that was brilliantly played from BetBoom, and especially from Artfrost, to stay alive for as long as he did to get Siren into the action. But at the same time, in doing that, you probably would have expected 33 to clock onto the fact that Artfrost wasn't going for anything aggressive and they hadn't heard or seen Siren at any point. I'm surprised none of them looked to the flank, like you mentioned. That's a bit of an oversight from 33.
Yeah, should have been on the bomb planter, right? He had no reason not to kind of just be glancing in that direction. Could have relied on his teammates in Cave to kind of cover the cross if Artfrost had pushed forward. It's a big blunder from BetM33 after getting 2 opening kills. Both went untraded. It's a round that gets away from them, so now it's going to be the half investment.
Zinni's AK is in play. Already 2 kills on the board. Looking to make it more. And Artfrost doesn't pull the trigger at the player he sees jumping across. So the plant will come through on A, but Magno did get his 1 kill. So let's see if they can hold on what would be a very unlikely round for 33. 4-0 is staring at them at the moment, but there is an opportunity. Kinky will go down to Dilladez. Now Siren looking to try and clear the front of Donut, and he gets his 1-for-1. That should be enough. Zinni will probably not be able to get much more done on 15 HP, and Artfrost. Okay, well, unceremoniously put away.
I mean, just on the drive-by with the USP, just instantly destroys him. Artfrost has pitched up. Very good sign from him. We've seen multi-kills from Dilladez now and Boomich in that anti-eco where it looked like the round might have been teetering in the second round where BetM33 were just charging into A. So some good signs early on here from BetBoom on their opponent's map pick. We're going to get the open play now for Kiro. AK's full utility across the board. And they're going to want to get things going here before long.
Yeah, and the thing is, right, you mentioned that BetM do enjoy playing Ancient. They played it 20 times. It is one of their most played maps. Problem is, it's one of BetBoom's favourites. So BetM just kind of sticking with a personal favourite, a personal home, but they could just be countered straight up here. And again, in middle, it's a good hold. And Dilladez realises that there's so much commotion in mid and shelf that he can just go through that Jag smoke and catch Blue White. Again, BetM33 know there's a gap available on A, but a gap is closing pretty quickly. Rotations are in. We've got donut rotation of Boomich ready and ready to go. Good tag from Artfrost. Cairo down to 37. That means that he has to go searching for a kill himself, really, and he does not going to be aware. Boomich is waiting there for him. It's all down to Kinky, and Dilladez will easily remove him. 5-0. Again, you mentioned that BetBoom start quick. They've started quick here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's a really big round out of them as well, because that could have so easily just cascaded out of control at multiple moments with the fights happening in middle. Dilladez is the difference maker. The fact that he decides to push through the smoke there to help his teammates out is a really good decision. It's actually a pretty brave one as well, because maybe you're a bit worried there could be somebody towards the double doors at the bottom of ramp, but he forces the issue through the smoke. He gets that kill. He keeps himself alive. That's what gets BetBoom the man advantage. And then Boomich just nicely tucked into the corner there as well, catching the AWP for free. Makes for an easy conclusion to the round for BetBoom. Great start. It's the first map of this upper bracket final. Pressure is on here. Pressure on BetM33. It's their map pick.
Also,
Had a few moments.
sorry to cut over you, but also
Go on, mate.
pressure in general, knowing that they very, very seldom get opportunities like this. Like they play these local lands in their home country. They try and farm those VRS points to get these invites into decent online tournaments and qualifiers like this. They didn't even get invited to this. This is they got through the open qualifier, like I mentioned earlier. It came from the very, very beginning of the Face It bracket to get here. And yeah, they just won't have had many chances like this ever to get an official qualification to a big S-tier LAN. A lot on the line for them.
Yeah, you're right. What a huge opportunity, right? Especially for somebody like Blue White as well, who a year ago was playing in an academy team. You were talking about BetM33,
Yes.
right, Trav?
Okay, we played a couple of big events, but not enough. Not enough for the quality of their players.
Not as many as they should have been, considering how deep they've gone in some of these qualifiers. A half investment here for the T side. And I like the fact that BetBoom realized, okay, not nearly as much value in trying to fight for middle and trying to fight for lane as well. We can rather just take up these power positions, maintain control of Donut and the bomb sites, and let them come to us.
Executor will try and creep out mid on a timing with the tech. We smoke toward Donut now. I didn't know if he wanted to throw it toward Red or Donut, but there we go. And now he's figured out that Magnajez is playing from that position, and even though he tries to make his way out after that smoke has bloomed, Magnajez still kills him through that smoke. Boomich and Siren hold on. They've got a lovely double hold there. And Magno's already on the scene to help out.
Wow.
Easy spray down, and that just kind of shows you the quality difference. Look, I could be saying this, and it could easily be a 6-6 half out of nowhere, right? But those rotations from BetBoom were so on point, and their synergy was so damn good there.
Feels like they've also had some nice variations to their setup. They're working really well together in terms of the trading that's coming through from BetBoom. Almost every time someone goes down, there's someone to just slide in and get a kill immediately afterwards. This is starting to get out of control now for the team who have picked the map coming into another gun round. Kiro not going to have the orb this time. BetM33 set their sights on middle, and there's not going to be much of a contest this time round.
What do they change up here, 33? Nothing has been working for them so far. I'd like to see them maybe go for something a little bit pacier early round. They've kind of been going for these slow takes in middle. As soon as they've lost picks around Shelf and maybe around B lane, they've kind of just gone into A when they're already in a disadvantage. Something a bit more poppy, I think, would have worked for them. But again, as it's seeming to be the case, they're getting picked off one by one early round in most of these opportunities in these gun rounds for them. 5v3 already for BetBoom. Another kill for Magnajez. Top-rated player, of course, of this qualifier. The 1.49 as it stands, looking to try and make it even better.
Yeah, BetBoom looking to show BetM33 that there are levels to these games and that they are a cut above them. Big advantage in the round. Boomich in the corner, going to be able to step out and just mow down 3. No headshots required. Just catches them completely off guard and unaware. And this has just been a complete decimation. 7-0, and they've made it look easy. The only time they looked like they were in any danger of losing a round was where they went down 3v5 in the first gun round. Ever since then, it's just been one-way traffic.
And this is kind of what you'd expect from BetBoom against a team like BetM33 when it comes to just the quality difference between them. But as we know in online CS, like these games, and of course, considering who BetM33 have beaten recently in this very qualifier, you'd maybe think that they have a chance, but at the same time, BetBoom have that quality gap that you'd expect from them. And this is a great start. Letting up is always something that can happen. Very hard to keep your foot firmly pressed down on the throats of your opponents when you're winning so easily. FYI, by the way, there is... we are aware of those slight audio issues with the game. You can only hear us, I think, at the moment. So, sorry about that. I hope you're enjoying it so far anyway. We'll try and get those sorted for you. It has been relayed to production. Hopefully, it has been up.
We could do some onomatopoeia, some gun sounds.
What's your gun sound you can do the best, do you think? I mean, That's not a gun sound.
Not bad, honestly. No, I know, but I was just doing the molly and then getting extinguished by the smoke grenade.
I know.
Ba, 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 ba.
Okay, you can stop now.
Okay, listen. On behalf of everybody, please. Another half investment here, Trav. And some early damage has been inflicted by virtue of the utility as well. Bet M33 Flounder looking to just try and keep things as simple as possible because of how they've been getting picked apart when they've gone for a bit more of an elaborate approach. So it makes sense here to just try and trim the fat and go for a direct exec.
Yeah, we told you to stop your funny sounds. I think 33 are going to want to start making some sounds, making some noise on the server because they're totally quiet at the moment. In comes the push. They are going to burst in together. Can they avoid taking any losses before getting the bomb planted? I think they can, just about. But again, as you say, half buy, no rifles available at all. They're going to flash their way forward. Triple pick, that's the way to do it. But Siren and Magnagers are both here looking to deliver. Tech 9, 2 remaining, 1 Deagle left. That Deagle's now gone. Tech 9 needs to swing, does get the kill on Magnagers, but still a 2v3. They're trying to jiggle pick with these angles and trying to make it awkward, and Zinni's got an opportunity. 2 kills on the board, only Artfrost remaining, but no bullets left in that Tech 9. The time is ticking down, but Artfrost has got the kill and got enough time. Maybe a bad sign for 33, that's the closest they've gotten so far.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but you got to take the positives away from it, that they had a little bit of bite in that round. The fact they're able to get some kills, or some good confidence with how they went about that round as well, by swinging long with the Tech 9s, getting the frags there, fighting their way through that post plant as well, just kind of trying to disrupt BetBoom when they get that retake going. So at least some signs of light there from BetM33, but they're almost at the end of the tunnel, and it's not the light they're thinking they're moving towards right now. BetBoom making light work of BetM33. Artfrost with the AWP in position, preemptively rather smokes the cubby to keep himself in that position in case any incendiaries come through. BetM33 will get some decent control at the start of the round.
Look at Big Boom, or maybe not so Big Boom anymore, but Big Boom up to 12-3 already. Having a great start to this series. One thing that BetBoom, which has always been decent at on this particular BetBoom roster, is he always has fragged well as being, of course, the long-term captain of this project. And a good start to the round again here. I mean, goodness gracious. 13 on the board. It's 8-0. They've got another 5v3. Again in a gun round. 33 just can't find any progress whatsoever. Finally, an entry into a Jaguar. And Dilladez will be happy in the end to get one, I think, from that, considering he was being hard cleared. But still an advantage for BetBoom again.
Yeah, nice bait and switch setup being employed in towards Donut, but looks like the T side are going to be able to avoid that by pathing their way through A main. Got a bit of time to work with, and a smoke grenade could be key as well to just try and block Donut off and get themselves a plant. Need to get around on the board here, and now we're entering territory where the game is just going to be straight up over in the first couple of rounds that get played. And actually, Boomich has shifted away from Donut, so it's only Siren here right now.
Thing is, Kinky, 19 HP. Hopefully he can use his utility before he dies, and he'll manage to use 2 of those 3 pieces. Need to break the smoke for Siren, though. He kind of now knows where that bomb is being planted, as he's got that vision and didn't see Kinky at all. Of course, would have heard where that bomb was originally tapped, so... What can Kiro do? He's 0-8. He's the all-pro of the team. He's got to step up here. Kinky's going to go aggressive, and as I said, they both get cleared easily. Goodness gracious. I would love to get excited about this game. I'd love to get loud, but it's 9-0. There's nothing to get loud about for 33 right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 16 kills in 9 rounds played, Trav. That means that they're not even averaging 2 kills a round as a team. That is a disastrous start, and one that they drastically need to improve on. I mean, Boomich has almost equaled the entire tally of the kills combined on BetM33. He's got 14. They have 16 as a team, like I just said. So, certainly concerning signs here. BetBoom racing to the finish line. They want to get there as quickly and as seamlessly as possible. Like I highlighted, though, just want to remind everyone, don't hold your breath, because we have seen BetBoom in really good positions in these sorts of games, and they've still gone on to find a way to lose them. Job's not done yet. They got to stay locked in.
Unfortunately, That's the second time Blue White's got that kill, actually, onto a donut. Exactly like that. Unfortunately, not any rounds to show for it. Finally, something to work with, though. 33 have got an opening kill, and they know where that donut player is, and okay. We're cooking with something, finally. Zinni has found that kill on Magnages. Executor's got his on Siren as well. And now, Diladez and Boomich have to go huge somewhere to recover this 2v5. 9-1, 9-2, 9-3. Still possibility on the half.
Yeah. Door would be slightly open at that point. I
Ajar.
just don't like how spread out they are. Yeah, the door would be ajar. Not a glass one, probably a wood one. But they're a little bit spread out. They're going to start to group up in the middle, which is important. Boomich with the AWP will be able to find the first. That's a bomb that's been dropped. He's going to drop a smoke grenade as well. Just trying to keep them at bay for now. Do BetM33 respect it. They're going to try and run Boomich down.
What?
Oh my god, he's going to be able to find another through the smoke. Not like this, boys. Down to the 2v2.
Boomich, 17-3. Could be about to make it 18. He's being swung by Kinky. No, 33. Not like this. What's happened? Executor is now 1v2. He bet he thought for sure this round was finally where they get off the mark. And now he's wondering where all of his friends have gone. Boomich is on for the ace here. Can he make something special happen? He'll fall back and play it properly, knowing he doesn't want to throw the round away. And fair play when you're 9-0 up. Could have forgiven him for going aggressive there, but he did not. He waited for Diladez. And he continues to do so. Executor will reposition around to that brokey area in that broken wall. Into Temple now. But only got a flash to use, Executor. He's got to make something special happen. His team needs it. For any chance in map 1 of this all-important qualification match. Will drop down silently, but it's been Molotoved, and Diladez is holding for it. What a round from Boomich. Quad kill. He's 18-3, and BetBoom are 10-0.
BetM33, more like BetM322. How have they gone and lost that round? And obviously, I jest, guys, obviously, but still, how have you lost the 5v2? They've just assumed they've won the round because they've gotten those 3 opening kills. Like, I was a little bit concerned. They're a little bit dispersed for my liking, trying to go through smoke grenades, trying to run at Boomich when you know he's there, not giving the guy coming through A enough time to then crunch in on Boomich, so you could have guaranteed the trade at that point. Amateur hour here in this upper bracket final for BetM33.
I can't believe you pulled that one out. Did you have that in your mind before we started today?
No, it came to me while you were busy casting. After when they're down to 2v1, I was like, I'ma do it. I can't help myself.
Fair play.
I mean, come on, when you're losing 5v2s like that.
I know. I'll let you have that joke. It's
yeah,
I think it's a deserved one for this situation. Goodness gracious, 33, of course, on another bye. They've been trying to drag these rounds over the line all half and have had nothing to show for it. This could be up there with one of Boomich's highest rated ever maps if he keeps going like this. We know that HLTV 3.0 does give a lot more records than maybe the old HLTV rating systems. We've seen a number of personal bests for some of the best players of all time, like Simple got his in, I think, in a BC game match. So let's see. Opening kill again. Executor will manage to get his 3rd kill of the game. And Boomich will drop on this occasion.
Yeah, he deserves it, man. Put your feet up there, boss. Watch this one from the sideline. See if your teammates can get the job done. Lots of pressure mounting in on this B bomb site. Magno here at the moment. Support starts to rotate through for him. He's completely blind. He's still going to be able to regain his vision in time, and he sprays down 2.
We are going through a smoke here, which is usually rule 1 of what not to do. But in the end, Magnages will be able to be cleared by the Zinni jumping Mac 10. But again, 3v3. Diladez is already here. He's got a couple of players pinned behind the site. All utility is still available. Zinni, you have to deliver here with Executor. These are the 2 star riflers of the team. And finally, they show up. Big triple for Zinni. AWP saved. 1 round.
Yeah, they've been able to open up their account. Should have come a lot sooner. They had a 5v3, they had a 5v2, spilled both of those opportunities, but they will at least get around on the board. They've got to double that up going into the second half, and even then, it's just such a long road back. Sometimes in these situations, it's just about trying to build up some momentum, even though the map is probably a lost cause. It's just about trying to get everybody into the game. feel like you've got your footing within the upper bracket final before you go into that second map. I mean, losing 13-7 would be better than losing 13-1, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's something we both mentioned quite a lot in some of our games, right? Like, if you lose this badly, you've barely even warmed up. You want to try and make the game vaguely competitive, get halfway there maybe, as you say, on a comeback. Kiro will finally get his first kill of the game, by the way, in the final round of the first half.
I love how he took an extra second, though, just to guarantee that his scope was on the player.
He was so careful with it, wasn't he? And Artfrost is pushing forward too. Look where BetBoom are in this round. Artfrost went all the way through to get that following kill. So only a 3v3, though. So I think they should be able to realise what spaces are open across the map now. And Kinky will at least manage to take advantage of that and push through red. But yeah, for 33, make it vaguely competitive. At least get to, as you say, that sort of baseline 13-7. If you're going to lose the game, try and get warmed up into the series a little bit.
Exactly. Get some sort of traction before that second map. Big moment here. Kinky in the corner. Artfrost doesn't glance in that direction. Oh my goodness, he hears the util, so he'll turn. And he gets the frag on Kinky. Now they're thinking it's going to be the A hit that comes through. At least that means Kiro finds the frag onto Dilladez. There was a tag, though, onto Blue-White. And Boomich might be on this flank a lot quicker than what they anticipate.
Oh, Big Boom's lurking. Boomich is about to win the round for his team. Cairo will go down. Blue-White, 18 HP. He's going to hit a crazy shot on Boomich. He's 1 bullet from death. 9 bullets left in that Boomich M4. That is more than enough. He's pushing forward and almost actually gets taken down. But it does not matter. Another headshot for Boomich. Another kill for Boomich. 20 kills, 4 deaths, and an 11-1 CT half. BetBoom in full control of this series at the moment. Is there anything left for 33 in the second half? So far, a walk in the park for BetBoom, but they want to walk in an Atlanta park. They're not there yet. They've taken one massive step toward map 1, though.
Yeah, just 2 steps away from getting the job done here. What a dominant first half performance out of BetBoom. They won 3v5s, they won 2v5s, they won clutches. Boomich with a 20-kill half was fantastic. Look at the moves being made by the CT side. They're going straight through elbow, and Kinky will win that gunfight out with Boomich. IGL and IGL action goes Kinky's way. And there's going to be a lot more where that came from. My goodness, this is a pistol round like I've never seen before on Ancient.
Yeah, just completely willing to be assertive and press. And look, when you're 111 down, you may as well just look, try and play to your individual players' abilities, because like no tactics have worked for them. Let's just W key and try and headshot, and looks like that's what they're going to try and do. Blue White will manage to find Artfrost to close the round. There is step number 1 on what is a very long way back.
Yeah, step 1 of many required. Been checked off the list here for 33, and as we were highlighting at the tail end of the first half, it's even just about trying to get yourself into this upper bracket final here on Ancient. So when you do go to Dust 2 next, you feel like you've got some sort of momentum behind you and you're in the game to a degree. I mean, the problem is that Dust 2 is BetBoom's pick, and it's a really good map for BetBoom, and it's the one map that BetM33 have looked fairly vulnerable on throughout this qualifier. I think they've lost it a couple times. The one time they won it was in an overtime affair, if I'm not mistaken, or a closely contested game. So they have been pretty fallible on Dust, which doesn't look great with the way that Ancient's set up at the moment.
I appreciate BetBoom in general just taking their time here. They don't want to do anything too crazy. I think some teams would have forced when you're 11-2 in front, like you were mentioning. In other games we've done as well.
Yeah.
But
they have 2 pieces of utility.
the one important flashbang.
Smoke for either Donut or CT, and the God Flash.
If there was ever a game they were going to win a full Glock round, maybe it would be this one, to be fair.
True. Would be with the runner play.
Let's see. Blue-White, how many have you got for me? 1. Bit whiffy. Yeah, easily get death by paper cuts. It's okay. Executor's here. He could get backstabbed, though. Magno, do you want a knife kill, maybe? Oh, he looked back. Unlucky. On plant. Oh, I've got it.
Oh, no.
Take those.
Boomich has an M4. Ladies and... Okay, no, it's all good. Oh, man. I got nervy for a second there, seeing him get the reload off. But I've got trauma, okay, Trav? My trauma is real with what happened in that previous half. All good, though. They string consecutive rounds together. As we're going to get into the first gun round, like you highlight, the bomb plant. A nice boost there for BetBoom coming into this next round.
And look, we said it earlier in the pre-game. I'm sure a lot of you guys maybe weren't there for that. But BetBoom have lost from better positions than this. Joking aside, in big games recently. Not saying it's going to happen here. This is a completely different scenario, but... yeah, a completely different opponent as well. But still, BetBoom have a choking problem. If it starts to get to, like, 11-8, I'd start to get a bit concerned.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. They want to just try and finish this off as quickly and as swiftly as possible. It's going to be trades as the name of the game here. And it's going to be 33 who emerge with a man advantage. And BetBoom now, best option available to them is just trying to walk into this B bomb site, but Zuni seems ready for them.
Oh, but this is readier. You'll get the headshot on Zuni. Thankfully, Kinky's there for the immediate trade. They do peek it together. Artfrost 1v2. Bomb plot will be committed to. He's got no utility at all to work with, and Kinky and Blue White can play this one carefully and take all the time they need. Artfrost will hold for Blue White's rotation and unfortunately looks away to all the big flank at the exact wrong moment. But at least it's a plant in the first gun round. It's a little bit of progress. Kinky's going to look for all the utility on the ground. They're going to look for all the AKs they possibly can. Come on, guys. Just get the defuse in. You're worrying me. You're so far behind. Just defuse the bomb.
I know. Yeah, making me a bit nervy as well, but they will be able to get the defuse, and it is going to be a 4th round, so starting to just get themselves going here. Some wind in their sails, 3 rounds in a row, and also a pretty contentious round as well with how they had to battle through middle, kind of trade their way, get that man advantage, maintain that man advantage with the trades as well. Great timing there from Blue White to round on Artfrost, just inadvertently, like you said, Artfrost checking on the flank. So Going to be a half investment now for BetBoom. And what's happened, because of the struggles BetBoom have had in these really big games in the past, those demons are hanging right over their heads, and they're heavy, Trav. Until they're finally able to get one across the line, those demons will very quickly creep into the back of their minds and could start to weigh on their shoulders.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. BetBoom, they might have very experienced players, even though youngsters are experienced, right? Like Dilladez and Magnajez, right? They've been around for a while at this point.
Sure.
It's not like they've got any 16 or 17-year-old prodigies on the team. They're an established roster in the top of Tier 2. And they haven't really left that position, which is the problem that they themselves probably feel like is the problem right now. Like, they might be top of Tier 2, which is a great place to be, but they have the quality to break through to play Tier 1 events on a consistent basis. They haven't been able to do that, and that is why there's probably a lot of pressure on them at the moment.
And then all of a sudden, even though they're still so far in control and in a fantastic position, it would just start to creep into their minds. Is this happening again? Is it really happening again? And all of a sudden, the pressure starts to rise. They could make some mistakes, and who the hell knows what happens from there. So important that BetBoom keep their composure, remain mentally stable. Not expecting much here from this round. Good timing in the smoke. I mean, Blue White's been so good, Trav. A double kill here in this round. He's 17 and 13. The least experienced guy on the side of the server for 33 is the one who's kind of dragging them through this map right now.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? I mean, we were talking up Executor and Zinni. I mean, that duo has been... I mean, they haven't been playing terribly, obviously. It's just the whole team hasn't really showed up. But those are the two players that have the ability we've seen in all the online games we've covered of this roster, whether they've played as 33, Rush B in years gone by. 8 seconds for the plant. Altross needs to make sure that he probably goes down before the clock expires, and he will, to Executor. But yeah, Blue White from the Aurora Youngblood fame. One of probably the best Academy team names, Aurora Youngblood. Pretty comedic.
Agreed.
Yeah, playing very well at the moment. And there's 11-5. I said I'd be concerned at 11-8. There's 2 more gun rounds to play before we're there. 11-5.
I'd say that's a good metric. That's a good baseline that you got there at 11-8. That's where I'd also start to get concerned. 2 more gun rounds until that point. BetBoom with another opportunity here. A lot of utility damage being done. Yeah, that's certainly going to tenderize a few of these players. Of course, it's unconfirmed, but could make their lives a lot easier going into the rest of the round. And they're just trying to keep the focus in towards middle right now on the T side, while 2 players work A main. Doesn't look like they're committed, though.
I feel like it's very rare for the opening HE exchange on Ancient to damage up all 3 CTs about 50-40 damage. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, true.
I appreciate the patience being used here by BetBoom in this round. Some of their faster plays or even their late round pacier moments with the pistols haven't really worked too well. Trying to feel out the map, see if 33 feel like they need to change what they've put into practice on the CT side. It can be in a round like this where a CT side might start to make moves and change things up. But I think 33 are going to stick with it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The damage on Magnajez through that red smoke.
This is the make or break point here with this battle coming through from Donut. Kira will step out. He wins the duel, but Boomich gets the trade. That's going to give BetBoom a much better path into the, say, bomb site. Executed, though. Not smoked off in CT, but Siren will decapitate Zinni, get the frag on Executor as well, and finally a situation here for BetBoom where they have the advantage.
Got to hold on to this one. Kinky and Blue White. There's a big kill from Blue White, and Boomich has actually shown his hand in Donut. He made a lot of noise and alerted Kinky to his presence, but doesn't mean that Boomich can't hit the headshot. It's another kill for Boomich. 23 and 8 for him. He is the king of Ancient in this particular map. Between these two, and as we kind of touched on when we looked at the veto at the beginning of the series, Dust 2 coming up next. BetBoom play that map a lot to a pretty decent level. 33 do not like it. So, as we said earlier, probably the best chance BetBoom have had to really make a big land in recent memory. We know they choked these games against Hotu and Gentlemates in the Rio qualifiers. They were in an amazing position against Gentlemates to make IEM Rio. But this is their supposedly, I would say, easiest game yet. By ranking alone, it's by far their easiest game yet. And so far, they're proving it.
And also, yeah, because you think about if they lose us, sure, they get another opportunity. But that's against a very informed Sinners and a Fnatic who have had a good run in the qualifier as well. That's not the game you want to have to play as BetBoom to qualify for IEM Atlanta. Of course, Sinners and Fnatic currently doing battle with one another in that lower bracket consolidation final. Map number 1 underway and currently being led by Sinners 10-9.
Yeah, it was a guarantee that that game between Sinners and Fnatic was going to be close. Sinners right now on a pretty good run of form. Our good friend Freddie covering that one on his personal stream, I think. Getting all the support from the Czech fans. Very cute.
BetBoom looking to deal the killing blow here on Ancient. Grouped up, ready to just thrust themselves into this B-bomb site. So much utility at their disposal, but there are 3 players home right now for the CT side.
Then he will show his presence at least, but now smoked off. Could play through it with that flash, but play it a bit more carefully, of course, at 12-5 down. Don't want to throw your life away for no reason, and there we go. Chooses a different smoke to spam. Get the kill on Siren. Magno trying to answer back, but as if he's doing all the damage right now. Boomish has been dinked down to 9 HP as well. This one for BetBoom is going nowhere at the moment. Artfrost will get 1 back, but he's a little bit late up ramp. So it leaves him in a 1v3 to win the game. Let's kind of block that ramp smoke. I don't think it's going to change much, though. He's still got to win 3 duels, and one of these duels will probably put him into a crossfire.
Oh, not far away with that burst through the smoke there. Like you say, he really wants to try and take a fight and win a duel before he commits to the plants. And oh boy, does he come close to getting that second frag onto Executor. That certainly would have shaken things up. However, 33 will hold on for another round here on Ancient. And you look at the finances for BetBoom, they're probably going to have to half buy.
If Artfrost gets that kill, I think he's just won the round. Because Cairo was quite a way away. Not that far, obviously. He was like in Jaguar area. But like with the AWP, hard in the clutch, first point. Second point, he wasn't there for the immediate trade. And he's also had a very rough game, Cairo, overall. So confidence will be low. Would have been a crazy win. But not on this occasion. And yeah, the buy's a little bit weird here for BetBoom. It's a half investment. They've still kind of got full loss bonus, I imagine, right? After only winning the 1 round. But it's still dangerous.
Yeah, that means, exactly like you say, it's going to be very difficult for 33 to win 6 rounds in a row from here because that round loss bonus is already at max here for BetBoom. So every single round is going to be contestable from the T-side's perspective. The hero AK doing work. Dilladez doubles down. That affords Magno a rifle as well. Man advantage in play for BetBoom to try and deal the decisive blow here on Ancient.
Very nice positioning there for Magnajez to just creep through on that timing in Donut. When he knew Dilladez was fighting him. Doesn't mean that Magno gets the kill, but it means that he gets an AK now. Sure, no helmet, but Artfrost is in the same boat. Those 2 M4s could be able to make a way back into this, but now it's even more difficult. Boomish is just fighting with the PT-50, trying to bait his riflers in, and now he'll play time. He knows if he just hides, and all 3 of these players hide, there should be no way that Kinky and Cairo figure this one out. Right-click smoke on the bomb. They know where Cairo is, and Artfrost will clear both of them. Very comfortable start to this all-important qualification match for BetBoom. 13-6 on Ancient.
Yeah, they're going to breathe a big sigh of relief. It sets them up brilliantly. Got to win one of the next 2 maps, and it's their map pick of Dust 2 to follow. It's been a bit of a fortress for BetBoom, and it's been a bit of a banana peel for BetM33 as well. So all signs point in the direction of Atlanta for BetBoom.
BetM33 got pretty much obliterated on map 1, and I'm afraid, Matt, the story might not get much better for them on map 2. Looking at the recent results for BetBoom, they've won 12 out of 14. BetM, 1 out of 9.
Yeah, it doesn't paint the prettiest picture for the team that have to win map number 2 here. Backs firmly against the wall, but they've got nothing to lose, and they've got that second chance behind them as well. If they can't make it work here in the upper bracket final, at least they get a second shot later on this evening in the lower bracket. But I mean, the one caveat we've highlighted a couple times, and it will continue to be one of the overarching storylines of any big game BetBoom's involved in, is that they've really struggled to get these sort of matches across the line. Surely it can't happen again here, right? Not against this competition and not on this map that's got so much success.
Exactly right. I mean, you just have to look at the teams that BetM33 have lost to and look at the teams that BetBoom have beaten. The caliber difference is pretty stark. So let's see if BetM33 can show us at least something in this one. They've already conceded long control to BetBoom on the T-pistol. Artfrost has all the util.
What's the plan here? Because you've got Magno who's outside of tunnels. Does he activate, or is he going to play like a super late lurk role? Generally the entry fragger for the team. So he finds himself in a bit of an opposite kind of role right now. Are they going to hard clear the car? Jump spot not going to be clearing. Sunny out, who's missing a lot of shots. And that means he's only going to be able to get the one kill from that position. There's no smoke for CT. Interestingly enough, the smoke's actually got onto the site itself. Kiro's had his bell rung. And because of the position Magno had, he's going to take control of B, and his teammates will rotate back in that direction.
It's a long way to go, though, for his teammates. Magno is going to need to try and get one kill here. The thing is, this positioning is fantastic. He's got through window, and Blue-White has no idea. That's pretty insane. He was able to get up silently, and there you go. There's a free kill. He went for the USP, then realized he's got 2 more players where that came from. But it's a lovely tap on Kinky. The jiggle picks are so annoying for Executor. He's going to be flashed off the angle as well. Helped out by Dinadez. Oh, Magnajez. That's what he's all about. That's what he can do.
That's why I love seeing teams just giving themselves that one extra option and not going all in on long. There's not much of a difference between having 4 players out long and 5 players out long. Just by leaving one guy elsewhere on the map, whether he's top middle, whether he's outside of tunnels, it gives you some sort of an insurance policy, that plan B if required as well, and it works a trick. And like you highlight, Magno plays that position to perfection by nestling himself into the corner, realizing if he get in that position, there's no way anybody would expect him there, and BetBoom open up favorably.
Siren now knows what's going on. He's about to get charged down by multiple USPs. Does get immediately dinked up, which is annoying for him, especially considering Zinni was inside of that Molotov. But he holds on for 3. That's more than enough. You now know they can plant on A, and it all's well and good. Yeah, just mentioning those games that I was talking to you about earlier about the BetM have lost. They lost to Fnatic in Inner Circle in this very qualifier. Fair enough. They beat Eyeballers. Great result. But looking at the teams they've lost to before that, IEM, Gen 1, Novak, GG Howe last year. They lost to a team called Jumbo, which, to my knowledge, has no player that's like...
I thought that was an airplane.
There's no player on that team that played at the Exort Cataclysm land that was, is relevant yet in the scene, put it that way. So... take it from me, who pays attention to tier 4 and tier 3, let alone tier 2.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's kind of egregious and shows you where they are currently at on the map, it feels like. Whereas BetBoom, they've beaten Gen 1, they've beaten Hotu twice on LAN, they've actually made that 3 times at a different LAN at the beginning of the year. They managed to beat Sinners too, which is not an easy thing to do. Sinners are on great form right now. Sure, losing online games to X-Ruby and Forza Reload, a bit questionable, but at the same time, if you look at it overall, it's a lot more comfortable.
I actually think it's also BetBoom's most played map this year. I'm just going back across the results. Yeah, they've played it 10 times in the past month, and that's tied with Mirage. So this is BetBoom's game to lose every day of the week. I mean, the one caveat is at least BetM33 were competitive against Fnatic and Inner Circle in the games that they lost on Dust. It's not like they got completely blown out of the water, so there is a chance. It's not like we're completely writing them off here coming into map 2.
One thing that they are going to need is on a map where AWPing is so important, of Dust 2, they're going to need Cairo to show something. He was pretty much absent throughout the majority of Ancient. There's in the corner of short. Oh, utilities being thrown. They had no idea he was up close. Now Cairo's all on his own. He's going to hold on well, to be fair, with the rifle. Doesn't even need the AWP to get a multi-kill on this occasion, so they recover a 4v3.
Yeah, Diladez was really trying to force the issue there to get that second kill because he got the opening frag and then the extension is what costs him his life. Boomich tries to trade, he goes down as well, but there's a good read here for BetBoom as they set their sights on a B split. Only one player on the B half of the map right now. Bit of a gap in the smoke there to work with, but then funnels them through that gap straight into Executor and Blue White's crosshair. Never getting through that crossfire. Only chance now is for Siren to find success now coming through from tunnels. He's got to get this frag. The problem is the bomb carrier is still trapped in middle.
Alfrost is trying to stay silent to make himself as unpredictable as possible. Siren's going to now go for the peek from window. He could have actually managed to get one of these kills for free. Alfrost will now force his way out. Kyro's still there. And thankfully, Zinni comes and helps pretty quickly because they could have been pincered there pretty awkwardly. But Bet M33 will hold on and BetBoom will finally lose one of their opening gun rounds in a game. Don't forget they started 10-0 on Ancient.
And within that 10-round streak, there were a number of rounds that Bet M33 should have won that they didn't, right? Most notably the 5v3 in the first gun round and then a 5v2 where Boomich just goes crazy with the quad kill on the AWP. So we have seen them spill those advantages already. Not going to happen this time, which is a good sign. Chance here to break that T-side money and then get themselves a lead for the first time here in the upper bracket final.
Siren only on the Tech 9 in this following round. He's the one who started with 6 kills. Maybe you'd want him on a rifle, but fair enough. Prioritising Magno and Diladez and Artfrost's weaponry. Siren has always been the sort of anchor type player for this team.
BetBoom just taking their time. Dust 2 is a map that always rewards the defaults being done well. CTs look to try and aggress in tandem, and it's going to be some damage done. This time, the 2-for-1 trade goes BetBoom's way.
Big damage on Magnajez. It should be a trade attempt now with 2 players in that position, but Executor's done well to find that kill and fall away healthily. Siren's tapping over that Tech 9 and he just doesn't need any rifle, to be fair. He's doing so much damage and Executor charges in for that trade, thinking, look, I can't allow Siren to keep control of B and let his teammates rotate in and get the bomb planted. He tried to stop him, he could not. What a flick headshot from Siren.
Yeah, excuse me while I pick my jaw up off the floor after he gets that frag, because that was an insane turnaround from him. Just instantly destroying that CT player. BetBoom immediately back in control. I think that... I don't know. I mean, I know it's standard to start CT side Dust, but I almost feel like it plays into BetBoom's favor. Just being able to carry that momentum over from Ancient now into Dust as well. Get to dictate the pace of the game. Get to play their game. And they're going to be hoping to basically put this map away in the first half. If they get 9 on this first half, I don't see it losing it from there. I think BetBoom are quite happy that they get to start on the attacking side here on the second map.
Yeah, already for BetM33, the issue is, of course, with BetBoom hitting straight back, they only have that kinky AK. Sounds funny saying that, but that's his name.
Not to be confused with Quinky.
True.
Obviously, from K27, who had an incredible series, or at least map against Fnatic, where he dropped, what, a 3.44 rating in that 13-0 win.
Ended up getting eliminated, unfortunately, in that lower bracket. I'm a big fan of K27. They're going to be a team to watch in Tier 2, Tier 3 for the future. Of course, alongside Nuclear Tigers, are so young. Plenty of years ahead of them. USPs are here. There'll be plenty of shots through those smokes. Need to be a little bit careful here, BetBoom, but... we've got control of the site now. The kinky flank is in play. Every time I say it like that, I just can't help but pause and think, what's kinky about that, Travis?
Not much.
He's got a kill.
That is his name, so you can't really help it. And he has been able to find one not like this. There's so much pressure mounting in on this B bomb side. It's only Magno just left remaining. He's in CT spawn. Zinni's going to jump on the defuse, and Magno has to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Yeah, time ticking away. There's not going to be any chance for him. That defuse is going to be completed before he even rounds the corner. Gets the frag in the first break. Transfer's brilliant, but there's no time to frag the diffuser. And 33 have just won an eco.
Oh my word. BetBoom, you had the site, you had the bomb down. How have you been able... I mean, I understand Kinky got 1 kill flanking with that AK, and that kind of sent everything into disarray, but that was a collapse of the craziest order. Great try for Magnajez, to be fair, but not to be.
True. I feel like he just needed to be a little bit more aggressive with how he tried to retake there. It was very obvious that the one CT was just immediately going to jump on the defuse. BetBoom crumble out of all of that pressure. I was also going to say, Kinky, maybe give the AK to a teammate. I know you're the one with the armor, but I mean, boy, does he make good of the fact that he has that upgraded rifle that he carried across into the round. First sort of frailty we've seen from BetBoom.
It's a weird one, Matt, as well, when you're talking about like what Magnagez did in that round. Like, in that situation, I don't think there was any need to overcomplicate his positioning, his default, and his kind of just play in general. He was so far away. If he's on the site while they get pounced upon there, they almost certainly win the round. There's extra manpower, there's an extra angle being covered, there's an extra part of a crossfire that could be put into practice. The fact that he's so far away was kind of unneeded when they should have been aware that there was probably not much money available for them and was likely going to be an eco.
It's in that type of... Exactly, it's in that type of a round where you don't need to have as many layers to the approach or give yourself that second option. And it ends up costing them massively. Forced by back here for BetBoom and a chance for 33 to start to put some scoreboard pressure on their opponents. BetBoom are going to be kicking themselves, but they've got to put that behind them in the past where it belongs.
Another example of maybe getting closer to the finish line and them having a little bit of a choke, but it's very early game. I'm sure they're not feeling it at the moment. Oh, very lucky Cairo there to not go down to Magnagez. He gets caught through the smoke by Executor, and they are only just making their way up the side, and Artfrost has somehow domed his teammate Siren. It's an AK to pick up now for him, but the bomb can go down, but it's still a 2v3, and Dilladez so wounded, and now Artfrost add him to that list. He's been nailed down to 47. There's a long rotation coming in as well, which should just provide that extra bit of insurance for 33 to recover this round. Can they do something crazy here, BetBoom, and win a round they shouldn't win? Flash over from Blue-White. Play on the angle, on that elbow position. There's a low HP of Dilladez. Another teammate, Dink, coming through, but Artfrost is just too low, and they have defuse kits. So 3-3 it is for 33.
Yeah, big round out of Executor. Important that he got that kill to keep his teammate Kira alive, because he almost certainly would have died after he had missed that AWP shot. The team kill definitely didn't help matters for BetBoom, getting quite chaotic, and it's a bit nervy that they're looking a bit flustered here in some of these rounds. You know, think about that post plant against the eco that went awry. That was chaotic. There with the take on the A-bomb site, looked like they were pretty flustered as well. So BetBoom just got to make sure they hold their nerve here as they go into an eco, and a real good shot here for 33 to get their noses in front.
There's caught already. Take this round as a bit of a tack timeout, I would say. BetBoom, have a conversation about your following gun rounds. Just run around the map, don't have to do anything crazy. Just stay alive for a bit, make 33 use their utility, so they have to rebuy it again. And yeah, we're nowhere near the situation yet of choky nerves coming into play for BetBoom, but you can kind of see it in their in-game body language. I know it's really funny to say that. Doesn't really make much sense, but with the way they move around the map, with the way their tactics and plays look, it's not as clean in general just yet as we saw on Ancient, and that is obviously slightly concerning knowing what's gone before. Good rush in toward B. White should be able to hold on, and in the end, does get himself a couple of kills. A planter here is nice. That's money they didn't think they were going to get.
And then an impossible 1 versus 3 for Siren, being as low as he is, and it's just going to be Kinky through the door who will put him down. M33 for the first time here in the upper bracket final are going to get themselves a lead. And just to update everybody else on the happenings of that lower bracket consolidation final between Sinners and Fnatic. Sinners won map 1 13-10 and are currently up 6-1 on map 2 Overpass, which is Fnatic's pick. So Sinners running away with that game.
Not a surprise at the moment for me.
And of course, they'll play the loser of this one.
Indeed. Not a surprise at the moment for me, that one. Fnatic is not at the races so far this year. They've ground out a couple of decent wins in this qualifier, but look at their results over the course of 2026 so far, how little they played, how they bombed out of the Rio qualifiers. Of course, exactly the same format as these Atlanta qualifiers. Fnatic are not in a good place, really. Zinni, under pressure. On long. Lots of flashes coming his way. Can he get around the corner? He can. But again, they're willing to give it up to
Now the question is, do BetBoom just persist with the A take from here? Or do they use it to draw rotations and look to go elsewhere? It looks like they are set up. They don't have a whole lot of utility left remaining either. So you'd imagine that they are just going to try and keep things simple and direct. That AWP is over on the B bomb site. That could make their lives a bit easier. I lie. There's a double AWP. Executor has one on short as well. I hadn't even clocked that. So maybe he can find a way to get kills as they try and cross. Good util usage to also stifle the attack.
There's plenty to break those smokes. And that's a great catch on Boomich. 5v3, plenty of manpower here now as well. They're worried about that mid flank. It's happened once or twice before, but they're going to have to brawl their way out of this one, I bet, Boom. It's a great headshot from Dilladez, and Magnagez has found his kill as well. 6 HP off the back of winning that one, but now there's a gap. So he can push through that gap. Artfrost, you've got to watch it. And he goes with a quick headshot. Very clean. Great clear on Dilladez as well. And now Magnagez, 6 HP. He's going to try and play from pit to win this 1v2. If there's ever a place you could play from as a team player and win a clutch like this on such low HP, it would be from pit, and they have just maneuvered themselves in the smoke there. Kinky trying to defuse from a safer position, realised that he took one bullet and didn't want to take any gamble at all. Just makes himself a little bit safer inside that smoke, and the defuse will come through.
Yeah, great push through the smoke there to get that initial frag on Artfrost, and then an immediate follow-up on the bomb side player as well. Great crosshair placement as he makes his way forward. Almost impossible for Magna. I mean, smart positioning to try and play the headshot game there, like you say, but doesn't work out. At M33 get a 2-round lead. Now you got that max round loss bonus behind the T side bomb plan as well. Going to enable them for another investment. But pressure starts to build here as they fall behind on their map pick to BetBoom.
Yeah, Magno kind of did everything right in that attempt, but you're that low from your opening duel to bring it back into a 3v3. Not really much you can do, especially when the utility on BetM33 was still in play with that smoking kit.
And a whole lot of damage done on the cross as well, right? Made it really tough for BetBoom, kind of like limping them so they're their way into that A-bomb site down by a man as well.
Yeah,
feels like they've constantly have had to play from these disadvantageous situations.
You've mentioned already earlier on that BetM33 kind of have absolutely nothing to lose. And yeah, I mean, especially after getting destroyed like they did on map 1, you might as well play and go aggressive and make your plays known. In a game like this, Dilladez has to hold on to Blue White going super aggressive. Executor trying to battle back, full blind, and thankfully, the flash that I think was actually used by Dilladez was quite well placed. So they now get a 4v3, and they don't need to go any I was going to say anywhere yet. This is got a whole minute 20. Kinky's pushed into long doors, so I think he may have heard, if he's lucky, he heard one player falling back away to B. Thing is, B is totally clear, so 33 are now going to go through long doors now to get that information. Could be a little bit too late, though. Do BetBoom know they're being tracked?
Yeah, it's going to be a while, though, before that flank comes into effect, and they've got a very good read by just going in towards this B side. I like that they just didn't immediately force the issue. Kira will break the smoke, and he finds one on the cross to bring it back into an even numbers game, though. So that makes it a whole lot more doable. Oh my goodness, this is so brave coming through from Artfrost, trying to fight into tunnels. He will be able to get out with his life intact and leave it to the rifler on the line.
Well, usually B is very hard to retake, but we've seen them lose one to a singular AK already. 3v3 this time, up against an AWP and 2 rifles. Tunnel rotation is the main factor you want if you're BetM33. It always gives you a chance in these retakes, but that smoke makes it very damn difficult. And Zinni's got no chance. Artfrost finds Karo, and Kinky won't even be allowed to save. Big quad kill from Dilladez. We've known his quality from way back, even pre-9 Pandas. He shows up here.
Honestly, it's such a, like you highlight, a big round out of him. He plays it to perfection because he's trapped in the corner. He's blind, his opponent's blind. He has to extinguish the molly that's been thrown at him, but he peeks out before while the incendiary is being thrown by his opponent. He gets that frag, smokes off the molly. He then loses his teammate the second part of the setup, but he instantly gets the trade. Then he calls for his teammate to rotate to his direction, but he doesn't give away the game that they are going to go into the B side. He just goes radio silent. So BetM33 think, well, maybe it's just too obvious that they'd want to go B from here. Let's just try and remain in position towards long. So yeah, Dilladez, the catalyst of that round.
Yeah, when he was on 9 Pandas, he was always an obvious candidate to one day get an upgrade to a bigger team. And I think it was a perfect call for BetBoom to pick him up when they did. They were kind of stagnating a bit with the old team, which I believe was, what, Axal and Zorta? So, yeah, I think it has improved. BetBoom has given them a really good floor at this tier without Zorta and Axile. But yeah, as we've been touching on, they need a bit more. They want a bit more. They want more in this round. Siren has entried Executor, but Kinky holds on for 2. Thankfully, Artfrost is there to trade. It does give them a chance to push forward onto A and get a bomb plant. But Magnajez trying to lurk around in middle will get caught. They really needed Magnajez in this one. Now, Artfrost needs to do something special. We've seen many special things from Artfrost over the years. Fast, flicky style. But this is a horrible angle for that AWP. He's going to get caught from long. First shot missed, though. And it takes a no-scope from Cairo. They actually remove him. That's a bit of a whiff. I think the long player thought he killed him because he pulled out his knife.
Yeah, he did. He literally thought he had gotten the frag. Knife out was jumping towards the bomb. Artfrost turns 180 degree, gets the kill, and then thinks he's probably just been able to get himself into a position of safety, but the no-scope from Kiro will clip through the top of the wall there, the ledge, and get the frag. 6-4. BetM33 doing a much better job in the first half here compared to Ancient, where they're making sure they're competitive in all of these rounds. They're stuffing the momentum that BetBoom are looking to try and build up as well. It's going to be a broken buy for the T side to try battle back. Failing this round, spells 8-4.
I'm not going to pretend that Boomich's kills were the main reason that BetBoom won map 1. It was just a very good team effort overall. Boomich just so happened to be the guy on like 20-4 at the half. But he is 2-9 in this game, and BetBoom are struggling a little bit more. So, yeah, you kind of want Artfrost, Magnajez, and Dilladez as a trio to really deliver. Maybe having Siren on 12 kills is not a bad sign, but you maybe want it to be different players, if that makes any sense to you. And, well, there's Big Boom. Welcome to Dust 2. Double entry up short. That's going to be a 5th round. Just call it now.
Yeah, right on cue. Brilliant work from him. You look at the finances from BetM33, and as you highlight, they're probably just going to look to try and save their guns, but the question is of how many will they actually be able to carry across. It's brave here from Zinni to actually try and duel the short player, and Siren's the one who's got that info.
Oopsie.
Oh, boy. Certainly wasn't expecting Executor to be coming through from tunnel so late in the round. Obviously an inconsequential frag in the grand scheme of things, and it's a big round here for BetBoom, Trav, just to make sure that they keep themselves in a solid position in the first half. Regardless of what happens in the last round, it's still going to be pretty competitive.
In general, BetBoom, as we've mentioned, have a very good Dust 2, like very well-rounded. They do have an 8% higher T-round win percent, 59 compared to 51. Actually, it's 51.9, so 59 compared to 52, it makes no difference. So, yeah, that is the one thing. Maybe their CT could be a little bit more exposed, but at the same time, we just know that BetM's numbers aren't as good. But numbers are not how we play CS. We play it on a damn server, so you never know.
Yeah, they're guidelines more than anything else as we get into the last round of this first half. BetBoom in pursuit of leveling up the scoreline. BetM33 would love to get a 2-round buffer going into their T side. Magno's been pretty quiet so far by the standard we've seen from him throughout the tournament. You highlighted in the pre-game, I think you said 1.54 rating.
I think it was 1.49.
1.49. Got to check in my notes. 1.49 across 7 maps indeed. So he has been phenomenal. It's that same sort of degree yet here on the map. Zinni trapped in the corner, should be traded. Boomich is going to try and drop the nade on him. There's a chance though for Zinni to win this duel as well. Yeah, it's a bit awkward timing there for Magno going through. Boomich wasn't there immediately to trade that because he could hide behind blue box still. Good damage with that HE though. There is a one player out middle. Thing is, he's very alone, and it might not even matter how alone he is. Siren's going to win the duel anyway. And the damage they've taken in their back as they try and make their way up through middle, up into the B-bomb site. It's not going to matter, I don't think. Good kill from Zinni. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. They've won more difficult rounds than this so far in this game. Dilladez, 33 HP. Siren, 39. Zinni is the man with that kit. Desperate sprays to try and get at least something through the door. But here we go. Gonna jump in. Zinni with the flash. Almost manages to find Boomich, but not to be. Now, Cairo, you need a crazy play. Boomich 73. Oh, lovely flick on Dilladez. Okay, Cairo, he's got a defuse kit. And 33 are actually going to get the lead on the half. BetBoom not able to hold on to B on a couple of occasions is really going to cost them. 33, they've arrived.
33 have bursted into life. All of a sudden, an incredible clutch from Cairo, who was so quiet on map 1 of Ancient, gives BetM33 a 7-5 lead on the half here. BetBoom have had their choking issues. Surely not again.
Surely not, right? I mean, we saw 2 rounds in the first half that absolutely should have gone their way. The anti-eco in the post-plant on the B-bomb site and the 3v1 in the post-plant on the B-bomb site as well. Both those rounds got away from them, so there's a job to be done now in the second half, and Siren will draw first blood, but it's answered back immediately by the T side in kind.
Oh, they're not hitting any of their shots. All the T pistols fire off. The Glocks and all the headshots. And 33 are now in pole position in this second half. 8-5 should become 9-5. Do BetBoom want to keep it close? Do they want to force? Let's see.
Such a big pistol round and a statement with the way that they win it. Just brawling their way in towards the A-bomb site. Didn't even have to get onto the site or think about a plant. Just taking the gunfights and dominating BetBoom in that department. You've already highlighted the CT side is normally where BetBoom struggle a little bit more on this map than the T side, which doesn't read great considering the scoreline at the moment or the state of the map, and they are indeed going to eco here, Trav, so all their eggs in that next basket, which is going to be the gun round to follow. Nice flash into tunnels. Blue-White's dead, man. They could try and overwhelm Zinni as well. Smart from him to just disengage.
Yeah, one thing that I can rely on with BetM33, especially at a slightly lower tier, is that Zinni, Blue-White, and Executor do play pretty smart CS, and there it's very awkward. They tried to fall away. They tried to get away from what BetBoom were trying to do and what they were trying to pressure. But, I mean, Art Frost has got a Galil. I know they've both not got armor, but there's a chance. Siren's got a headshot on basically 1 HP. Okay, there's a chance here for Art Frost, but thankfully for Cairo, with no armor, that scout is a one-shot kill to the body. So it makes it a little bit more comfortable for him. There is the 9th for 33.
Yeah, I mean, outside of winning the round itself, that's the best possible outcome for the CT side. Having found 4 frags means that they can just immediately reset that T side money if they can win this gun round. Should they lose this gun round, though, kind of feels like the end of the map is probably around the corner, and we call for Nuke to take center stage. Tense moment. Must win round here for BetBoom.
How long? Siren got to hold on. Gets his 1 for 1 at least as they try and go through that smoke. I'll take that for now, will BetBoom, because it's kind of kept them at bay somewhat. There's no fast play, but a lot of utility has been used already for BetBoom. I mean, to be fair, same for 33, but
yeah.
Imagine now with the fact we've got 2 smokes left, 2 HEs and an incendiary on BetBoom, that probably will be whittled down a little bit more in the next 30 seconds or so. We come down to the dry doors maybe at this point. There's only a couple of flashes on Kinky.
D-side just looking to play strength in numbers in the pistol round here and in the gun round as well, shifting their focus from long where they'd shown their hand. They've quite quickly been able to rotate in towards this B-bomb side as well. It's currently just Dilladez here. Magno not far away, going to chain the smokes. They're going to probably try and burst through the smoke grenade. Dilladez going to be calling for Magno to rotate back through. He'll be blocked up by a smoke grenade. Magno's gone down. Dilladez has to double, and he does, but that just means even numbers on the retake.
It does. Executor, wins his fight with 5 HP as well. Got taken down so low. Now Art Frost retaking B with an AWP. Yeah, it's just not happening. I think he's moved forward to pick up that incendiary and fall back and save. Oh my goodness, BetBoom. Surely we're not in this position again. We mentioned how it would maybe at some point on Ancient perhaps get into their minds a bit if BetM33 started to make a comeback. Yeah, they managed to get that one done pretty comfortably. But as we've said and as you've said, occasionally they start strong, but always get pegged back in one map. Maybe maps they shouldn't be pegged back on either.
It's the map when they're on the brink of qualifying or when they're on the brink of winning the final that they're a part of. That's where they struggle. That's why I said, yeah, not even concerned about Ancient. They looked so good. They looked like the team we always see right up until the finish line. When they're on the brink of getting the job done, that's when they seem to shut down. And they're going to force up around the AWP here as well. I mean, BetBoom were up 3-1 at one point. They've won just 2 of the past 11 rounds since then. BetM33 with all the momentum behind them, looking to push us across the finish line and force a decider.
And look at the investment as well. Of course, Art Frost is like Okay, well, I'll keep some money for a future AWP again, but this is actually a full purchase, but it might work. Incredible aggression in tunnels. BetBoom just say, to hell with it. We're going to just press W and win the round. That's crazy. How many guns can they scavenge? They've got 2 AWPs. They couldn't find the AK upgrades. So they got 2 sniper rifles from that. Magnajez often does secondary for the team. He'll be on that straight away. Well, around to win, though.
I love the call there from Boomich because it's just something that can kickstart the map here for BetBoom again. It looks very aggressive and it can go wrong super quickly, but it's also a way to just restore confidence and be like, yeah, look, we can just destroy them in these gun rounds. It's a statement out of BetBoom with the way that they win that force buy, but they've got to string consecutive rounds here together. That's just non-negotiable.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. 10-7. If they win it, will turn into 10-8 with the money situation for 33. I wonder how imperative it will be for BetBoom that they're able to grab only that second AWP. And Magnajez get into the game with that.
Again, just going to be the clustered up approach here for the T side. A bit of a run boost to maybe get past the angle. Yeah, it's okay. No harm, no foul. No one on the other side to play catch there. The CT side, that is. It's going to be simple and direct.
Oh, Frost got to deliver. There we go.
What?
I mean,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, took a little bit of a time to go down there when he probably should have. Anyway, the bomb is planted for 33, but it's an AK Tech-9 and Scout to hold it onto it. Really, why it's time for you to deliver. You had a pretty good map 1 in vain. Only 6 and 12 here. Siren pushing his way forward with the FAMAS. There's his M4 trying to get into the action, but again, Cairo is delivering when he needs to. Great scout headshot, but now it's all on him again, and Magna will get that headshot. Again, lots of damage. Look at their HP, but now BetBoom are on the comeback trail.
Yeah, nervy stuff there, because I was kind of wondering who's going to be the player to offset the retake here. They were all kind of looking at each other, wondering who's going to make the move. It certainly wasn't Artfrost. He was holding that long line on the bomb site. Siren, the one guy who was in position, went down to the scout. You got 2 guys on the ramp. It's a really awkward position, but they win out the important duels. Now they've got that full arsenal of weapons. It's going to be an eco for BetM33, like you said, so it should be a free 8th for BetBoom as they start to claw their way back. And this will give them the belief, right, Trav? The fact that the game didn't just get away from them entirely and end up losing the map 13-5. This little battle back here will restore a whole lot of much-needed confidence for BetBoom.
Yeah. And they have made many of these little mini comebacks happen as well. Like, every single time I've tried to keep up with how BetBoom are playing a map or playing a series. In general, I keep an eye on most games they play because, you know, it's my job to pay attention to this tier most of the time. Very often I do see them behind in maps to teams that maybe they shouldn't be behind to. They do tend to pull it back late game. They do tend to win games like this 13-10. But, yeah, we'll have to see. It's the all-important qualification match, like we've said. These blocks are not being cleaned up very cleanly, it has to be said. Another plant here possible for the T side. Artfrost forcing us out with a P250, but then come the HEs. That should make things a little bit more comfortable. There we go. Blue-White last alive. Any digs for us, Blue-White? 1 bullet from death now, and now pinned behind a Molotov. Incendiary probably will keep him at bay. He's got a gap around the corner a bit, but all will be diffused, and Artfrost takes the kill.
Honestly, it feels like BetBoom just need to get across the line in one of these online grand finals, in one of these online closed qualifiers. And then I think the gates will just completely open up and it'll give them that belief and put all those demons behind them, put them to bed, and really just instill that belief that they can push on to be a top tier 2, tier 1.5 kind of team, which is what they've got as their goal. Yeah. Massive round here. BetM33 have been in control for a while, but that then wanes if they lose this round here.
I think the perfect description for BetBoom is right at the top of tier 2, thinking they should be tier 1.5 and probably tier 1, for sure. In their own minds, they think they should be tier 1, and I can tell you that for certain. There's much quality on the team. Anyway, as you say, this is the important round. Re-smoke? Oh, sorry, mid to B smoke. And a flash to take it as well. Zinni is out, and BetBoom obviously don't have any information on that portion of the map now. They're going to assume that it's been taken. Dilladez can kind of see it, but not the push out to B directly.
Bit more of a layered approach here from BetM33 compared to what we've gotten throughout the map so far. Normally it's just been group up, hit into a bomb site. This time they're trying to throw a little bit of misdirection into the mix. They mollied the left side of double doors. They've smoked off the elbow on short as well. So they're trying to set themselves up or feign as though they're going to go into this A bomb site with a bit of a split, but instead it's going to be the B splits employed.
Oh, the damage through the door. They're going to worry about the tunnels player now as well. Dilladez, where do you play? Where do you put yourself? He's playing inside of that smoke. Artfrost delivers, but it's only one. Dilladez, where are you? Surely they know he plays B. They're probably looking for him right now, but Kairo's holding on to middle brilliantly, and they did find Dilladez. Kinky got the spray through the smoke. 2v3 on the retake, which is not looking possible. Kit's available, sure. 2 flashes. They're going to have to be pretty god-tier flashes. There is no util left for 33. That's the one thing that could go their way, but it's retaking B. We know how damn difficult it is. You never usually break your way through, and there we go. Boomich tapped out. Siren not tapped out, but he has to tap out. He'll be even removed from the round as well. Blue White gets the kill. 11-8. They're 2 away from map 3.
Yeah, really nice fake, like I said, with BetM33 feigning as though they're going to go A and then just immediately shifting into that B split. Dilladez was in such an awkward position. He couldn't help his teammates out at all on the bomb site. Was it Magno? I can't actually recall, but he couldn't help him out at all. He was like, I just have to play in the smoke now and then maybe hope I can catch him off guard. But yeah, BetM33 know that he's the B anchor. So as soon as they see he's still alive, they're always going to be wary of that tunnel smoke that was in play. They don't get caught off guard by that risky decision 2 rounds away.
Just a reminder, I think there'll obviously be a lot of people watching this game who might not... Oh my goodness, what a little fadeaway spray that is on Magnajess and Blue White. There'll be some people tuning in who maybe aren't Tier 2, Tier 3 enjoyers and might not be aware of 33's path. They didn't really beat anyone entirely impressive in the open qualifier to get here, but they went into the closed and began incredibly, beating Eyeballers in a circle and Fnatic to keep themselves going in the upper bracket. And this is without a doubt, in probably the careers of these players, the most important game of their career. This is a chance to make a big Tier 1 LAN. They have not had that opportunity. They've been playing local Russian LANs pretty much their entire careers so far. Kinky, of course, has the history of playing at a major to start out of Berlin. And look, they might be about to reach a 12th already. Blue White's already on the site. Dilladez caught. Can't really fight that one anymore. They know they have to try and keep him at bay though, so they're going to try and double push him. Fair enough. Boomich gets that trade, but caught by his fellow in-game leader. Artfrost is outside the B doors, but with not much to say. Has to hit this shot, does hit the shot. It's down to Kinky. Headshot angle. Good repositioning. Lifeline BetBoom.
Yeah, them not having a smoke grenade to block the doors makes Artfrost's job so much easier. Getting that first frag on the cross was the difficult one. Then the double scope for the second he connects. And like you say, they're going to breathe a massive sigh of relief because that probably would have counted them out of the map without having any money left in the bank. But they're able to hold on. Keep BetM33 within arm's reach. Keep that 2-0 victory on the horizon. They don't want to let the sun set on Dust 2 just yet.
Well, I mean, BetM33 are at least in a decent position here where they can go for a full eco and get everything they want in the following round. They'll also have a round buffer. BetBoom have somewhat of a freebie here. Kiro with the 2 flashes to try and make something crazy happen. Be careful that none of these crazy shots are hit by the likes of a Blue-White Deagle.
Yeah, Blue-White has been really impressive. He was very impressive on Ancient, a bit tamer here on Dust, but his teammates have delivered in a massive way. Now, we've seen these sort of rounds get quite scary for BetBoom a couple of times. Siren looking to lock it down in conjunction with Boomich. You've got Artfrost Outrage to provide the cover, and it's going to be the most convincing round of the map here for BetBoom, keeping the entire team alive and fighting their way back. This is now the round, Trive. As you highlighted, sure, there's still a round lead, but should they lose this one without a bomb plant, BetBoom are back in control.
It does feel it, doesn't it? As I said, Blue-White kept a bit more of a bank, so he can drop the AWP to Cairo. And just imagine it would be BetBoom in front, 11-10 right now, if it wasn't that Cairo 1v3 at the end of the first half. And just by watching it back as well during the half-time break, by the way, realizing that I think the final T player had a molly for window and they never used it. Could have made the difference.
You almost feel like you don't need to when you're 3v1 up, but it's that sort of attention to detail that does make the difference. You're bang on.
It's that sort of play where you're like, okay, well, he's going to have to hit a crazy no-scope on me to win the round. Just so happens he did. Anyway, here we go. The important round is here, and Didadez already tagged down to 18 HP, playing in the corner around B, and currently solo B. Sure, you have 2 quick rotators. If BetBoom want to continue to put pressure on that B bomber site, which they have done quite a lot, that site is going to be pretty weak, which is why they feel the need to reinforce it with the Art Frost AWP.
Taking their time, you can feel the tension on the server here in round 22. This time BetM33 are throwing a similar set of neutral to what they threw when they were faking as though they were going to go for the A-split. Siren gets active though. He disrupts the round on an offbeat timing. Great flash from Boomich, and Siren reaps the reward. The Reaper with 2.
That is so good, man. I mean, it feels very, very dangerous, but you have to make these sort of plays if you're Boomich, if you're Siren, and Siren is having a brilliant game overall. 3 kills in the long doors. The third, even more impressive. Didadez will push his way through, find Executor as well, and all of a sudden, BetBoom feel like they're in full control. Blue-White is 1v5 with 13 seconds on the clock. It ain't happening. Another flash will come through. This time it's Magnagers helping out Boomich. That is what Boomich kind of does, I feel like. He just continues to put you under pressure, and he knows that sitting back is not the way to win CT rounds.
It's also going to instill confidence within the team by winning a round like that, by getting active and not just going into a shell and thinking, oh my god, is it happening again? Are we choking here on the brink of qualifying for a massive LAN event? We're going to get in the game. We're going to be active. There's not going to be time to just sit back and have all these thoughts going around, swirling and around in our heads. Instead, we're going to take the fight to our opponents. That's a massive boost. BetBoom draw up at 11 apiece and have an anti-eco. At that, though, it's an anti-eco with a max round loss bonus behind it. So upgraded pistols, utility, and armor are plenty.
These are the rounds that BetBoom will lose. I'm telling you right now. These rounds are so dangerous. You'll make the jokes in chat if they do lose it and say, E-code, E-code. But these rounds are so difficult to win against the Tex and the Deagle. Thankfully, damage done to Executor already for them. But the utility could really make a big issue for BetBoom here. Didadez in the corner. Good incendiary there, and they were trying to go through it, and that's not going to work. If you're going through a combination of an incendiary and a smoke, yeah. See you next round, son.
And that's going to be BetBoom getting themselves up to map series and qualification point here in the upper bracket final. They've done really well not to crumble under the pressure of Dust 2 with how this map had gotten away from them. Really positive signs. Kiro and Executor left. A couple Desert Eagles between them. Molly will force Art Frost backwards, but he's able to just scope in on the angle. He's got a huge crossfire set up with basically 4 players peering in this direction. Again, no casualties for BetBoom. And they've got one shot here in regulation of sealing their spot at IEM Atlanta 2026.
I don't know if you noticed, I do believe flash assists count on the assist count on the on our little HUD. Boomich has 16. I'm pretty sure half of those flash assists, right? I mean,
they have to be.
It's insane. He's
that actually is crazy. What a number.
Outfrost is 12, and I know he hasn't done that much damage. So, yeah, lots of flash work from BetBoom here. That's what kind of sets them apart from other teams at this level. And I think maybe 33 are finally starting to wilt. BetBoom have been so near.
Still a chance though.
Yeah, so far. They are out middle, as you say.
I love the response. I love that they've just immediately abandoned long and they've looked to try and go through mid. Magno on the angle, not going to be able to land that first shot with the AWP. That's going to allow for BetM33 to start to creep in towards his B-bomb side, but he makes light work of the second. Art Frost, that range will peer above the smoke to take Zinni down. Great frag back from Blue-White, but there has to be a lot more where that came from.
Oh, he's found Boomich too. How's that happened? Still, though, it should be impossible. Cairo, 22 HP. He won a 1v3 earlier, but he shouldn't be winning this one. And finally, BetBoom have gotten over their choking issues. They'll be going to Atlanta to play the Intel Extreme Masters.
The monkey is finally off of their back, Trav. They've locked in a massive adventure in the first half of the year. I imagine they are absolutely elated. And you know what? The fact that they got tested by kind of falling behind on map 2, and then we have all those questions about whether or not it's going to happen again, and they were able to overcome that hurdle throughout Dust and fight their way back to the victory in regulation is going to be such a massive relief for the team.
For sure. And look, this was by far the easiest game they've had to finally make a qualification happen for themselves. I've mentioned it multiple times, of course, how confident they would have been in the Rio qualifier. Playing against Hotu, they lost. Playing against Gentlemates, they lost from 11-7 up on map 3 when Artfrost had 2 winnable 1v1s to get the match won. But there we go. It's an incredible win for them. It's a win we expected, but it's a win that did not come easily in the end on map 2. They'll be very happy with themselves with that one. And the trip to Atlanta is possible for them. BetM are not eliminated.
Yeah.
They'll fall into the lower bracket. I believe they play Sinners, who 2-0'd Fnatic. So there you go. You can see it right there. What a game. What an opportunity for both those two teams. Especially, I feel like, for Sinners, who have been really solid in Tier 3, Tier 2 lately. Have some players who would relish the opportunity for a big LAN. That is such a winnable game for either.
Yeah. I mean, Sinners will feel like they're the favorites, but BetM33 certainly have a chance of making something happen. I mean, ever since the addition of Motto for Sinners, it seems like he's really been the key that's unlocked the full potential of that roster, and it's so exciting to see how they've kind of developed since then. But I just do want to go back and make one more point about that second half of BetBoom. Think about that force buy round. Was it at 10-5, I want to say, Trav, where we see BetBoom just running into lowers, nading up, forcing the fights with the T side. That was the round that kickstarted BetBoom's fight back. That was the round that would have instilled so much confidence within the team as well. And that's the difference compared to these sort of previous outings where they've been in similar positions, but the game slipped through their fingers. This time, they played with confidence and it made the difference.
Absolutely. Well put, my friend. And that is it from us for this qualifier. It's been a pleasure once again to cover these important games, to get some of these lower ranked teams, these teams who are desperately grinding online CS to try and get these opportunities and get to see them qualify for a big event. We've got one more spot to fill, as you know, from the Global Qualifier. And of course, the Americas Qualifier coming later tonight as well. So make sure you stick around for not just the following game, in about 50 minutes' time. It'll be Lucy and Brandon to take you through that one between Sinners and BetM33, but also that Americas Qualifier tonight to see who makes it through that qualifier and fills up our roster for Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. But for us two for now, it's good night.
precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive Pulsing through my veins, I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath, I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Oh, like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, but caught in the flame.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to take out Shiggy!
And it's all done. Astralis win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello everyone and welcome back to the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier. We qualified 1 team through already. BetBoom have booked a spot at IEM Atlanta 2026. And now, Brandon, we have one more team to find out who will be joining them.
Really exciting game as well, because for both of these teams, the jump up to tier 1 competition would be a really welcome reward for all the hard work they've put in at the start of this year and at the back end of last year as well. We can take a look at the bracket really quickly to see what has panned out. Obviously, as mentioned in the upper bracket, BetBoom already qualified through with a victory over BetM33. But notice that is in the upper bracket, which means they get an opportunity now in the lower bracket. One more game to decide it. Their opponents, Sinners Esports.
Yeah, and Sinners have been on a pretty good run here, knocked down by BetBoom. So both these teams falling to the same squad. And hey, shout out BetBoom, Brandon. We've kind of highlighted, or you especially, that they've had some struggles when it comes to the qualifying matches. But not this time. Managed to get through, and the only team that took a map off them was, in fact, Sinners. So I think that at least that's something for them going into this. But yeah, I'm not sure where this favors, right? Because both these teams played a game today. BetM coming so close on Dust 2 to forcing that to a third. Really did feel like they had a great opportunity there. And interestingly, we haven't really seen these two teams play each other much, so it's kind of a new matchup.
It is, but I've watched a lot of Sinners to kickstart this year, and I've been so impressed with what they've got. They feel like a completely different team now that Modo is in the mix. You're getting really high level out of Shock, for example. Stressan, Kisarek have just been absolutely phenomenal to start this year. And Modo can single-handedly take over games. It's really fun. It's like Beastick has finally been given tools at his disposal to make a deep run, not only in this competition, but also just in general within the tier 2 space. Ancient picked by BetM33. Sinners go with Dust 2. Mirage as a decider. You can't get any more puggier than this.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tricky one here for BetM, right? Because Dust 2 has been a real struggle for them. Sinners have been fantastic on it, so it feels like the most logical pick to go into. But even Ancient, you know, that's not been the best for them. And, you know, Sinners, no slouches on it. Not to mention, these are the two maps they literally just lost to BetBoom. So they've got the same maps to play out again. Obviously hoping for a different outcome this time. But against BetBoom, they only pulled up 6 rounds. 1 round found by them on their T side. So yeah, a lot to be desired there when it comes to this attacking half, and hopefully they can do a little bit better than that single digit.
I definitely hope so. I mean, when you take a look at BetM33 and the players they've got, it turns turning this game on its head. You're looking at Executor, you're looking at Zinni. They're the players that have just been fantastic recently. Kiro is also a pretty dab hand, especially with the AWP, but I think that is not going to be, to be honest, too much of a conversation. I think you're going to look at the rifles here for BetM33 to get it over the line. Where I really have issues with this team is Kingy's output. Sometimes Blue-White definitely goes missing in games where you really feel like he shouldn't be going missing. Blue-White, a player that was playing on Aurora Youngblood for a while, and definitely was like a very promising player coming up in like tier 3, tier 2. Went a little bit absent, still only 21 years old, found himself on 33 for the latter half of 2025. Then I'll get picked up by BetM. And I worry sometimes about his consistency. The one thing Sinners do not have to worry about right now is consistency, because every single one of them is playing fantastically. They had a boot camp recently as well. I'm pretty sure they're not playing on boot camp for this qualifier, but they played on boot camp really recently, so they got that chemistry together. It's just, I'm really high on Sinners right now, just from what I've seen from them personally. I know BetM33 can be a very tricky customer. Obviously, they wouldn't be here trying to qualify through for IEM Atlanta if that wasn't the case, but I think they had a very good upper bracket run, whereas Sinners have played better opponents.
Yeah, BetM, and all the matches that they had until their BetBoom one were 3 mappers, so nothing was particularly simple for them, beating out Eyeballers after losing Ancient there as well, 6 rounds for them. And then, yeah, Inner Circle, a win there, and then Fnatic as well, just about, and they actually did win Ancient versus Fnatic, so something to be said there. Their game earlier today, it did seem like Blue White was playing actually pretty fantastic. He was kind of the one player that was standing out for them on that first map. Zinni, Hero, both really performing on Dust too, but it's exactly as you say, it's not that kind of full package. Whereas you look at the way that Sinners have been playing, you look at any of these scoreboards and it's often green across the board. You don't have that kind of top-heavy situation. So it's really cool to see, and it's great to see Modo back in a new squad looking really good with this team. And yeah, we can get straight into the action. Going to be kicking it off with Ancient. Map pick of BetM33. Winner of this series goes to IEM Atlanta.
Take it one step further as well. Modo, 1.25 rating in the qualifier. Kisarek, 1.22 rating as well. 2 of them feature in the top 8 players of the event. They immediately want to get active. Stress on gets dinked, and that's an early warning signal for Sinners. You can't press BetM33. They start to scale up towards B, and maybe you can't press in towards Modo. He rips the head off Zinni instantaneously. Shock baited in, but Modo just keeps finding kills. You can't stop this man until Executor executes him. 3v4, bomb not planted, but there's so many players here for Sinners.
Yeah, that deep smoke forces them back. It's a double cave setup they're going to be relying a little bit more on. Double dualies here as well. Kisarek boosted up, and Shockers found one through the smoke. That's a bit unfortunate for Executor. He hits the deck. Hero really has to be the hero here. The 2 players getting ready to move. Flashbang to set him up. That's really well placed. Moves 1. Remember, low HP on players here. Hero has a chance if he can find this kill. That was the way in. Look at the HP. Both would have fallen to a body shot. But it is Sinners that successfully defuse and pull off the retake.
Really good comms here from Sinners, recognizing that obviously that flashbang has come in the corner. They've heard the pin pull on it, and they know that because Hero is swinging and taking out the players in towards CT, they've got a 2v1 on site. So they immediately swarm, they take the kill, and from there it's just really difficult to manage the angles for Hero. Nice try, because it actually comes down to, I think, 20 or 30 HP between those 2 players that were trying to retake. So it gets a little bit dicey for Sinners, but they're able just to overwhelm the odds. That's a necessary pistol for them as they look to find stable footing. Force buy in immediately for BetM33 with all the Galils. They put them to good use, at least initially. Stresson needs to get out of there, and on 9 HP, just about scrapes into Donut.
Barely getting away. Pressure not going to be slowing down though, and he's going to need to step up, and still manages to take another. He actually hit his reload there. I'm not sure what happened, but honestly, getting one with that low HP feels like a boon. Shock's timing could be fantastic onto this Donut player, but no, he falls. It's going to enable this bomb to go down. So that's smoked off, spamming. Modo gets caught, and wow, this force bite looking fantastic. Ignore the HUD, there is only 1 player alive. There's also not that many casualties.
Clean out of Zinni. The fact that Stresson's able to get 2 kills there is phenomenal. And yet, just the rest of his team, they go a little bit disjointed in towards Donut. You feel like Shock's got a good time in, but Zinni was holding, and that's just so important. Just means that Shock can't get the best of them. And as a result, where Shock's taking his time in, the rest of Sinners can't actually group with him and facilitate a trade. So in essence, it's just 1v1s all the way across the map for the T side, and that's exactly what they want. Forspy's going to come in from Sinners, but it's going to be pretty weak. Obviously, Kisarek will save onto his M4, but only an MP9 surrounded by pistols. It's going to be a tough one to navigate here for the defense.
Kissarak gonna have to be the heavy hitter. Might get another fight towards middle again. Sure, better I'm realizing utility is going to be lacking here, so probably a lot of space to be taking. Skeeter happily obliges, scales very fast towards heaven. In cave quicker than probably if he'd gone the B route. Funnily enough. They might just walk into a stacked bomb site here. Yeah, they're flushing through Donut. Kissarak is here. And that's a nice shot from Shock. Now he can just fall back. He's got so many bodies here to support. Oh, this is going to be a disaster, it feels. They've smoked it off so they can't even escape. And in fact, they've been forced through by that smoke set straight into Stressan's MP9. And it's a disaster as they go into the stack, crumble. Not a kill found for the T side. And Kiro left with 20 HP. Bomb out of his grasp. Surely very little that he can offer up. Will be spotted.
Round. Yeah, the thing is, it's just not happening, is it? That's the reality. Maybe you can get a few kills here to make it a little bit more expensive. The Sinners, I mean, they scavenged all of these weapons anyway. What decision? Just to stack. M33 taking mid even faster than they did in the previous round. It's going to say, do you know what? If you go donut quickly, we're going to have players here. I love the the boost up for B-Stick. Because he's completely baited as soon as Kishrek's on the angle here with the MP9. And I love the fact the Sinners are playing it so safely to guarantee the flank and to guarantee 5 players staying alive. Look at that buy now. It was 1 rifle and pistols. To suddenly, all of the cash of Arsenal that BetM33 had in the previous now belongs into Sinners' grasp. It has to be the Tech 9s the other way now. Or this T side. Worst case scenario. Or BetM33, where you lose the pistol, you win the force, and you lose again.
And even better for Sinners, even if BetM win this round, because they picked up all those rifles, they didn't need to invest that much, so actually have an okay buy. So, okay, pick early towards middle. He's a 5-on-4. Well, make that a 4-on-4. As the nade and spam combo does remove Zinni. I think Stressan's angle won't be considered here on the walk forward, but Moto gets caught. Three on 3. Stressan finds a safe way back towards red. Shock will fall back passive. They have conceded a lot of space on B.
It's fine though. You don't actually mind giving up this space because you can just spam behind these smokes. It's going to make it really difficult for the T side to get out. And also there's not a whole lot of utility for them to move forward. Boost up for Stressan. Can he spot Kiro on the fall back? There's the spam that we're talking about. Kisrek finds one. This boost could be undone with the T side pushing right into this long space. It's going to fade in a minute. They dismount just in time. It could have been a disaster. Instead it isn't. And Sinners are able to grab every single one of these kills. Get the defuse in. Keep 3 alive, despite being...
As well, so they take away everything they want. Yeah, lovely round for Sinners. Despite losing that opening pick, Executor goes on a bit of a mission, finds 2. Nothing really for them to capitalize on. Bomb plan's not really going to give too much into this either. Some upgraded pistols. The Tech 9s can see if they can find something in middle. And HE doesn't quite hit the mark. Sirac falls off the angle. So Blue-White does walk in. Stressan's going to get this information shortly. He'll cop a bullet to the side. And needs a little bit nicer. B6 just waiting for them to walk around this corner. Has Moto by his side between the two of them. It'll be very difficult if they want to cross Donut. The smoke will maybe make it a little easier. Try and boost. No, they're going to break it. HE goes onto it, but they've not progressed far enough forward just yet. There's still information for the CTs anyway, and they don't really have to worry about much of a lurk, so they can focus a player on red.
All about the timing of Red Room, and also all about the timing of how much B-Stick finds, because if he has to fall off the angle out of Donut now to cover A main, that could be tricky. See Modo's walking over, he's going to scope on the Donut angle, you feel. And this is quite important, because he can take a shot and fall back. In they go, and the collateral is exceptional out of Modo. Doesn't need to over-peak, because he can just set up B-Stick perfectly. Bomb, not even planted. Modo wants more. Cindy's found a double on the P250. Potentially, it's going to be all inconsequential. You don't need to let this slip, Sinners. And they absolutely won't. You can see the way that mistakes could creep in there. Especially after Zinni gets the double on the P250. But fortunately, not the case. Modo's collateral certainly helps things. Stress on, starting off the game 7-3 as well on Ancient. It has been his playground recently. Sinners as well, they won the CCT Europe Series 13. I know there's like a million CCTs, but that was at the start of this month. And he played Ancient against Nuclear Tigers, a team that was also in this qualifier. He went 23-6 with a 2.10 rating. He's absolutely smurfing on Ancient.
Tell you what, my PT50, it's crazy to do that with it. Like, that's pretty crazy. Double. And then a dink onto another player. They're not quite seeing those high highs from the 33 squad. A couple of players yet to join the server in fragging output.
Well, those are the two guys that I said as well, can sometimes just go missing. I didn't mean to curse you that badly, BetM33.
Not Judy here. Oof. B-Stick deleted. That's going to send a lot of bodies scrambling. Rodo is holding for this. The flashbang won't catch him, and well, he'll send a bullet there. Wait, oh my god, Shark! Holy! That was unnecessary, but god, did it look good.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of clip you dream of.
No way. And he doesn't even get the kill. He's put the gun barrel, blue-white. What are you doing to us? That is sickening.
Caps. What? That's crazy.
That's just to send a message. Lovely bait and switch, I will say. But the tap was unreasonable.
It was too low. Like, it's like, what? Incredible. Incredible. Styling on them.
I've been able to get into this B site a couple of times.
Try. There's a lot of space given over in middle. And not so much here on B. Blue White does finally win out that duel versus Kisarek. That's the bomb dropped. And, well, you know where Blue White just got that kill. He's even just going to smoke him. Force him to walk through it. Make that as hard a fight as possible.
At this point, it's just you're losing Angels. You're losing Angels all the way through the map. Stress on, Shock, Modo, all on the same amount of kills. So overwhelming. And now Sinners feeling comfy. They're just going to start to push the issue even further. Big take in towards mid. Really good counter flashes. Executor wants the fight. Accidentally Executor like the Pokemon. Unfortunately, his bullet's not super effective. Modo will get clipped at least, and the spam through cave onto many of these players will just soften them up, but won't be fatal. Look at Blue White, taking a massive risk in towards this short smoke and will be traded by Stressan. 3v4. And probably the best chance of BetM33 to grab a second.
And Basic scaling up quickly, though. Chance to catch these players long, and we've just missed it. They get around the corner. They could have lined up, backs turned. And now, there is still an opportunity here. Both these players in towards long. Kinky gets dinked. Shock's hoping he's going to peek, but doesn't look like he will be giving him that fight. Shock just going to stick the defuse. Kinky has to swing at the last second, and he'll find that headshot. Some impact from Kinky comes through, and a second round delivered for BetM33.
There we go, Kinky. Needed that. Really awesome first bullet headshot on towards Shock, especially on 10 HP. You can't make any mistakes there. I love the fact that he waits until the last possible moment before Shock is ultimately forced to stick that defuse. Counts down in his head. Guarantees that round. Finally, a breakthrough. Doesn't come from middle, it comes from B. Executor just really wants to take all this ground so consistently in towards middle. As a repercussion, Sinners are going to push and take the space down B ramp. This is very fast. I don't think you're going to be ready for this at all.
Well, they're going to be coming back here. He'll spot him. Kissarak just about gets away. Oh, no, he doesn't. Lovely for Kinky to catch him there. San's going to quickly rotate over to help out. A re-smoke on ramp. Their advantage. Roto moves come over as well. So Sinners might have the correct read on this, wanting to gamble towards the B bomb site. It's going to slow things down even further. And now a boost up in cave. This is looking pretty good if M33 stick to their guns.
They've got no space, so they have to go B. They have one smoke, so smoke's going towards short. You have to split through cave. This double layering should be good. Oh, Stresson's dropped off the boost. That potentially is a little bit concerning. Timing is awful. That's not great at all. And now, if you're Executor, you've now seen two players that are now pushing the issue. A jumping USP. Bomb can be planted since he can go in towards long. B6 now starting this flank, but it's already going to be held for by Kiro. Big fight brewing over at ramp. B-Stick can't win out the fight, but Modo can. 2 versus 2. Kinky still on site as Stressan hasn't announced his arrival out towards cave, but with the ramp flank falling flat, now has to be Stressan out of this angle. He should know. Both of these players are here. He's even seen the gun barrel. Kinky not dealt with. And Ziddy was also spamming the issue. That timing to get off of the boost box on cave was such a detriment to Sinners' round.
Yeah, I felt a little panic, didn't it, when it actually starts coming, despite having all the bodies there. Modo even running into cave. I'm not sure what was going on there, because it felt like he was in a good position. Obviously, Short's getting smoked, but you wonder, you know, could he just scale out towards long? Or, yeah, it's an interesting way they just converge on cave. Obviously, they win those fights out and clear those players themselves in an okay position, but yeah, maybe expecting more players to be coming from that way. Either way, it means that they don't really have a lot of options in that retake. Losing out the fights onto the players that are parked up in ramp doesn't work in their favor at all. For BetM33. 3 times as many as against BetBoom earlier. So that's good for them. Feeling much better. And then we are getting a few more players coming online. Kinky, another big impact round there.
Oh,
blue-white, nice opening.
It's huge. The counter has always been for Sinners to push ramp, and I feel like you should be aware of it. Kinky is still holding. Kiro, oh, doesn't round the corner, and that's really lucky. Really lucky for Sinners because Shock and Stressen got caught on each other trying to go around the corner. If Kiro would have swung, that would have been a double kill on the round over. Instead, the situation resets.
Beastic is deep in A main. He's got that nice off angle and that little alcove. Difficult position to get more than one from. But maybe a chance for him to clean up. No, Zinni clears it. Headshot comes in.
Nice.
So Beastic was a little quicker, but that's going to be the round straight there.
Sinners just give up mid-control in this completely. Where they have players pushing down B ramp and then getting spotted, they just ignore red room and they just ignore that donut can be a thing. Bit of a worry, in my opinion, but I suppose you've lost your cave player. Executor has just been known to press consistently out middle. It feels like Sinners don't really want to take that fight. They've been really hanging off of mid-control. It's an immediate consequence because all it takes is Beastic to be cleared. I mean, a fantastic clear out Zinni. He might have been dinked and just hit the instant headshot just looking at his HP, but this was 6-1 with Sinners in complete control. Now it is 6-4 with BetM finding stable footing. Money's not in the greatest state of affairs here for Sinners, even with the save of 3 rifles. Could be tied up. It really could be.
Well, hedging on this round for Sinners to prevent that from happening. At least lost bonus is building, so if they do drop this one, it'll be terrible, but it won't be fantastic. Modo starts in mid this time. Executor has been consistently trying to force fights here, and often successfully. Oh, nice spot and nice spam.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, that's not so nice. But Modo did catch Executor, so player advantage gone. Oh,
wow.
Gone the other way. Maybe overfighting there before the reinforcements arrive, and this now does spell disaster for Sinners.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, what a shot on towards the cave player. I mean, Modo just gets spammed. Not Modo, sorry. Kisarek. You got the player that was rotating into towards short for Sinners, was trying to help Kisarek out. And just gets owned by a half-blinded blue-white. It's really nice that we almost just highlighted these players. As you say, like Kinky's had some back-to-back impact. Blue-white has had some really good openings over the last couple of rounds, and here gets another multi-kill to provide. And then 33 to start really breathing down the neck of Sinners here. Modo can drop, Stressen can drop. The buy isn't going to be completely horrendous here for Sinners. They will be a little bit light on utility. More importantly, they're going to be feeling a little bit hard done by themselves. They should have been off in the sunset on Ancient, especially on a map pick of BetM33s. Could have been feeling really good. Instead, you're now feeling like you've let your opponents completely back into this game.
Now complete change up, straight in towards A. They're going to be going quickly. Shock. He's going to see that util and needs to see how much he can dodge because they are just streaming over with the flashbangs, and yet still he's almost held on for 2. Hinky just about survives. I don't know if B-Stick's odds look that good, but he was going to get spammed for sure. More flashbangs. B-Stick just playing on the edge. Surely someone finds him. No. Hinky does go down eventually and he gets out. The player's wounded. Utility already all dispensed and bomb not planted. This is a big concern.
Look at the flank immediately. Sure, Hero's holding for it, but you can't hold forever. Executor waiting in Temple, but Modo's not going to push. The big engagement here is still going to be between B-Stick on low HP and Kiro. I like that B-Stick has crept round the right-hand side of main. He's just waiting. Okay, they're playing containment here, Sinners. This is really important. And basically, no one's going to overextend from Sinners. They know that BetM33 are trapped, especially with the bomb being dropped in towards the middle of the site. So they have to scoop it up. And any which way they go, they're going to run into resistance. As soon as we get a head start. Any moment, you can start flanking as well. 30 seconds left. As soon as the bomb is committed, that's where Beastick will start to make his move. Stressan, low HP, waits patiently. They might all just swing on the bomb tap together. Beastick gets caught. He's timing a little bit too early. 3 versus 3. I love this find. And Search in towards Donut. And Executor will get rid of Kisarek. Remember, Stressan's low. Modo's only got an AWP, but the bomb and the time, it could be an issue. Modo swings out wide. It's Stressan to get the Donut player. But BetM33, I think, have weathered the storm. 2 versus 2, but Blue-White will swing in out of default. And you know that Kira was over towards A main. Stressan just trying to take a timer, but his footsteps have now been heard. It should be the equalizer. Smoke on the bomb. Kit as well. He doesn't bait any of them out into the open until the last possible moment. Kiro will lock it in. And from a 6-1 deficit, BetM33 will level up the scoreline at the half.
Well, it was a fantastic start for Sinners, but BetM really managed to build their way back into that after getting reset after round 2. 1 round in the first 7. We end up 6 for 6. Going to be feeling much more confident. Executor, a big part of that early success. Now you can see everyone started to deliver. A bit of a spot in towards elbow. Beastick is putting a lot of pressure on here, seeing if there's a response, but it's Executor finds the first kill. He might have a chance for more. Kissarek's trying to scale quickly. All by himself, though, and straight into a double setup. Beastic finally coming through with a kill. One will go down, so at least that distraction play has panned out, but it's left Shock in the 1 versus 4. 2 players very low. He's at big box.
Go on.
Chance for it. Is he going to be ready for all 4 players to stream out at the same time? Smoke for the bomb. That's going to cause some concerns. He's hearing a player jumping. Well, that was the easy kill. At least for Zini.
Well, that was a really overcomplicated round for Sinners. Because you want to go and take A, but you've got this split in towards mid where you don't actually have any utility. I understand the idea in terms of putting pressure on the donut player so he looks at middle to get the kill. That did work, but unfortunately, like, everyone else just lost their life. That felt like Sinners were really overcooking something on that pistol round. Just didn't obviously go to plan of what they practiced, but it also just felt a little bit strange. It's probably the best adjective. Wasn't ideal. Didn't work out for them. That was both pistols now being converted by BetM33. Force by in for Sinners. They did get this bomb plant, and Stressan is now looking for another opportunity in towards Donut. Executor will just drop the smoke at a moment's notice, and Stressan, by him pushing, I love the deep layering of this smoke here by Executor, because sure, you can have this little bit of Donut, but you can't have the sight.
At least some decent space. Shock can park up here and the rest move over. They want to re-clear this. They'll spot them out, but now 3 players begin to move over. Shock needs to be careful. Oh, he's safe from Donut. He's managed to keep a lot of attention on himself the longer he lives here. Yeah,
Triple
Sinners.
boost.
Oh yeah, looks like they're going to go for a boost up. I don't know if they're going to be able to see over this smoke. It's just too fat.
Come on, come and catch us so we don't make noise. Modo will stay up on the boost. 35 seconds. Shock is still in red room. Hero's holding that. There's still 2 players on this A bomb site right now for BetM33. The time to go for Sinners is immediate. I like the flashbangs because that should enable scaling. And it does. Zinni finds the first, but Kisrek will trade. That gives room for the bomb plant, and Stressen follows through on Zinni. And there's that A red player. Shot gets rid of Kiro. It's a complete disaster here for BetM33. They thought they could fight and deny the bomb, and as soon as Sinners got the sight off that one flashbang, they're able to overwhelm.
Yeah, Kisarek with a crazy sidestep kill from Cave Entrance too with the Tech 9, but Shock, you feel like he's maybe going to get caught out there on that mid, but BetM33 were a little tepid about actually taking that space. They were, you know, they had 3 players there. They see Shock on the steps, but then don't really want to overcommit, so he just gets to stay there, plays it patient, repositions later, and then the ultimate punish at the end is going to happen to them on both halves. Second round forced by success after the pistol. That'd be brutal if both your halves start like that.
If both your halves start like that, then Sinners replicate what they did on the first half, and it's 12 for them. Obviously a little bit tongue-in-cheek with the way that will pan out, but my goodness me. You're right, worst case scenario, Executor. He's just going to be run over here. I don't think they're going to respect the smoke whatsoever. But maybe seeing a 5-7 up close would incentivize you to think that there's potentially a stack on A when there isn't. Executor's one smoke has sent Sinners scrambling out of Donut to look for more answers at red and ramp.
Sirach will get a bit of information about a player on B still. Faking that utility's getting dropped, so I think this is still going to be this A commit. He's just teasing. Everyone's over here on B. Might overcook this. They start to move through red room, but the smoke's on towards lane. So I think they are still going A.
Uh-oh.
Maybe they're going to B.
Don't go B. Don't go B.
Just don't go B.
Don't go
Oh,
B.
no,
They're going
going
B.
B.
Wait, but
They're
this
going
time is
B.
weird. No, but hang on. This time is weird. Because now BetM33 with 20 seconds left. They've heard the smoke into CT. Yeah, they're going to think that it's going to be the A play. But they're all still in cave. Molly is good. Modo can get over. Okay, everything's okay. No stress for Sinners. Bomb planted. 1v5 for Blue-White. Job is done.
Tell you what, it feels like there's so many layers to some of these rounds from Sinners. It's basically a whole novel. Just like the pistol, you worry that's going to get a bit too complex. But you're right, that smoke over an A really did make the difference, got them moving. Unfortunately, Kissarak plays that really nice and safe too. He gone down from that crunch. It could have been a disaster, right? There's a rifle given over and the player advantage, but he gets one unwrapped, disengages, stays safe. Sinners deal with the force pipe. Sitting a round up, soon to be 2. Gun round for gun round, BetM absolutely beating them, but, you know, Counter-Strike's an economy game.
It is harsh, though. It does feel harsh that you've lost both 4 spies. And now, as a consequence, you're losing the game. You're potentially going to lose it a little bit further. Zinni is now definitely known in towards cave. Dealt with by B-Stick. Push down B ramp. That's going to confirm that everyone else is here. Sinners will go A. The round will be locked up. B-Stick's job is to provide overwatch to this FAMAS. And he'll do it. No need to stress. Nice kill. But now, I love the way that B-Stick's thrown that gun because he can't actually go and get it Blue-White.
All banged by a USB. Not common. Not common. You gotta Molly just to make sure there's no chance he can get through and deny that bomb. A couple of kills come in, but it's not really about that. Sinners are loaded. USP's out the way. But M33 will get to fight with the guns again. And they be as solid on this CT half as they were on the first. Rasan, 13-37. He is elite.
Nice. Just realised that you were saying that for the elite things. I was like, yeah, well, Shock's on 16. That's my literal brain taking over. Fast play out mid. There is Stressant. He proves that he is certainly worthy of that title. Executor dealt with immediately. Blue-White now has to back out. It's funny because, sure, the game against BetBoom was 13-6, but on CT's side, Blue-White had a 2.3 rating. He was unplayable. Kiro's found a wall bang, and then suddenly the Heaven Crunch comes in. The opening kill was found for Sinners, sure, but the response has been absolutely immaculate out of this CT squad. Pushing Heaven, taking the fight in towards Donut. Kiro getting the double. A 2v4 with low HP from both teams. It was unobtainable right now for Sinners. They can still look to maybe flex their way onto a site. The actual pathway is through Red Room. If they both move over here, B-Stick is able to get rid of Blue-White instantly. Oh. Then there was low HP on the A player. Instead, Blue-White gets that kill. Whilst he gets mollied, Stressan will be dealt with imminently. And as you say, gun round versus gun round. It currently looks like BetM33 are coming out on top.
Just a great mid-round move, and I don't know, Sinners just didn't have the piece that was in charge of that, or that piece was the first to fall. Double kill in from Kiro from Heaven. Very proactive in responding to that mid-pressure after losing a player there early too. We just got the AWP. He's prowling up ramp behind the Molotov. Smoke will block him in a moment though. He fires up shot. Now they'll be aware that's in play. Won't be able to get away with the boost. Off.
Oh.
Doesn't feel good.
You can triple boost this. I think they're going to. They're going to triple boost and look long, but no one's going to be there. Daisy for Modo. We'll be able to see these players on short, I don't think. Oh, is there an angle? How far out can you go? I didn't know you could go out this far.
Oh my
Zinni
God.
doesn't dare push. Timing. Oh, the timing. He sees Kingy and will remove him. It's like he's walking on air. Modo mauling down B ramp. Zinni is now jiggling. Starts to feel a little bit of pressure. Blue-white's moved over. That means there's space in mid.
Never knew you could do that into short. Wow. Didn't think you knew either. They're just going to go. They've got all this space in towards Cave. Pretty simple. Zinni gets flash forward. Maybe he can be disruptive. Flashbang is fantastic to set him up. Here comes that push out from Cave at the same time. Kissarak takes down 2. Executor's trying to get tricky with it. He's walked ahead. Maybe a chance to drop the bomb here. Where's the trade? Time. Bomb needs to be planted. Bomb needs to be scooped up. They need to do it with Executor. And he's winning this round by himself. There's no time. He's won the round, surely. Unbelievable.
What beast. What absolute beast. The move to walk through this cave smoke to get on that side of ramp to kill Modo, because why on earth would you expect another player there? That is phenomenal out of Executor. And he plays it like he's in a 1v3. His second player, that support network not even needed, even relocates through cave to ensure that they can't even kill him. The BetBoom cannot lose that round. That is so well played and crafted from Executor. And now he wants even more in middle. Modo dropped again. Try kill him, you can't. Any more?
That's crushing. Devastating round for Sinners. Gotta wonder why Modo's going there while the other 2 are sitting behind a smoking cave too. So he's worried about the time.
I'll be honest, in the mid-round here, for Cinders, they've just not really done anything. All half long. They've just sort of sat around at B ramp and lane and then just executed B over and over again.
Need. To be fair to them, they did get absolutely shut down in middle that time they went there in that first proper gun round. Kissarak, can you catch Kinky here? Oh, spotted. Red room is where the play looks to lie. Executor is here. Low HP just tucks into an angle where he can cover them off. Kinky, lucky to be alive. 2 of these players so low. They can catch Executor for free, which they do. Now, obviously, it's unconfirmed damage. Yeah, onto Kinky. They're going to go towards me. 10 seconds! Again! But maybe it won't matter. They're going to get there.
B-Stick wins that whole round for them, by the way. B-Stick runs into CT. He throws a flashbang over towards A, and suddenly you think that they're wrapping CT, they go in Temple, and they're trying to plant that way. No indication that it's going to be it. But they are going to give this a little look in here, BetM33. There's no smoke, but there are kits. Blue-White and Kiro both close in cave. Kissarak dealt with. Shock now close on the corner. Remember, B-Stick is only 1 HP. It's not even planted for Shock. B-Stick now forced out into the open. Hits the headshot immediately. And that baits Shock in perfectly. I will say it. B-Stick with that kill, but also with just his maneuverability in the last 15 seconds. Yeah, they cut it hella close, do Sinners. But that one misstep from BetM33 to pull your knife out and go towards A because B-Stick has faked you out with the audio and the flashbang is a thing of beauty.
I mean, it's the time, right? It's 15 seconds. They've flashed onto A. Sure, you've seen that lurk ramp, but you're not anticipating that they're just going to start running at you there. Might have even been sub 15 at that point. Like, they were getting onto site with 6 seconds left. Like, that's crazy. That time, the clock doesn't defeat Sinners. Fine margins. But what a breakthrough round. This is devastating for BetM. You already see that they're planning for the future. And I mean, Kinky and Zinni, they're not going to have much money next round.
When's the pace change going to come in?
Even like?
It isn't great. It's going to be on 1 or 2. I think it's on, yeah, I think it's on 2 stage, potentially. It's not high up. 1900 is actually on 1st stage. So you're right, limited money, so they have to eco. They eco this, they can, at least get M4s out and they can try and stop. I think this is correct. Eco in now, letting Sinners go to 11, rather than trying to defend against 12, because if you go all in and lose. I think given the momentum of the game, it makes sense to do this.
Well, if you can get it to work, it won't even matter. Opening kill, but that was the one weapon, and then it's going to stream in towards A. Chelsea all flying forward. Scooter has an AK in hand in Donut. They're not going to be here. Is there a chance they can do anything? You can't really push this molly to do any sort of damage here. They're just going to run over and... Okay. Great offset of the crosshair. Sets up another kill. Why am I starting to get scared? USPs on 3.
There's no kit.
True.
There's no util. There is a big flank, but actually, Zinni thinks better of it. Zinni's just picked up a smoke, okay. Does that make things weird? Well, Bomb's halfway gone now, and he's immediately over here. Yes, I think it's going to make it really complicated. Modo and B-Stick, though, shut things down instantaneously. An Executor will reveal that he's not on the bomb. So as long as B-Stick doesn't peek, which he absolutely will not, Sinners will win that round. But I tell you what, from not investing and having a hero MP9, they nearly pull one out the hat.
That's a massive victory. All things considered, you get an AK. Kiro gets kills with the MP9, means you get an AWP onto him. Sinners are left with a couple of players who are going to have to rock Galils. We'll see if that round has ramifications.
Bring out the pace change. Sinners, bring out the pace change right now. Rather than these slow, really complicated mid-rounds, you just need to go smash somewhere. Remember, there is an AWP in play. I think if they just execute right now, I don't think BetM33 will have a clue.
Looks like they want to do that. I mean, the bomb's been brought over towards A. They're already taking this control. They've gotten a lot of space in middle freely, so they're going to be feeling great about that. No contest for it. Double up towards Cave. Pushing towards Red. Executor's ready just to drop a smoke on this.
I mean,
block this play.
Just keep pressing Red, don't they? Every single round. Smoke will go deep. And I like this out of Executor. Remember, Sinners, you don't actually need to push this issue if you don't want to. It's Executor that normally makes these crazy plays through smokes. Instead, he goes back towards B. He's hoping he's done enough. Where it's going to be tricky. Donut smoke fade in a moment's notice. Blue-White's got to be so damn careful. I like this push out of BetM33 because it means they can rotate through Heaven quickly. And with this molly, that's going to be hurt by Blue-White. The comms will start to come over very shortly. And they might even be here in time. As long as Blue-White keeps control of Donut, this still feels okay for BetM33.
Yeah, they're going to be very quick out towards middle and into Donut. Sinners have to take all this time to clear.
For CT and just smoke Donut.
They actually can't smoke Donut. They used all their smokes during this mid-round. Kisarek is maybe going to get caught from Red. Yeah, planted for CT. He will get caught. He does some damage. Well, no, they know a lot of bodies are coming this way. It's going to stream on out. Nice jump across, but Stressan deals with it. Well, in fact, it's BC that collects all the frags. Now that hit starts to come through. Oh, you can just stick this. It's a 10-second stick. Surely this player has to play. Someone has to play. They don't think it's being stuck. They don't think it's being stuck. They don't believe it. When it's over 5 seconds, they stop believing. They just needed to swing. The AWP was in the open and the round would have been done.
That's awful. That's so tragic. I mean, what a call from Blue White. Knowing that he can defuse away from the A main angle and the CT choke point. It's in his plant, and this is always a lesson, guys. Plant against the wall, because then there's no way that can ever happen to you. Instead, they plant it near the default box, and that creates an angle of opportunity. And Blue White will take it with open arms. You spoke about the money before, Lucy. Look at it now. It is completely wrecked for this T side. They can't do anything. They have to concede 11 rounds each.
Hero MP9 and a 10-second defuse is the difference between Sinners taking this map. They get a bomb plant here. Sinny's just holding the angle. That's a head spotted. Shock looks to try and find it. Flashbang over. Oh, good chance for it there. Doesn't quite find the target.
It's gonna do like no damage, guys. Just spamming the wall with the Glock. Another boost to look at Red Room. Doesn't see anything. Hero will at least be tagged in Donut. I mean, it's just a tag. As soon as I've got 35 seconds left to try and just do anything. This round doesn't feel scary. Especially as everyone is holding the donut smoke. Kiro moves over, but it's at an appropriate time. I'm hoping the red players might do the damage. Instead, it's just going to be Blue-White. Spamming out both Beastic and Modo. That's the bomb drop. That is certainly the round over. And the opportunity to plant the bomb for Sinners, completely denied by Blue-White.
You can see what they were going for there. They wanted to try and just pop through the smoke and catch them off guard. But unfortunately, they're spammed through the smoke before they can do that. That's fantastic not to take casualties there. And they weren't looking too healthy. 11-11. A grueling affair for Sinners. Nightmare rounds on this T side.
Remember, 6-1 up as well. You've reset BetM33 twice after they won the pistol. Giving yourself such a buffer. 10-second defuse. It's maybe the difference between Sinners winning and losing this map. This gun round has to stick the landing. For this newly fully fledged international roster, Blue White wanted to get a boost going over towards Donut instead. Oh no, they are going to boost. Perfect. Brilliant. He's doing everything. Imagine how good he was against BetBoom despite them losing 13-6. He was the one that got the defuse. He's the one that's now got the opening kill. Executor follows through. Zinni's on a great angle to try and deny. Been spotted by Kisarek. But yet again, Sinners, they got no ground.
Just going to walk back into these three players. No easy fights. We'll get caught by Kisarek. But swing out from short and you don't have a cave player, but you do have two players here. Executor steps into long. There's no smoke for this. There's maybe a timing. Yeah, Zinni gets caught by Shock. Executor gets spotted. Surely going to be ready for this progression, but no, Shock comes around the corner. Both these players caught looking the wrong way. And Sinners have somehow brought this into the 2-on-2.
They not planted for themselves? Again? Uh-oh.
I don't think that's default. That looks like it's on the edge
right
of
back.
it.
Okay,
yeah.
Nice. This is how you do it.
Oh, no, it is default.
It is default. Oh, no. That's a smoke that can just go on the bomb. Blue-White's got a kit again. Not like this, Sinners. You put yourself in an off-plant position where you can't deny the bomb. And Kiro's holding again. It's exactly the same situation as before. Sinners fumble the bag yet again. And BetM33 with 2 ninja diffuses and now on map point.
Not to mention, sure, they're planted at default for whatever reason rather than long. even if they had plotted along right and the smoke goes down, their response set, they've got full control. They can see all the way down to Red Room. They don't see a soul. The clock has ticked halfway. No one has progressed. And yet they don't budge into a more proactive position to spot players coming out ramp in from cave. They wait until that bomb starts to be defused before they even move. Then it's far too late. It's going to take far too long to get there with the coverage.
Shock had done everything. Shock got the kill at short and long. Just plant for CT at that point.
It feels like there's a free goal, and as soon as they go to kick it, they bend over and tie their shoelaces together.
It's the pressure. It's the pressure. Fought so valiantly through this lower bracket. Chance to qualify through to a major Tier 1 tournament, IEM Atlanta, in the middle of the year. And Sinners, you feel like they've had the vast majority of the better chances to convert a lot of these rounds. A 10-second stick, a 5-second stick right in the face. A huge middle finger being put up by BetM33. And now 1B execute to decide if it's overtime or curtains on Ancient.
Oh my god, bad to worse. Basic just gets spammed out immediately. Look like they're about to pop.
Oh no.
This has been a disaster. Then he almost takes two without seeing anyone. Smoke's off the mark. At least that maybe gives them some space, but they're not going to try and work with it. Look in middle. 3 players converge. Shock gets the information. And then he cops a nade, a boost up. Just feels like desperate moves at this point. Can Moto get something from it?
I don't think so. It's gonna be tricky. And even if you get one, they just know that you're all here. You've seen one going towards long, sure. It's fighting so hard not to fall off. There's just no time for this. And they've been smoked off in towards cave as well. Sinners looking a little limp in round 24. Have to just burst out this smoke, going right into the unknown. I mean, Blue-White can just spam. In fact, Blue-White just sees the edge of stress and takes his head clean off. Modo meets the same fate. And Sinners completely lifeless just towards the end of Ancient there. They had so many chances to close this map, and not to mention they were 6-1 up. Sure, they lost both pistols, but they reset BetM33 twice. That is unbelievable, and they're going to have head in their hands. They cannot even fathom the fact that they lost Ancient.
Yeah, but an exceptional work, you gotta say, coming in from BetM33 to grind that back after being reset twice. Down 6-1 in the first half, down 4-1 in the second half, but gun rounds on gun rounds, BetM33 reigns supreme, pulling out all of the magic moments to get them over the line, take their map pick. Dust 2 is up next. Sinners, home turf, one that they are much stronger on BetM33 on paper. Can the upset happen on Dust 2, or will we need all 3? We'll find out after this.
chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my head on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way into another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you.
M33 draw first blood in this series, but you could argue that Sinners outplayed themselves in key moments to give Ancient away. We now head to Dust 2. This is Sinners' map pick and a chance to redeem themselves.
Yeah, and it's been a really rough map for BetM33. They've won one of the last 10 or so. It's not been a good outing for them this year. In fact, only one against Eyeballers here in this qualifier. That went OT. This one starts with a fight towards top middle. 1-for-1. B-Stick. They're going to throw this Molotov to try and flush Kiro out. I don't think it's going to have that effect, but Moto's finding the frags. Kiro continues to fight, though. All alone, and, well, maybe doesn't need support. Looking for more. Bites off a little more than he could chew. At the same time, Shock looks like he's pushed in towards middle. Inky in CT spawn. This entire round now falls down to what these timings look like.
Oh, this is so weird because if Blue-White just hangs about in lower, he will hear Odo walking through with the bomb. I like this out of shock to come back and have a look, and I think Blue-White's going to be caught completely off guard. Fantastic from shock to come through and clear everything to enable the bomb's safe progression. Kingy now thrown into a 1v2. I don't think he'll be given a chance to get rid of players on the cross, and I don't think Shock spotted him either. How's this timing? Pretty awful for Kingy. Shock with that push through mid-doors. Perfectly plays it to give Sinners the pistol. Finally, a pistol for Sinners.
I dare say there won't be the force plan back the other way, but you never know with how things have been going. I think a little trickier maybe to get it to work here. Executor buys a Eagle. The start of halves hasn't been a problem for Sinners. With the gun rounds that we're putting our focus on. The convergence in towards middle. If maybe they can catch someone off guard with the quantity of players. Looks like this is all being held for. He's just sitting back, waiting for these swings to come in. Happy to collect. And no casualties. Once well handled from Sinners.
Yeah, really well done. Just wait for the aggression, take the fights, keep everyone alive, make you feel a little bit more confident. And I like the fact that they just wait for aggression. You're going to expect that out of BetM33. Very aggressive team, especially on the CT side. Already saw that on Ancient. Dust 2 does give liberties to it as well. Hero Glass Cannon, AWP. You're right, because these gun rounds have been just so hit and miss for Sinners. BetM33, you imagine, have the favor despite the poor win rate on D2. Every game has been fairly close. Blue-White now waiting at B. They wanted to go quickly, Sinners, but now they changed their mind.
Still heavily committed over here. Executor's going to take a look and not see anything, so I think this is only going to confirm what's at play. A molly back box would ruin Kiro's day. Especially with no smoke, no armor, nothing to really keep him safe here. He needs to find this shot and stay alive. And he's just peeked from the far side. Double scoped in, no chance to respond. They just look to burst, and Executor gets caught off guard as well. Surprised he's not ready. Blue-White is. His teammates getting nothing should really mean the round's done. Especially with this lurk in towards lowers. The Executor's just ready for how fast they would play off that.
Really surprised that no one is holding that side of tunnels. There was just no utility whatsoever for M33. Zinni's now been dinked as well. So has to run away. Brilliant B execute. Love the scaling out of Sinners as soon as Kisrek finds the opening kill. They just immediately respond. They don't care about the smoke that's been dropped in towards tunnels. They don't slow play their intent. Like that they've even juggled out an AK-47 so that Beasted can get an upgrade. Brilliant start in terms of the pistol. And now a great return as well onto the gun round. Stresson keeps the AWP to give over to Modo.
Stop. The Executor's just playing close to the door. Just seeing that Zinni has been left out long with the M4. I would have thought maybe the 5.7s would be better suited. Really posted here. Like you probably want him in a more mobile position.
I will say there's been really nice condition out of Sinners in the first early 3 rounds. They've been prioritizing obviously B quite a lot, holding in towards top middle. They've even had the lurk out on the pistol from Shock. What that's going to do for BetM33 in these gun rounds going forward is dedicate 2 or maybe even 3 players like we saw previously on towards this B bomb site. And I'd fully expect in the next couple of gun rounds for Sinners to take early fights in towards long, or at least just feign map control, and they can maybe reset the situation. Jump up for Kiro on towards the boxes. Flashbangs in counter are pretty good. Kinky's on a pretty sly off angle, but Modo hits the shot. Important that Kinky did get a dink. Hero's now trying to come through at a moment's notice, but Modo's holding through him close quarters. This is yet again all falling apart for BetM33. Sinners looking to win another round with 5 alive.
Yeah, Kinky, I think just expecting that smoke to be a little bit more protective than it was. Plenty of space for Sinners to play around it. And Kiro also maybe being a little too eager on the push timing through that boost up smoke. They played off the contact from Zinni long. Might have been able to find something. Those 2 M4s were in the right place, roughly. Get anything done. I'm just hunting these players' armor. I'll be allowed to keep it. And there's no stress. Great start to their T side.
Looking really good, and looking like they've almost shaken off some of the nerves. Sinners in really important matches, grand finals of certain events, both online and at LAN, domestically. They have struggled. They have struggled to maintain the pressure. I think that is something that has definitely been plaguing this team for quite a while. But certainly not showing any early signs of it, at least here on D2. Modo goes one step further. Blue-white, it was a thorn in their side on Ancient. Removed incredibly early. Kisarek now slides into the corner over at long. Kingy doesn't dare push. But if he does, he's going to be met with resistance.
Standard fare from Sinners. Looking pick, you feel like the world's your oyster. And you're going to have these defenders split. Well, we can see if there's any extremity pushes. You can see that's not going to be the case. There's going to be this movement towards long. Double setup. Really expecting that Sinners will come back this way. I think when you've got this player advantage, you don't necessarily need to go through such a narrow point. You can probably just overwhelm with numbers in a more comfortable spot like mid or short. Looks like mid is going to be. They start to move forward. Beastie just lurks around that smoke. Hero does nothing done with the orb. And this is a pretty flat feeling gun round from EM33.
Tell you what, it's a really, really good gun round out of Sinners because you're actually doing exactly the same thing with just that little bit of variation. Opening pick out of Modo into your default map control. Beastic just takes his time in on short, and it plays out very similarly to a round on Ancient where Sinners go through effectively the middle of the map and flank on towards the B bomb site, and someone gets caught with knife in hand. As soon as that kill comes in from Beastic, BM33 immediately just assume that that will be the final destination. It isn't. Hero swaps to his knife, swings out in towards mid, and just dies completely for free. Shot. Oh, gets the best of Kingy. He's had an incredibly rough start. And if Zinni falls as well, they lose everything. And while Sinners were hounding, they won't eliminate the final player. So at least it's a saving grace in some respects that Zinni gets a hold on to his M4. But there's no money here yet again for BetM33. Remember, though, it was 6-1 to kickstart Ancients for Sinners. And BM33 found a way back in.
They did. They did. So far, it's not looked quite as inspiring as Ancient did. As I feel like any of these rounds have had that way back in. Five sevens again. Executor was a real focal point of getting BetM33 started on Ancient. Granted, on the T side. He had to make his mark. Three 5-7s in middle. Okay, technically Kiro's on the P250.
3 pistols in middle.
Yeah, looking like they want to collapse on this. They got the boost up as well for Zinni.
I mean, you just go long here if you're Sinners. The round isn't amazing here for CTs when it comes to the finances. Good, everyone bar one. Flashbangs, really good. Oh, or you can take the fight head on. Stressan, 2 swift haircuts to Kingi and Zinni. Molly now goes in towards lower. Executor is incredibly low and probably get finished off by Stressan's HE. Superb flash in towards short and Sinners. They should be gliding their way to a 6th round.
Lovely shots. I can see they feel a lot more comfortable, don't they, on this T side. On the Asian T half, oftentimes it felt quite complex. The clock was an issue. They were getting caught out multiple times. This, however, definitely feeling like their territory. Barely losing bodies in these rounds.
Look at the deaths.
Immortal right now.
The thing is with this so far is this T half has just been really simplistic. Like, sure, there's been variations which have been really clever by B-Stick, but they aren't actually like overly complicated to explain in real time. It felt like Ancient, there was a lot going on almost immediately in the mid-round, and it was causing just a lot of chaos and confusion. Whereas this, it feels simple, it's direct. Speaking of, straight into B. Blue-White can't win out the fight. B-Stick says, hello, I've now taken your bomb site. Now, it felt so close. And in fact, Execure's so convinced that he's tagged Shock, but he hasn't. Will be burnt alive in a matter of 15 seconds. Sinners overwhelm the B bomb site. There's that change of pace that we were speaking about. And that's going to escalate the situation and put even more pressure on BM33 on their CT side. 7-0 play Sinners.
I mean, it's 7 rounds, and that's how many kills they have. There's just no impact coming through from any individual right now. Sinners, feels like they could do no wrong. What do they need to do here? They need to start to set the initiative. Oh, nice flick. At least they save these guns, right? So they can invest into next. It feels like in this kind of default setup, Sinners are just getting their space or just going. And as soon as they find that opening, they need really to think about it. They just go through the motions and they're picking up these rounds with ease.
Over the CTs, you've got to either take initiative early, or you've got to actually go search for map control in the mid-round. They're currently doing neither. The only time we've seen them get aggressive would be in towards top middle, but that's just been on pistols and half buys. Outside of that, look, they're taking long in this, which is brilliant. But now for them, what they need to do next, nice, good nade combo, is getting towards short. Starts to take that space quite freely. As soon as you have that and you've got a player out long, you can cheat a rotate, potentially 2B, depending on what's going on. There is pressure all over the map, but currently with Sinners regrouping off of Kissarek's low health. They're hoping that they can maybe split in towards A. I think the avenue is going to come in directly from long. I think Kissarek's going to be used as a late lurk. As soon as we speak that into existence, Modo moves back.
Yeah, looks like they are going to be setting up this util. I'd be surprised if Kissarak gets success here. But Shock should be good for the trade. Zinni, you feel, has this one. Oh, yeah. And Flashbang's not quite affecting. A chance for a multi doesn't come through. Shock does remove Zinni. And now Kiro's going to be feeling the pressure. Let's have that support by him. He goes in towards short. Beastick finds Executor, and there was almost a way into B right there. You can see they were considering running back. So there has to be this commitment in towards A. Hero firing off shots. 30 seconds. CT's feeling uncomfortable. These smokers are going to fade in short very shortly. And you can see they want to take this space, so they've got some room to work with. Big kill. Tresan goes down. They're going to allow T's in. A couple of players low. Sinners can still win this. If Moto can find these kills long, and he finds that first. Bomb being planted with seconds to spare. Hero needs to go big. Moto's holding from car. Hero, not through a molly. He just walks forward. He's going to be ahead of it. Gets that pick. Forces Moto out of position and the smoke as well, just to be a nuisance. Force Moto to keep fighting forward, but with that kill, he can just run away. Molly, not really going to benefit Kiro too much here. Just gives Moto space to reposition, but a whiff shot and a chance. Kiro will capitalize, and he's got that kit on his back. Felt like Moto had done everything right to clutch that round out. But finally, a bit of a moment for BetM33.
I'll tell you what, Kiro throws his AWP forward across the choke point. And Modo might have thought it was a flashbang, but whatever it was enough to get him to relocate off of the short boxes into CT. And he just wasn't ready to hit the instantaneous shots. It's really well played out of Kiro. The most unorthodox way to win a round. And it still comes tantalizingly close for this T side. You always think they're going to win, even with the player disadvantage. But what a kill. What a way to get your impact out of Kingi. Such an important find on towards Dresden and short, because that makes it so that they can even have that possibility to rotate in the first place.
Long Sinners have all the space. There's a huge gap right now, but that molly should announce the scaling. Like they're going to smoke the corner, so they'll slow them down a little bit, but it's going to get the AWP into position.
Oh, there's crunch. Oh, there's flashbangs both ways. Beastick and Shock went out there, fights, and Shock goes one step further. Kiro removed. As BM33 try to crunch on towards middle, it's Beastick and Shock that bite back. And Shock's not even finished with the round. Blue-White next on the chopping block. An Executor who's yet to find a kill now needs to find all four. First comes a little bit freely. Shock flanking all the way around, and Executor sees him jump over. Is that going to turn the tides on where this bomb actually will finally make its resting place? I think so.
He's about to run out, but he's missed the timing.
This is weird. He has, as you say, missed the timing completely, and they're going to just path over. I like that Shock has smoked off B doors, further expectant that there will be this play. This kid's got a nade. The molly will be good enough to maybe force these players out, and now he's seen Modo jump in towards Goose. How do you make this work? And in the meanwhile, where on earth is Shock? Low HP, but can still be a menace on the flank for that unpredictability. Smoke and Kit and the double swing. Perfect. What a round out of Mr. Shock.
Yeah, remarkable stuff, right? Feels like that trade's going to come in from the AWP, but an instant headshot, and then even adjusting up onto Blue-White, who is on the box behind the pillar, so just not an angle you are going to be at all pre-aiming for. I mean, he already showed us a bit of a highlight reel earlier of his individual aim. See it from the enemy's perspective this time. And a crunch elsewhere, and okay, nice. Maybe the MP9s will get it done. It's the bomb as well. Shock left alone, and he's given opportunities. Blue-White jumps across his crosshair. Hero starts to sweat. He's just got a scout. They need to group up. Hero, unless he hits an instant headshot here. Okay, it's a body, and maybe a chance for a second. Shock starts to scale. Molly is going to get thrown out. Hero, he's just going to hold, waiting for the flashbang, but he just burns completely alive. Afraid to face. Maybe you should be. Shock has been a menace. He's going to try and play forward. Executor doesn't extend, and I think he should have this locked in, and he will. Doesn't overstep the mark. Expect Shock to make a play, and will punish. They are getting these rounds, 2 so far, by the skin of their teeth.
And another on the low buy. I like the idea here from Shock. He's expecting the player to flash B and then rotate instantaneously in towards lower. He's got to make a move, especially on low HP. Decision, you can understand the logic, but unfortunately, in reality, it doesn't quite work out the way that Sinners would have hoped for. Shock's now just going to exchange nades with blue-white and come off yet again in a favourable scenario. Oh dear, that one isn't favourable though. Kiro finds Kisarek.
Rare opening pick. Can't quite make it the double up. Heroes definitely come online. Executor pushes through. Zinni gets punished. We're trying to bite off a bit more than they can chew after getting an opening pick. Puts it back into even steading. Heroes reposition into short. Support by his side. He starts to move forward.
Oh, this is
Sure,
really
he's all being
nice.
heard. Son, Ollie, caught here? No! He takes a glance towards top middle. Just to make sure. Gets his head ripped off. Now Blue-White's going to be feeling the pressure. 3 players coming his way. He's caught between multiple positions of where they could be. They're so separated. Smoke's coming over. He's seeing that utility. Molly lands right in front of him, forces him up, and he can't get anything done. Hero is thinking about going for it. So it's back to the AWP. Surely needs to save this.
You know what? That really sucks for Blue-White, because I think that was a CT incendiary thrown instead of a Molotov, and I don't think it spreads to him. But because, obviously, he sees a Molly landing in at the back, he knows that that lineup will spread to his position. So really good awareness for Sinners to throw that Molly in the first instance. Unlucky for Blue-White that it was actually incendiary and probably wouldn't have forced him out the line. But hey, you get conditioned like that, aren't you? And Kiro is jumping about in pit. Shock makes no mistake. And that is no AWP. Unless it's a glass cannon, which Kiro, I think, reluctantly invests into.
Great B spawns. Actually just going to take him. I think they'll set up for it. Kisarek just solo running out into mid. Gets a pick. That AWP removed immediately. Executor can't control the FAMAS. Looking like a 10-2 half, surely. This AWP that's been scooped up can get something done. Now B is vacant. Sinners still don't want to overcommit. They wait and see what this response is going to be from the CTs. This time their shoelaces are tied up well before they step in front of the free goal.
Really good Counter-Strike. It's zero mistake Counter-Strike out of Sinners, which is exactly what the doctor ordered after a mistake-filled Ancient. Oh, and Kingy can't even get rid of Kisarek. He finds 4 kills in total on that last round of play. Nearly as many as some of the M33 players have found all half. 10-2 dominance and a big resurgence out of Sinners as we head to a break.
much simpler affair for Sinners on Dust 2. Going to be getting a lot better after Ancient, which they're going to feel like they could have taken. And they'd be sitting a few rounds away from qualifying for Atlanta, but instead, have to force this decider. Aggressive play from Kissarak. That will be punished. Still these players over on B though, so it might not matter. He's taking all this long space, so I think Cinder's going to wait. Oh, going to flash forward. M33, they're going to wait and see if he pushes, but then he decides not to. This pause has caused Sinners to worry, go adventuring. You feel that they should be grouping shortly. Player spotted in middle. And still, they don't move.
You can go back. They can still go back towards long. Look at Zinni. Zinni's like, wait, I just saw a player in towards top middle. Come back, guys. I've now cleared all of A. Have to worry about short, but that's it. He's now taking even more space, and the T-side just don't move again. And neither do Sinners. This is such a crazy standoff. Eventually, they will bite down. I think Executor's brilliant lurk here in mid is going to be enough. Shot gets the trade, but in go these players in towards the B bomb site. Stresson comes back, he finds a dual Beretta kill, and that's the bomb drop. Stresson's doing absolutely everything in what is a really weird pistol, and yet somehow, some way, the T-side will come out on top.
Well, they're trying their hardest to let that one slip for a second. Goodness gracious. Sinners. Somehow just staying on B that entire time for so long. Making that almost possible. Despite losing all these individuals. You worry that pause is really going to cause some problems. Ball spy though. Balls come in. Shot gets tagged. Wait, no, single scout mode. Let's just run it out towards long. Very mobile. That nade is fantastic on Zinni. That's the best weapon. Means Modo. One shot, one kill. Zinni comes around that corner.
Remember, on Ancient, T-side, BM33 won both pistols, and then they got reset immediately by Sinners. If that happens again here in round 14, it should be map over. Great shot out of Zinni. Swaps with Kiro and still delivers a headshot. Still feels scary, especially with the quick flank out of Stresson. B-stick you imagine will be cleared as soon as this smoke fades. Stresson goes to move first, and yeah, it's all okay. Zinni even hits the headshot. The close range B-stick. Deagle spams out for Kisarek, but no bullets are connecting to any of the players' heads. And now for Shock, it's a cruel reality that you're in a 1v5. If you save the scout, you can drop that to Moda, and you can keep your Deagle.
Great job from Zinni. Given the scout after getting brought down low and still gets a kill with it. You can see the moments that could have got scary. MP9 goes up onto Xbox and had a chance at a fight. And the Deagle going awry from Kisarek. Okay. Getting up a more respectable scoreline as that scout drop. Triple nades for the other three. And dump those long, see if they can blow somebody up. Why would you put a legendary eagle sticker in one of those sticker boxes?
It was kind of cool. Kind of rock with it.
There we go.
Maybe it just likes eagles. Zinni will fly high. Blown out immediately by the HEs. Alright, not a bad start to a round for Sinners. It was BM33. They are able to do something they weren't able to do on Ancient, that is get a conversion. So they for all intents and purposes, should be 10-5. Unless the USP goes sicko mode, which I very much doubt. But hey, this could be good for a kill. And it is. Kisarek and B-Stick moving in tandem. Oh, does this ever get scary? It's starting to feel that way. Shocks Deagle will also find blue-white. That's the way back in for Sinners.
There's no way. Oh, they're so worried. Triple nade to get the first, and the USP is striking fear into their hearts. Got the utility to get across. This flank is coming fast, and guns will be scooped up, you imagine, on the way through. Anything interesting? They're going to try and get close. There's that long play already. Bomb to be desperately planted. Executor so low, and he's missed the timing. Shock walks through, and they don't even get the bomb down. They don't lose a player. Sinners had one saved scout and deagle, and 3 HE grenades, and they don't lose a player.
That's shocking. Quite literally, he's been the best player on the server today. 3 kills for him. 120 ADR on Dust 2. Highest rated player for Sinners on Ancient. He's been unplayable in moments. And that's a great showcase of it. What a horrible reality to now be in if you're BM33. You felt like, oh, we're getting back into this game. We've been able to best the Force Spy. Can't best the Eco. What a nightmare.
Well, that's something a bit happier for them. At least for a moment, because Jack almost had a chance on 2. They're looking to press the advantage. Kisarek, not a favorable angle. Shock does catch blue-white on the leg. I want to consider going for this 2v3. Got rounds to work with, and a bit of money.
And Shock on 17 and 4.
True. I mean, Stressan's 15 and 6. You wanted 2 players to pick to go for the 2v3. It's definitely these 2.
Oh, they went with the smoke up. Worst bit about this as well is that Modo invested in AWP and it's trapped. I think right underneath Kingy's toes. So you can't even take and save a sniper here. Unless Kingy overextends, Shock gets the kill. Like that. No, I don't think you'll be able to save the AWP, and they'll even smoke it off once more. No chance. Hero and Executor will both live and survive the smoke spams too. It gets dicey but for a moment, but BM33 able to respond in kind, and that is going to severely hurt the finances here. Shock will keep a lot of money. He can drop an AWP to Modo. Or in fact, Modo can just get dropped by Stressan. Okay, we can now keep a lot of bankroll here for Sinners.
Can't quite replicate that. Trying to bait out the AWP shot so Modo can get on the line. Might work out. Repeat doesn't come in. Smoke does. Bullying beat.
That's nifty. He just did the short flash to push the mid player off the angle, so Stressan actually rotates over towards A. This control's now been acquired here for BM33. Remember, they don't actually need to commit into this if they don't want to. I think the real intent is going to be mid to B. But that means going into the Modo AWP.
The mid B smoke does go down. That's just the first one to see what response it gets. We'll go looking with blue-white and you won't see anything close. I think if you get this sort of space, it's definitely going to interest you. Still they mantle up towards short. Doesn't seem like it's going to be B. They want to actually commit out here. Play spotted on ramp. Still want a Goose to contend with. Defensive smoke dribbled forward. That's going to cause problems for them. Stress out in the open. Still finding shots. Does go down after the one. But baited in is B-Stick. And Kisarek still here to provide further distraction. Flashbang, fantastic. But the kill doesn't come. B-Stick still standing somehow. Finally, job finished. Kisarek spams out Zinni though. Bomb needs to go down. Oh, that's a big kill. Shot could have been the one to put a thorn in their side. Instead, he's put down. Kisarek still fighting, and he even almost has a chance onto another. Pure confidence with the USP in hand. That's put Modo in an untenable position, and immediately he acknowledges it. Nice try from Sinners. But still, not done yet.
Well, either decision was correct there for BM33. I like the idea that they're faking out that it's going to be this mid to B, but smart, intelligent utility for Sinners. As soon as their smoke fades on short, they drop the incendiary and they get the audio cue. And that's the heads up that it will be this A play. Fantastic flashbang and clear from Zinni to get rid of B-Stick. Does get a bit scary when the flashbang also affects him, but he got the kill in the end, and that's all that matters. They are being diligent themselves, BM33. That's so important, especially against a team like Sinners and the way that they've been playing. A double AWP now. A double AWP and pistols are going to be surrounding this in round 18 for Sinners. We sold it. All right.
Oh, they didn't have a weapon right now. Let's find a USB. Listen, they won one of these rounds already. This one's even more strong. But Blue White's found that first kill. Now the util goes down. Flashbang. Good. If someone had been able to sling off it, might have been better. Shock. Looking for kills. Modo finds one on that cross. They're running into the stack. Every CT player here looking for fights. Even a boost up from the pistols. Dismantled by a bullet. Shock still here. A lot of damage done onto Blue White. Almost removes him entirely. But now the kills come back. Finally, BM33 do find those players that were causing problems from short, and Shock, once again, we're going to be saving this AWP.
Tell you what, I really like the idea for Sinners to boost up over that smoke on an off angle, try and get the jump on players moving into the site through ramp. Just unfortunate for them that Hero has his pistol out and he's just able to whip the boost down to size. Saving grace again here is that Sinners are able to hold on to this AWP, so that means there will be a full investment into this with everything that they could possibly hope for. But BM33 are now closing the gap. The scoreline looks competitive. We're not saying the comeback is done yet. However, it certainly looks a lot more achievable than it did when the halftime scoreline read 10-2 Sinners. This would be devastating if BM33 find a way back into this map. Really hurt the resolve and the mental of Sinners. They've still got rounds to play with. They've still got time. It isn't panic stations yet, especially when you take a look at this player featured on the screen right here. Kingy, 3 kills, 25 ADR. It's a 4v5 right now. They're losing 2.
Hadn't dropped that round against the USPs. Really even better. Fly out towards long flashbangs. Oof. Really good from the CTs. Not so favorable for the Ts. Did a lot of damage getting that space too. At least they... Whoa, okay. But they're going to post up the AWP. Instead, it's Executor who goes out there and removes the AWP at the other side. They're not feeling so bad now after that.
Look at this. B's completely open right now. As soon as reassess the situation, they crunch on towards middle. This timing, I think, is going to be pretty good for them. They've now got 2 choices once they get this space. Push lower for info or go back. Or even one step further. Out of stress on. It will be Shock that goes lower. Surely this is going to be held and accounted for here. By BM33, they drop a smoke, and I think that's going to entice the angle. Kingy needs this find, and he grabs it. But that's the bomb spotted now for Sinners.
Yeah, what do they want to do?
Oh no, BM33 are going to go back. Look at B-Stick.
Yeah, B-Stick could be the unraveler for them. Surely going to hear this rotation. so loud. How many can he take from this? Oh, was he spotted then? I think he was. But still, oh, there was a chance. All those heads presented themselves. It's still not out of trouble yet. 30 seconds, both of the CTs here on A. Jasan in towards Gandalf. Kisarek on the short side. Oh no, sorry, he's in CT. He won't be able to do too much here. Doesn't go for the spam. Kisarek looking to be the disruptor, and he'll come out, deny the bomb. And still, yeah, this player pushing stress out.
No.
Oh, that was the chance. Kisarek can still win this. USP in hand, but executed from the swing. Oh, that round all over the place. But it is BetM33 that take it.
Oh my goodness me. Unlucky for Kisarek, really. He does everything in that round. Stressan with a huge whiff through the long smoke. He started shooting at someone that didn't even have their gun out, and he still lost the fight. Nerves are now starting to creep in here for Sinners. And it gets even worse. Stressan removed early, all in on Sinners' investment. A loss bonus has built up enough that can accommodate it. With an opening pick found in the previous, not being converted, and now playing a man down. This is getting stressful. Modo needs to find an answer back, and he sees one in towards top mid, but he gets his head torn apart through the doors, and that gives space for Zinni.
He'll be punished though. Kisarek gets ahead of that utility being thrown. He'll even pick up the AWP.
Oh.
Ooh, playing with fire or smokes. I'll find that kill. Knows that AWP is top middle. CT is completely split in the avenues they're covering. The reset. Looking to maybe come towards B. Even with that AWP firing off. Shock is alone here. Just the rifle. But Kisarek can support. Flashbang can come on over if needed. The advantage is all here. We'll bet M33. Smoke timing is great. Slow things down. Got the read of it. Player advantage still here for the T side.
Just got to trade. It's going to be really difficult, though. Shock's in a perfect corner to try and disrupt this, especially with the contact being taken out of Kisarek. Flashbangs need to be precise. The molly is even better. Shock's forced into the open, and there's that trade. Numbers advantage. Flashbang brilliant, but Kisarek, that little bit sharper, goes back in for more. Completely affected by the napalm, but he's still found a double. That leaves it for B-Stick. Immediately scoops up an AWP in this position. This doesn't feel great, but Blue-White might just strafe into the angle. Timings is awful, but B-Stick holds on. And that's the round that Sinners desperately needed. For all of the good hard work in the first half, it's a in-game leading clutch, and it's a map point for Sinners.
What a phenomenal round from Kisarek. Don't think he has any right to get two from there. There's multiple mollies backside, and yet still he's fighting forward, finding these frags. When they molly out Shock, you think they've done enough, and it's all going to be done and dusted. But no, Kisarek steps up. B-Stick's so quick on that flank. He was long doors as soon as the hit starts coming. He's knife out on the way. 4 chances. Force that decider of Mirage. Some of these rounds for Sinners have been incredibly close. BetM33 going to be wishing they could have put up something a little bit more on that first half. Remember, 10-2. It's got to be perfect now. No mistakes allowed.
You wondered who's going to be the difference maker in this game between B-Stick and Kingy, both having pretty horrible games. That is such an important round. The in-game leader is Sinners to pick up, and I can't believe that because of BM33, they did everything perfectly. They even mollied Shock out of the corner. Jetty always walks away with a frag. Kisarek catches up to him on the score count. BM33, I think this one's going to be a lot more pacier. Straight in towards short. They've got all the utility ready to go. They might just burst. That means getting by Modo.
Off on the line. Take this control. Oh, out towards long. Progression ahead of the smoke. B-Stick punishes. Already a player deficit. No immediate ability to respond. Oh, Spam actually touches the shoulder. Send another player out into that lurk. And Blue-White will take up that mantle. Moto's moved over to cover long. The utility being dispensed, but it's done a lot of damage. Oh, even better. Just spammed out. B-Stick, locking this down. Although, Blue-White wins the fight out towards long, Executor finds his. Kisarek can still end this, unless Blue-White has something to say. He looked done and dusted. Then a quick sequence of frags puts it into the 2-on-2. Shock starts to progress slowly. Blue-White is waiting for this. Stresan's putting up all the noise in from short. Executor doesn't really need to budge too much, though. They hold their lines here. They'll be in a good position. Shock spotted. Information's all there. Blue-White swings. Stresan into the 1v2. Drops on down. Time running out. No kit in his hands. And he can't find that quick kill. And it's all set up for Blue-White to close if needed. But between the two of them, they take all 5 of Sinner's heads.
What a round. What a round out of Blue-White. B-Stick gets 3 kills. It's like, okay, well, there's the point hammered home again, right? And that head-to-head between him and Kingy. But Blue-White and Executor are insane. Stresan had to drop down in towards CT there, not only to isolate the fight, but also to get the kit that was just in that cross where you put down the long smoke. The instant snap onto Shock. Not 1, but 2 CT kills coming in for BM33. They're trying to hold on, and would you look at the money? And yes, Sinners have won rounds like this before. This half investment, it truly means that BM33 are going to have a pretty good shot at trying to bring this to OT.
Yeah, I mean, if M33 hadn't fallen to USPs and MP9 round, or this last second hold by Kisarek on B, feeling even better. Oh, he's got a great timing here. Can't quite find that initial kill. Careful, utility in hand, Zinni. Kisarek sent back and brought very low, actually. Ollie doing serious damage. Odo steps in off the flash. BM33 had fallen back. He needs to be ready for this. B-Stick is very deep and has had the best of him most of the time.
Sinner's making another read that if this does go mid to B, then Modo will be ahead of the utility. And at the very worst, he can see over this smoke and hear footsteps. They see nothing. Shock also spots. Stresan brought down low. So this will be short. Potentially will be a 10th round. Kisarek low HP. The only thing I'm concerned about is how long BM33 take. If they go now, it will be fine. They've got enough time to recover if things go disastrously wrong. But if they leave this, an extra 10, 15 seconds, if the bomb gets denied, that's the game.
If it was anything but Kisarek with 20 HP, it might be a concern, but he's the only one that can cause a problem here. No one else is close enough to be any issue. So, yeah, he'll go down. The accidental scroll wheel. Saving the armor, looking to be the play, or maybe just throw their bodies at this at the end. You'd love to get an AK into that next round, and well, Blue-White will oblige that. Shot comes over. Dangerous man to give that rifle. Double digits. Be locked in. I can't believe we're at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, to be fair, even if Sinners go on to win this map, whether it is in overtime, whether it is 13-11, 13-10, BM33, they're still well within this series. It's not like they got completely blown out on D2. This T-Sider has been incredibly good so far for them. And for Sinners, they cannot lose this map. Not only just obviously the qualification for Atlanta is on the line here if BM33 find a way to make Dust 2 theirs, but I think just the mental and the morale overall, it'd be so incredibly disappointing from being 10-2 up on your map pick to let it slip, and that's how you potentially crash out of the closed qualifier. Oh, I really hope that is a world we don't live in. We want to see Mirage.
It'd be heartbreaking. Ancient was really anyone's map. Well, really, it was Sinner's map. It's these pressure moments, isn't it? But M33 have shown they do have that resilience. I think the shocking thing is this entire series has been so close, and Kingy's got 10 kills between 2 maps. Getting close to 50 rounds of Counter-Strike played.
Oh dear. There's always that one teammate in your games.
Yeah, I mean, Unk's trying.
Called well. Fairly certain he has to be the in-game leader. I know there was a period where Blue White was in-game leader in, but
You'd imagine so.
He can't not be.
Yeah, you'd have some questions if he wasn't contributing in that way. Hopefully back underway shortly.
Doesn't say on Liquipedia.
I'd assume it has to be the case. Mirage is the decider, and for both these teams, it's been a pretty similar story for them on it, so it kind of sets us up for a pretty exciting run. Although BetM 7 wins in a row, goes to 4 wins in a row of Sinners. Granted, Sinners' most recent loss was 11-13 to Spirit. I'll give him that one.
Good result.
You know, that's kind of fine. Don't get a 1.88 rating. I mean,
okay.
You know.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just one of them,
what
isn't it?
What can you do?
No, not a lot. Oh, 13-11. That's still pretty good considering he had a 1.8 whatever rating. That's really good, actually. That shows that they are very capable on Mirage if we get there. And again, a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying when we got into this second half. The reason for the pause, by the way, guys, is one of the cameras. We have an issue with it. Basically, a lot of pros these days will use their phones to provide another angle. It's typically commonplace in Counter-Strike competition to either have one direct angle or sometimes 2 are now being required. And the phone's died. So we've got to charge that up and get it back online. There's a peek behind the curtain, and that's the reason for the issue.
Oh my gosh, you could have it plugged in while you're streaming it as a webcam. Surely that's going to go flat eventually. Yeah, Donk, second best Mirage player. As you know, best Mirage player is Quinky of K27.
Yes. That was insanity. Absolute insanity.
Been some crazy games throughout this entire event. BetBoom obviously qualifying earlier today over BetM, so this is their second opportunity to qualify. Sure, you're happy to see BetM finally actually make it through the qualification, not fumble it at the sort of tail end.
For BetBoom?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, so happy. And the fact that they did it at the first go. They didn't have to play the lower bracket. Iladez with an unbelievable game against BM33. Yeah, really, really happy for BB team. Thank goodness. finally they're able to qualify through. We get to see Boomich back on LAN.
That'd be fun.
Especially with the way that Agno's been playing as well.
All right, wait no further. Map point for Sinners. BetM33 have been on a T-side comeback. A 10-2 half favoring Sinners. It's now a 2-round game, overtime, a possibility. Can BetM force it, or will we go to Mirage?
I just really hope that this CT side, like, Sinners don't lose their identity, like, that they can't become scared right now. I like the fact that we are not seeing that. A wide boost, which seems to be a lot more commonplace in the meta right now because your head is hidden by the tarpaulin. Obviously could get wrecked by flashbangs, but doesn't quite come in. Modo to be a wonderful opening kill, and he's missed. And Zinni will profit completely off it. An opening kill now found for BM33.
That's a rough run for Modo. Well, he was set up for it, but yeah, as you say, this is becoming a more common boost. And I think the smoke was still kind of up on Xbox, so Zinni didn't have to worry about that close angle. Just wide swings, that exact position. Stressor, close by. The freebie back the other way. Flash ineffective.
B's weak. Obviously, it's shock. But B is weak right now, only manned by that 1-star player. There's no nades to break smokes either if BM33 wants to commit into a mid to B. I love this out of B-Stick. Oh, B-Stick's taking the risk. And he's going to get all the info free through mid doors. And he takes his time in beautifully. Stressan will chime in. And that'll be that. Once more, the in-game leader of Sinners taking matters into his own hands. And Kingy can't even get a consolation kill. It takes the distance. It takes a long-winded road to get here for Sinners. But let's be honest, they earned that in the first half from 10-2 up to winning just 13-10. We will need Mirage.
Just is the exact right word for that. Incredible comeback from BetM. Just not quite able to find those couple of rounds they needed to give them that safety net. NT, we need Mirage to see who's going to Atlanta.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
to make a fool out of me. I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me down.
One final map between Sinners and BM33 to figure out which team is going to IEM Atlanta. It's been a chaotic series so far. It's quite fitting that we firstly get a third and that it's on Mirage.
Yeah, both these teams, similar success on it recently. At the win streak for BetM33 for Sinners, starting a streak of their own. Smokes was a pretty direct from BetM33. I'm sure happy to be on the T side. Oh my god, Kisarek, what has he done there? We haven't even seen those second two. I don't think BetM33 had a chance to see them. Instantly eviscerated, but maybe Zinni, something to say. Bomb down. Kill found forward. They group together to maybe remove B-Stick, who tucks in towards Con. He walks straight into it. Zinni needs his kill, and he can't find it immediately. Does. Second time of asking, but Smoke on the bomb. Diffuse coming through. Shock sticking it. Can Zinni deny? No. It's the kit that ends up being the undoing. Nice try from Zinni, who walks away with a quad kill. But Sinners convert the round off of Kisarek's incredible triple at the start.
Tell you what, isn't that sweet revenge and almost karmic retribution for Sinners that they're able to not only get a pistol, but get it through the form of a defuse right under the nose of Zinni. What an incredible attempt from him. Matches Kisarek's efforts, but it's all in vain. And now Sinners, they're hoping, look, they don't get undone by any craziness here. Be nice just to see a clean start to a map for once in this series.
Space been given, flashbang, good. Shock, completely caught off. Tristan will answer back, as does Kisarek. So, still found, but follow through, not quite there. Blue White also peppered down low. Kiro looks to try and find something back. Good Molly. Forces Kisarek's hand. Back into the 3-on-3. No one actually on A itself. In fact, it's all three moving in towards window. And scale out fast before this bomb goes down. Bro comes in. His stick doesn't clear. Executor is just tucked in. Moto will remove him. Blue White's hit one with the dig. Moto has a chance here. Both these players incredibly low. He'd love a HE instead. Oh my god, he finds one. Almost a double. 2 HP. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Kiro swings. Moto's wish answered, and it doesn't matter.
It's like a genie just says, oh, here you go. Here's an age, you can win the round, and Kiro lives on 2 HP, takes the wide shot and hits the instantaneous headshot. And no, of course we can't have just a normal sequence of events in this series. It is ridiculous that we get that out of Kiro. Had such a good map 1, fell off a little bit on map 2, but here on Mirage, when it matters most, provides beyond adequate impact. Executor now scales middle. Look at this buy for Sinners. I know they've been making that work all series long, but surely at the third time of asking, it can't happen again, can it?
It might just.
How's that nade not killed Hero, by the way?
No. Unbelievable. It's so funny. You see the HPs, you're thinking, oh, it's perfect if he had a HG, and then it's just there. Oh, fighting con. Kisarek does win that out. Trey comes in, though.
Don't do this again. 50 seconds. Bomb scooped in middle. Blue White versus Shock. Always feels like such a notable head-to-head in this series. He tucks into the corner. The M33 about to come up through connector. They got plenty of utility to flush out these players. And Shock might go searching. He might not find what he's looking for, but Modo hits one as well. No shot. This goes back again. Molly at Kiro forces Modo into the open, but actually not into the direct line. Kinky crosses over. Maybe there's a time in here for him to grab a kill or two, but no, it's shocking from ramp. It's Kiro in at the stairs, and he's being hounded on all sides. That is a ridiculous sequence, but there's simply no time. He'll run away. He won't die after it, so at least there's a little bit of money, but Sinners, they just keep pulling these rounds out of the hat.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? And that's one of the worst ones. That's 5 sevens and a scout. Lovely kill on ramp. That is a critical find. Means that Modo can just focus towards connector. Force back has to come. Modo scales very quickly. Acrobatics on display. Seeing anyone on that cross. Or will start to move over, and I don't know if that little spam, if it would have spotted him. Modo definitely seems to think someone is up behind the mid boxes. It's actually a slow pull under. They've got Kissarek's number. And will remove him.
Big kill. Really important kill. That gives you so much space in towards middle. Now it's a case of a question of what on earth do you do with it? Spam out of Zinni. Not finding anything. Modo now has to cover this window. I like the triangulation here as Sinners. One in con, one in short. Modo flashing forward. Does that give Shock an opportunity? It does into top middle, but he sees nothing. There's no real extremity play yet for BM33. That can come through blue-white, but I mean, he's got a Glock and a flashbang. Realistically, what's he doing? His timing. They've got such a good timing here.
Oh, no, they don't. Shut down. Dressan, perfection. Ready for blue-white as well, and, well, timing be damned. The angle is fantastic from Stressan to deal with that exact play. Cuts them down, and the force back this time falls flat. Sinners, again, step ahead, just like on Ancient. Going to be in a fantastic position to start this half with a likely 4-1 lead. That stings for BetM, who had that amazing second round. Unfortunately, that just feels like it's in the rearview mirror now.
Yeah, Hesky's just shaking his head. I'll tell you what, in the weirdest way, if they went contact there, I think that goes a whole lot better, just by the virtue of the timing, but of course they don't know that they have that timing. I like the idea, though, getting to con close, flashbang over from blue-white in Palace to isolate the jungle player. Fortunately, flashbang ineffective. So too the Deagle bullets through the spam. The juggle of utility means that B-Stick has got more than enough to appropriately block off the apartments, and I don't think this is the true intention of BM33. It might not matter. Kisarek finds the opener. You start this game off so strong, and Modo just keeps finding kills. Blue-White will eventually trade, but it might not matter. In fact, it's completely redundant. The nade will seal the deal. It's a slam dunk to kickstart this first half for Sinners. Sure, they lose one crazy round, but they've been able to stabilize. And now they're well and truly in the lead. But hey, we've seen this before.
We have. You kind of hope that this map will deliver the same sort of ups and downs. It would be a bit sad if it was just a runaway from Sinners. Obviously not if you're a Sinners fan. I think this series deserves a close cinematic finish. We might get a bit of a buster hit here on A. Shock needs to come up big, and he'll hold for that first player, but spammed out by blue-white. That's on the edge of the smoke. Didn't even have to see him get that trade. Still 3 players to face here. Flash forward, and the trade comes in again. Kisarek delivering the multi. And another comes through. That looked like that trade was inevitable. Kisarek's immortal. Kiro goes searching for him, but his target's gone. Modo's holding. Brilliant from Kisarek.
Brilliant from B-Stick as well. That grenade thrown forward, that puff of smoke in the middle of it, not only does it prevent scaling, not only does it prevent damage, it completely obscures vision. and allows Kisarek to be on that angle. That one piece of utility, sure, it's Kisarek's hard work, but that one piece of utility makes it infinitely easier. That is unreal attention to detail coming out of Sinners. They stop the A execute in its tracks. It's really nice to see that Shock is still dependable, being that anchor. Sure, he's not at the top of the list for Sinners, but he's still providing notable impact.
Oof.
Nice shot.
Bit of a shock for Shock. Okay. That's a pick. That's a gun you'd love to pick up, but unfortunately a little bit too progressed to be able to scoop it. Decent positioning in middle too. Smokes come out instantaneously. Kisarek, nice swing, but Executor was holding for that, and that is a rifle that can be picked up. Punished. Good break, but it doesn't matter. Zinni on a swivel. Now there's a pathway into this B bomb site. A sole defender, B-Stick. What does he have on offer? First kill comes through, second as well. Maybe he can offer up a whole damn lot. Into the 1v1. Done for Executor. Moto's rotated, and Executor's reading this. He's just straight up begins to run away. But he might have played himself. Walks straight back in. Moto doesn't fire off the AWP. So Executor manages to do damage, get away. He'll be in a great position. Get this bomb down. No way for that to be denied. Razi Incendiaries then plants or CT side. Moto's going to opt for the Galil. Little HP, Executor's position. Even getting cheeky, holding this little hole in the boxes. We don't see this played every day, but it'll work to perfection. Expertly crafted from Executor.
He made every correct decision in that 1v1. I mean, he fakes out the runaway because he's expecting maybe Moto to be a little bit closer. We'll actually catch Moto, not with his AWP out, but with the pistol. Molly, as you say, the reposition on the after plant. Absolutely everything you could hope for and more out of Executor. B-Stick tries his very best. That 4v2 gets put into a 1v1. But BM doing enough just to hold on. It's their turn to actually get around with lesser weaponry. Zinni will get rid of Kisarek. That tag, maybe from Modo, it doesn't do a whole lot of damage. He didn't fire a shot. Okay, it was from the rifle. Makes way more sense.
They might come and clear Executor here. Will they look? This angle? Will. Yeah, B-Stick's got him locked. Simple. Back into the 4-on-4, and that forces the hand of the T side. They have to start scaling into A. Conveniently for them, Sinners are completely grouped in middle, so there's no contest in getting the control. And he considered the jump across, and he will eventually go for it. Sinners, well out of position. They're still clearing over towards B. Making 100% sure, but bombs planted now. Shock will be on a reasonable flank timing. It's being held. It's being held by a low HP player. Oh, actually, no. Shock's going to group up, and, well, good decision to come back through middle. Catches Zinni. Now feels a whole lot better on this retake. No smoke. Could be a problem. They have the numbers advantage, HP as well. Clearing all the site angles. Not many places they could still be, and it might just be the stick here. He's got to provide the coverage, but Kingy's found the kill with such little HP. B-Stick finding them, and oh, what coverage from B-Stick! He needed to do that. There was no time if he didn't find that kill instantly. 3 fall to B-Stick. After it feels like BetM33 have done enough to get away with that site hold.
Oh my goodness me, B-Stick is unbelievable. The fact that Kingy gets that kill on such low HP, Modo's initiative to jump straight on the bomb, because remember, that is the only win condition in that round for Sinners. Defuse at peril. B-Stick says, don't worry bro, I've got you. Pivots his head like an owl onto the palace position. That is absurdity. And then the action just doesn't stop here. This is so quick. Stresser's like, boy, hang on a second. He's already in ladder.
What do you do with this? position to have early. If Sinners aren't contesting this area, what can he achieve? Well, that's it. Remove the AWP, back in window. And now that's a huge concern for Sinners. Oh, they've got 3 players on B. Shock is alone here. He gets 1. Then he's done. Executor still fragging out. Keeping that advantage for them. 2-on-3 for Sinners.
Like this reposition out stress on it. Immediately double up through connector. Bomb will go forward. Nade break on the smoke. Another counter flashbang. The utility overwhelming. Right now, too much for Sinners to handle. It feels like they might pull the plug on this situation. That's exactly what they do. Limited money. Stresson jumps in the window to recover the AWP, and they are out. BM33, the previous round should have been theirs. This one is absolutely theirs.
Fantastic work from Executor. Such a vital part of the piece at the T-side puzzle for them. Comes good on that forward short position early. Moving 2 players. The rest of the squad just keeps it simple. Still a solid lead for Sinners. Beastic now relegated to a 5-7. Managed to get the AWP out again. Big fight in middle, perhaps. Executor looking to take a forward position. Moto's peeked in towards Lois. He's found success. Gingy goes down, but the spam back from Kiro is fantastic.
Yeah, as a fellow AWPer, he knows that as soon as Moto gets that pick in under, he's going to be trying to evacuate through con. Solid spam. Interesting little fight here between Blue White and B-Stick. B-Stick's 5-7, takes great space, and he's even smoked deeper in towards the apartments to feign that he's not here. Blue White's 1 step ahead. He doesn't really want to oversell and give up his lurk position, because that makes the round infinitely harder for BM33. And it also will always give them this option, if they want, to head back in towards B. 1 minute left on the clock, and with this smoking towards top connector, that potentially feels like the game plan. And this would be the right read. Only B-Stick here. Blue White needs to clear his corners. Really important fight coming up in towards the apartments, and B-Stick is lazy cleared. Trigger discipline. Thankfully, he gets the kill. Sure.
He's hoping to get more.
Yeah, there isn't any, though. BM33 will at least take the site. No one's rotated here for Sinners. They think it's a lurk. They've got no idea. And Executor's timing, I think he was seen.
There is that kill. Kiro catches that stressor on the rotate, but Executor gets found in middle, and they've still got this threat from apartments. Mr. X got the kit. He's smoked off currently. Feels like Zinni has to do a lot of the work here. Kiro low HP. However, Kiro's duel might be the most vital if it comes to head. Beastic begins to move forward, clearing all these angles, isolating where these players can be. Zinni needs to be ready for this swing, and oh, he is! Instant to the head, and he finds another. It's all under Zinni. On the bomb times, getting away, the spam doesn't connect, and has he done it? It looks like Zinni delays just long enough. Kisarek has to escape, and he won't be allowed. Phenomenal from Zinni.
What a shot. What a shot onto B-Stick in towards the apartments. You always know he's in there. B-Stick, I like the fact that he just waits for as long as he can before he jumps into that. Because obviously he knows that the M33 know that he's in towards the apartment, so he wants his teammates to get as close as possible. Does actually give space for the player out of market in Kisarek to try and do the damage. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. Really important frags being found, as highlighted by you, Lucy, by Zinni. And that's completely reset the money and this situation. Sinners were steamrolling into an early lead in this first half. Very much like Ancient on map 1. BM33 with an immediate response. This should be 6-5.
Should be. It is a stacked bomb site, but I mean, you don't think the USP should do it. We thought that on Dust too. Not how deadly they could be. To see what Kingy finds as he wanders around middle with his Mac 10. He'll just be allowed to walk up connector. I think seeing nothing and getting into con, it's probably going to confirm his decision to go to this bomb site. Blue-white. Two faces, and well, he takes one off. Rasan just about lives. AK scooped up.
Look at the feet. Wait, this could still get weird. They've got mollies. They've got util. But Stressan finds one back. Kingy gets rid of Shocker, and the molly feels good and well placed onto Kisarek. B-Stick, last one left with the USP. Crisis averted. Kingy, this time the in-game leader for BM33, comes up with a huge round. That makes it a one-round game.
Might be his first multi-kill round of the series. Getting some nice eco frags. He's been on a struggle sim run so far. No AWP for the CT side here. Hero uncontested. The whole squad groups up towards B apartments. Executor going to be fighting solo top mid. And they're just going to go fast. They're executing straight into this bomb site. Zinni charging forward. Flashbang's good. B-Stick falls back and Stressan falls, as does B-Stick. Moto will try and slip out. Shock 2, but it's only a kill apiece. The Executor felled. It does mean there's no lurk. Gonna be this flank in through the apartments. Shock. Looking for an angle onto the bench player. Doesn't quite get that shot. Blue-white too fast. And Kiro holding with the AWP. Should be ready for Kisarek. Oh, he is on the jump up too. And now you know exactly where Shock was. Kiro on a slither angle. Oh, it's hard to even tell when he's watching. That's such a ridiculously tight line. Shock's going to have his work cut out for him. Too many targets. That's another multi-kill from Kingy to get it done. 6 goes 6. BetM33 able to pull off another comeback to tie us up.
Sinners took a healthy lead on the CT side. They were winning the game 6-2, but 4 rounds on the bounce for BM33. Yet again, similarly to Ancient, puts them right back in the conversation.
That's what we wanted. A close affair. Atlanta for one of these teams. Stick opens up. Round for Sinners. Modo answers back. Modo will remove him. Kiro, though, looking to answer in kind. That's the bomb spotted and actually manages to get away. Blue White stays present over towards B. over-rotating. In fact, Kiro start to float. Might be far away. This is going to be the regroup on B. Blue-white left in charge of this bomb site by himself.
It's a great angle. Oh, he's moved off it. He's worried about middle. They have no info whatsoever. So now the decision for BM33 will be to play retake B. Blue-white will get the jump on this. Okay, absolutely. Will be this B play. I like that he's gone in towards top middle. Now he knows that no one's here. Bomb can be planted just about. Blue-white not known. But Sinners have got the most important thing, the site. There's a smoke and a kit on Executor. And these smokes and kits have been very, very useful in this series so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Good chance here. They have to get past this window defense. Blue-white shows himself, and they scale out all at once, and they all fall at once. Blue-white gets one nice shot before he goes. They attempted to burst at the same time that contact came short. The shot's sharper from Sinners. They take the pistol. After BetM 33 tried their best to set themselves up for that retake. Surely they can't force this one. So many times that's come through. But on this map. So no, Sinners will be given breathing room after taking the pistol.
I tell you, B-Stick has been so influential in so many of these rounds. That's a cool jump. Executor. But he had to swing there over at bench because he had to guarantee where these players were coming from. Because if Sinners had just remained very static on that site, that's the only way BM33 were going to be able to overwhelm them. Blue-white would have been able to catch a timing. Shock probably would have fallen in towards that corner. So B-Stick swinging wide. It also gives him a different angle to deal with the players jumping out of market window. Really cool little movement again. Definitely worth highlighting because that's now, I think, the third or maybe even the fourth time B-Stick has done something incredibly minute that has completely tipped the scales in Sinners' favour. A unicorn in this series now.
Yeah, Blue-white bought a flashbang. I think they wanted to maybe fight mid or ramp or something, but Sinners' decision to go straight into B means no one's actually going to see each other. Bomb will do the most damage. Pacifist round.
It's a little bit bizarre as well, because if you're Sinners, their POV, right? It's, well, that was a stack, so it probably was an eco, but then they saved 5 players. So what actually are you going up against in this round? Are you going up against a full buy with all the M4s, or are you going up against a couple of MP9s? Do they need to be a little bit careful in case there's going to be any aggression coming out of SMGs that were supposedly saved? So a little bit of a tricky one, actually, to try and navigate here early.
Stick down low. It's very aggressive though. They just want to go onto short, try and burst through the smoke. And yeah, Stresan's won that. Shock couldn't quite get the angle, but his teammate delivers. Kiro trying to offer something back up on this defense. And if he can find Kisarek, maybe that's the answer. Shock removes him. Lurk dealt with 2v2 after Sinners get great entries. And he's going to come through on the short side. Shock will be ready to receive him. He has to wait back. Molly goes deep into market. And the white spin comes out. Shock, great shot. Ready for that. Clotheslines him and lays Kinky into a very difficult clutch. Shock might even just spot him. Well, actually has missed that timing. So Kinky has a chance, but this is that opportunity. And Shock, well, he doesn't miss those. The Sinners, good entries. For a second, there was a scare, but they do find the round.
This has been the most compelling sort of aggressive Counter-Strike we've seen all series long. Sinners have completely changed the pace. They said, look, we're going to run over you on this T side. We're going to keep going B. We're really heavily prioritizing that that's going to be our final destination. The fact that B-Stick is able to smoke off ladder, push through the short smoke, Stresan even gets the kill. But the point is that so much space is yet again being created by Sinners through this split. It is really awesome Counter-Strike to watch because it is a complete shift up, a 180 of what we've seen all series long. Not this convoluted mid-round where you got 20 seconds left and everything needs to be put down perfectly. Instead it is, let's rush B, let's overwhelm them, let's use good trading. And they did this on D2 similarly, but this is a lot faster on Mirage here for Sinners. Opening kill found, half buy. Here for BM33, you never want to rule them out of a fight. And this double header on towards ramp maybe causes complications, but it does enable Sinners to get the entirety of the site.
Yeah, can actually pull off with these 257s. Well, not a lot, but Blue White Spam has actually caught Moto. Doesn't quite set up Kiro for success, though. Charging out comes Blue White, continuing to be a nuisance. I think it is just a nuisance, not a threat. Kissarak cleans up. On the 18 frags for him. Great map he is having. Sinners onto double digits. And M33 finally get an AWP onto Kiro's hands. Need to find a round on this CT side. 4 on the trot for Sinners. Breaking away.
Another comeback. How many comebacks can BM33 get in this series? It wasn't quite able to get it over the line on D2, but you're starting from a 10-2 deficit. We're able to mount a comeback on Ancient. Kingy up close. Oh, and just the jiggle peek out of Kissarak. And they're just going to go. They immediately grab 1 kill. They pretend to come out and burst on towards the A-bomb site. They've done enough to push the AWP off of top ticket. Zinni is patrolling in towards middle, but Executor can't see beyond this smoke. Sinners have yet again burst onto the scene and have got the site.
At least with Moto answering and removing Kissarak. Give something in this round. Rotations start to move over. Executor surely going to get caught here. Oh, Beastie. Missed opportunity. And Executor, he'll capitalize on that space. Zinni removes Tressan as well. One was trying to find the fight. Gets dropped in the open. B6 swing out in 2 players to face. Left to Modo, and he'll take 1 before he goes. That looks so good for Sinners to begin with. It's BetM33 that walk away 3 alive in their first CT round.
Oh, I'll tell you what, B-Stick, you're going to be kicking yourself, my friend. You're going to be so frustrated with that one. Because that's the round in the palm of your hand. You've let it slip to an untimely whiff. Incredibly rough. Or B-Stick. That's okay. Look, that's 1 round back here. I like this aggression. I really like this aggression, actually. Double rifles go in, but not to the blender. Kinky will trade, and that's important. Did the AWP fire off? Does B-Stick understand that there are 2 more here?
Shock starts to work. Bit of contact. Nades. Exchange shot. Force back. B-Stick doesn't extend. He'll wait for the rest of the team to come and group up with him. It's going to allow Kiro to come over, though. He can take this line on ticket. Shock's going to play late, or... Well, actually, Sinners thought about going for this A move, but now they've decided maybe something else is on the cards. Over
There's definitely capacity, yeah. There's definitely capacity to go here. It's just the issue you have is that if Shock doesn't take contact here in middle, Executor can just get back on the line. So I like this avenue out of Shock. He smokes off top connector. That's going to draw a molly, and that's confirmation. The Executor is in at short. Blue-white spotting. I don't think he saw them, but smoke is really well timed. He might even just jump up and have a little fight. The utility is relentless. An Executor will move over from short, get on the line, and now is really limited time. A 3rd player moves over for BM33. 10 seconds to get into this site. Great shot out of B-Stick, but the drop down and the transfer from Executor is insane. There's no way you can win this round now if you're Sinners, and Shock is desperately hoping to live, but he dies after time. That spray transfer was nuts.
Ladies and gentlemen, lift your jaws off the floor. What was that from Executor? A millisecond response time, perfect, precise spray transfer, 2 heads fall. And it had to be that. If he doesn't get that second kill, if the trade comes, there's probably enough time to get that bomb on the site. Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
And Shock went down after... Shock's got no money. Did he go down after time?
Yeah, he went down after time.
Oh my god, what a nightmare. An absolute nightmare for Sinners at such a critical moment. And I mean, what an insane... The word you use, the only word to describe that. Executor has brought them right back into it.
God, there are some moments, there are some plays in Counter-Strike that make you just want to swear. That was one of them. Tell you what, Sinners have got to be cursing as well. Their fans, bless them. The Sinners fandom must be probably some of the most... Oh, nice shot. Stressed out people on the planet whenever they watch a best of 3 out of Sinners. Because it always feels like they're in control, then they lose. It always feels like they're in control, then their opponents nearly come back, they're just able to get it over the line. Ah, big sigh of relief. Here and now, yes, they're in the lead. Yes, they're winning by 2 rounds. But this is not out of the question for BM33. 35 seconds on the clock yet again. Shock, who had no money, has just earned $300 from finding Executor, who was the undoing of the round prior. 25 seconds left. Now enters in towards the clock. I'll tell you what, Kiro has backed off. The A-bomb site is an invitation, and Sinners will gladly accept it. Bomb plant. There should not be any further say in this round for the T side, but there's a will, there's a way so far in this series.
Surely not. 2 Desert Eagles. Bomb plant feels fantastic. B-stick. To try and catch a rotate.
He's heard 2 rotate now to B.
No, they're not going to be coming middle at this rate, surely. Time's ticking.
Fine.
The smoke
they got
kits.
kit.
There shouldn't be a concern, but Shock's hit a header. Anything more offered up from this position, already causing problems for them. Can't quite connect. The Glocks all swing in tandem. Oh, and for a second you started to believe. That Deagle finds its first, and yeah, there's time. Whew, where there's a will, there's a way. Not quite in that round.
Oh, how fitting would it have been for Shock to find all those kills to give Sinners the 11th after dying after time and only having a Deagle with no armor. My God, you leave that late, BM33. They won it. But they won it. Such an important gun round here for both of these teams. For BM33, it will be the completion of the comeback, and that is a fantastic opening kill. A break on the smoke, not only in window, but also in connector. Fortunately enough for Stressen, he doesn't walk into the line.
Hero showing some strong stuff. Zinni trying to spam out Kisarek after he gets spotted. Stressen. Behind the flames, finds a space of refuge. Rest of the team grouping up towards A. Stressen just hoping he can catch something. Just walk ahead of this smoke. Thinking about it. It starts to come through. They were given the space. The CTs are here, waiting. I'm not yet down. Smokes will fade shortly, in fact, and that could be a concern. Just need to get it down. Shock needs to get onto the bomb site. It will be given the liberty to plant.
2 in from short. They just have to stand and bang. Stressen will find one, and he was the connector player. Shock died on site. Zinni finds one in towards jungle. 2v4, remember, Stressen incredibly low. And last lone location was in towards Con. Zinni's wide swing not good enough to deal with Stressen, but he is trapped. You don't know where Modo is right now, but Kingi removes him, and it's too overwhelming for Stressen. Another retake, another success story, and we're all tied up in our decider.
All tied up, okay. This is what we wanted. With what's at stake. 6-6 at the half, into streaks of 4 for both. What does the bomb plant inspire for Sinners? It's a mismatch. An AK for Stressen, Galil for Kisarek. but keeping money for the follow through. And M33 might be about to take the lead. Such a critical juncture. Break. Spray good. As that rifle dropped, B-Stick will pick it up. Can he punish this reload? Doesn't look like it. Flashbang's good, but Zini gets around the corner. The contact on Nakiro might bait him in at stairs. A lot of pressure being put onto Kiro. And Kinky and Zini profit from it. A boost up in. Kiro reads it. B-Stick removed. AK dropped. Kissarak might just get cleared as well. This was only the lighter bite. They'd hope to get a little bit more from it. Shock will answer with one. That's all it is.
Handled by Kinky. He just had to stay there, and he had to make sure the line was held, so you weren't allowing someone just to creep round the corner in towards the top corner and jungle players, because that's the only way that round gets scary. So his positioning, paramount. The Sinners unable to even get a bomb plant there. There will be an ult for Modo. It comes at a cost of utility, but I don't think they're going to mind that all that much. So important to get this sniper online. Feels like he's been notably absent. Hero's been definitely getting the best so far in this series.
Gonna try A. He tucks in Sandwich. The only one actually present on site.
Yeah.
Orb starts to move. Especially off that util. Hero will begin to arrive, and there's no orb on his, or no smoke on his line, so he has a free one with the AWP, but a good clear. I think he goes down for free. Hero's not found the opportunity. You make sure there's no alert coming in. Air advantage for Sinners as bomb starts to get planted. Moving on to that site first. Shock. Oh, actually, we'll come back now. Now he will. He really wanted to get this control in CT first.
Watch the flash. Oh, and a dink. B-Stick is still playing anti just in case. You can go for this. You got money, but it's really difficult. Kiro's really hoping that someone overextends. In fact, they just swap roles. Blue-White might just swing the corner, but B-Stick is there. Kiro's double, though. Always gives a chance for BM33. One in at Tetris. Modo in at ramp, but smokes litter this bomb site. And it's planted for default. It's not planted for the ramp players. So if you get rid of Shock, maybe there's a chance. But getting rid of him is going to be proving more difficult than necessary. He's done more than enough. Modo swings in and gets the kill, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. It's another shocking retake attempt, but it's denied by that man.
Oh, you can really start to see the way that one slips through. Kiro, what a phenomenal double kill. Taking both there, trading his low HP teammate, especially the different angles. But Shock just holds down at Firebox. An necessary round for Sinners, 11-11, but they lose everyone. Galil's coming into this, Util's lacking. Not out of the woods yet, just tied up. They're just going to run it back. They're really going to go for this again. Back towards A. All 5 players grouping.
It's the same util set as last round as well. They've been really prioritizing over the last couple of rounds. Heavy presence in middle to anchor these players over. So the jungle and the stairs smoke are going to completely block, and they're just out. This time Kinky not in Sandwich. He's over at Ticket. He'll play Tuck, and instead it's going to be a 5-on-5 retake. Kinky waiting. B-Stick wants to clear the angle, and the flashbang not good enough. B-Stick overlooks the angle. Kinky could get a double kill, but can't manage the spray. Sinners will eventually plant this bomb. And with that kill, that incentivizes you to go back into this if you're BM33. 2 rounds away from Atlanta for both of them, and Sinners currently with the advantage by the burden of the clock. They're not going for it. Are they?
Delayed. Time's ticking. Got the smoke, got the kit. They definitely got a good shot in this. Shock's found that kill, though. Always Shock finding these frags. But in the open, he gets overwhelmed. Bomb to be defused. They can just stick this. And they'll have just enough time to get it done. It looked like they were going to concede the round. But it's just that pause, that hesitation. Sinners start to sweat and then overwhelmed by the player advantage. BetM33, 1 round away from Atlanta.
I tell you what, that little hesitation to then go in, it is really cool out of BM33, because it felt they were going to hesitate, but as soon as Kiro got that HE kill, they thought, right, let's wait 5 seconds. There might be an overextension here out of Sinners. Remember, we've got the clock, we got the time on our side, and yet again, it's going to be this plant that betrays Sinners. They had the smoke up for stairs, they had the smoke up for top connector and jungle. They could have planted open, they could have planted for ramp. Instead, they plant on default. It sends them into a tailspin, and when it matters most, it's another defuse in another smoke for BM33. And look at what Sinners are working with.
BetM33 so flush with money, they've got a second AWP on hand, just in case. Stress sets in for Sinners if it wasn't already spiking. Do we get another overtime? Or did BetM33 steal this from underneath Sinners' noses? Bombs over towards A. Players group in middle. They're going to try this bomb site again, it seems, but a split this time. Similar positions from the CTs for the round prior. See if the outcome repeats itself.
Zinni. Oh, back turns. That's so easy. Holds the spray, does a lot of damage onto B-Stick, but at least he'll grab the trade. And as you say, Kinky still residing over towards Ticket. This time, a different angle of approach. B-Stick in towards jungle. Flashbang forward for Kinky to have a little peek. Still feels stressful. This still feels like you can't really plant here if you're Sinners, but they will, and they'll do it open. Executor comes through. Con, probably at the perfect time. Smoke phase, but he can't grab the kill. Free in towards CT now for BM33.
Smoke goes on to jungle. That's going to block off one of these players. Kinky's found Stressan. Kisarek focus on Executor, but he needs to be worried about 3 players coming from CT. Executor just being a nuisance, being a distraction, allowing his teammates to swing, and it's B-Stick with 17 HP. Smoke goes down. This spam would need to be immaculate, but there's no chance. The defuse comes through. BetM33 qualify for IEM Atlanta. Second time of asking. Had a chance against BetBoom, but now they join them over in America. Atlanta secured.
Tell you what an incredible, incredible series of Counter-Strike to crown our second team through this close qualifier to Atlanta. BM33 making a run, a hero run, all the way through the upper bracket, only losing to BetBoom. Then they find themselves in this lower bracket against a Sinners that has been winning online tournaments, has been on boot camp recently, has been really flexing their muscles in the tier 2 circuit. I tell you what a show of resilience. How many comebacks did BM33 go through during that series? They had one on Ancient, they had that 10-2 attempt on D2, and here on Mirage, they chained together effectively 10 rounds in a row in 2 separate increments to deny Sinners and play the ultimate spoiler. That was an incredible series of Counter-Strike. Here's your classification of the teams making it through the closed qualifier today for IEM Atlanta, BetBoom and BetM33. We'll see them in Atlanta, and we'll see you real soon.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
something, please show me something alright. As I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're in daze. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire.
my head up. Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my hand on your shoulder for a minute, babe. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way into what's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight.
time is done, it's pink. And I feel better. I feel okay. Can you hear what I must say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time is done, it's pink. And I feel better.
Can you hear what I must say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time is done, it's pink. And I feel better.
I feel okay. I feel okay. Can you hear what I must say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time is done, it's pink. And I feel better.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. You let me down. Don't need your validation, I'm here to get my stuff. Picking up the pieces of the puzzle you blew up. Wondering if I could change a thing to make
history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. I'm Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The road to the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta 2026 will end here for one of these teams. The America's Closed Qualifier is coming to its conclusion, a grand final that we have on the docket today. My name is Vincent, joined by Apples. And Apples, I am so excited to be here. Welcome, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing so incredibly well. These two teams have had a little bit of a journey just to get to this end final. It's going to be a little bit of a spicy one. It's a little bit of a rematch, but we'll take a look at that a little bit later. It's going to be fun here tonight, Vincent.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a peek at how we got here for Passion UA, pretty much untouched until they played Wildcard in the upper bracket final, where it was close. All 3 maps going the distance, as we got to cover yesterday. That one ended up in Passion UA's favor, but to be completely blunt with you, I do feel like Wildcard had a real chance at taking that, especially on the last map of Anubis, where, you know, Wildcard, it was a lot more struggles. It was actually 2-0 against Fisher. I think that's wrong in the graphic, but it was kind of felt like a 2-1, considering Fisher took them to triple overtime on the first map. Down into the lower bracket, though, did Wildcard fall. They had the best Voka. That was in a 3-mapper, though this one a little bit less close. Voka able to steal a map away, but otherwise a very dominant showing from Wildcard.
Absolutely. Wildcard had a bit of some trouble, I would say, against Voka. Going down to that lower bracket, Voka definitely wanted to show that they were still in that fight. They were still here to win it. They wanted to make it to that grand final that we're going to be seeing here in just a little bit. That was a hard fought victory for Wildcard going into that third map. Dust 2 was really all Voka there. There's a couple of players on Wildcard that we need to see a little bit more of tonight that I would say. We didn't see too much of Hex during that best of 3. We didn't see too much of a couple other players. There were just some missed things happening, but we'll see if they're able to kind of restructure that tonight. Passion UA gonna have to fight them once again. Just make sure that they know that their presence is known here.
Yeah, a chance to join what was 2 qualified teams from the global qualifier. That's BetM and BB team going to be going over to Atlanta. A very exciting opportunity for those guys. And of course, for Passion, the expectations were high coming into this. This is their event to lose, essentially, with regard to the closed qualifier. Wildcard, on the other hand, having to start from zero, start from scratch. They began 2026 with an entirely new VRS core and had to break through. They had to play the open qualifier to get here. Like that's exactly where Wildcard were located. So, you know, it's definitely an uphill battle for this Wildcard team, no matter how you slice it. But I do think you're right. Some missing pieces. Classia, especially a guy, particularly in the series that they played against Passion, was a little bit missing. Just not quite the guy that we would tend to expect. And big changes over the course of this veto. Last time around, we had a very different looking veto. The only thing that's the same is Passion picking Overpass. They're going to stick with that, but Dust 2 selected here by the Wildcard side, and Nuke is our decider. They're going to leave Anubis alone.
I would kind of go ahead to say that this is a very Passion UA looking veto on paper. It just depends on how Wildcard's going to be able to work up onto Dust 2 after that really hard loss versus Voka. You know, sometimes just things go wrong on the server, just calls are going weird. And when you have a new team, a new comp that's just been together for about a month, it leaves a lot of question marks, a lot of spaces that still need to be filled. And obviously we've seen a little bit, but still a lot of questions between Rec and Hex, where that's all going to be lining up. We saw a lot of that on Mirage working out, but Dust 2, it was just messy from Wildcard. So they really have to bring it here, especially in Dust 2, to avoid Passion UA taking it in 2-0.
Yeah, well, and it looks like we're ready to just jump right on into this action. It's Dust 2 where we begin, and a wild card Dust 2 that, you know, listen, on the paperwork, it does kind of feel like this is a weird grab for them, but the fact remains that they've only been losing to some of the better teams. The biggest question mark for me is that they lost to Lag on this map. So I do think that there's some potential struggles. This is a gamble, but from Wildcard's perspective, what they did last time was floating Anubis, picking into Mirage. That didn't work. So they got to do something different. I respect that mindset. I think that makes sense. You can kind of logic your way through that.
Absolutely. Some tons control here from Wildcard. Flash out for the CTs. Get some visibility, but Cassia able to hide here. Halzer going searching with the Jubilees. Could get caught out here, and he does.
Big oversight.
It's gonna be the call to come out onto B. Nick X trying to hold down the fort, but those double kills are gonna be B site taken over. Julie's picked up by Cassia and them left alone. CT trying to get out with his life. Has no armor. I mean, could just go for some kills here. Looks like he's the one to drop a couple of his weapons on over to the team.
Well, and it's Classy already stepping up for a triple kill. The dualies, very impressive. Claimed those from Halzerk's body. And it's that oversight that I was talking about, not clearing out the entirety of Big Box. Wildcard. They're going to need that type of performance from Classy, no doubt. I mean, over the entirety of the best of three, all three maps that they played against Passion yesterday, it was a 0.9 rating for Classy. And this is a guy that, you know, has been consistently performing at a really high level for this team. Now, granted, Passion are at a different level. We're going to probably talk about that a whole lot in a bunch of different ways. But the reality is that for Wildcard to win, they need him or somebody else, but mostly him to be the same guy that they have, you know, been experiencing previously. So it'll be Passion cleaned up with ease, access to that B-bomb site, and a clean pistol victory, as not even gonna see Kavim surviving.
First in for Passion. Also looking to get a little bit busy here in mid once again. I'm wanting to kind of toy a little bit with these doors, but obviously already held down by Wildcard.
Meanwhile, a little bit of investigation out towards the catwalk, but not going to fully push in that direction yet. Next, in the meantime, helping clear out mid. Good methodical approach to this mid clear from Wildcard. They're even going to get Hexed inserted. He won't stick around, but they know now that there is pretty clear avenue mid to B. So in reality, that means that Passion are stacked on B. These sites very vulnerable. The two smokes going to pop out, so Halzerk up the bat.
Guys who got to get away from these flashbangs. A Wildcard are throwing these util. That's a nice angle on it, but the bomb's going to be pointed down onto that site, just right out of the crosshair. Passion trying to get something out of it. Halzerk does find Wreck. That's one piece that they need, but they're a little bit displaced away from this site. Now just getting onto catwalk. That nade going to do in a little bit of damage. That would have been a little bit easier. A little bit of some trades coming down, but Peeping able to make a little bit of money off of this. The MAC-10 raining out some shots. But Halzerk's already defusing on site, actually. Peeping is going to be able to find that MHL. Wildcard able to find that almost a ninja defuse here for Passion.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't have a smoke or anything. There's not a lot that probably could have gone wrong, especially when you're in Gandalf, so the tap is going to be heard no matter what. They had that locked up. It looked a little bit closer than it was in reality. Nice shot, though, out of Halzerk, and that's actually going to be another big factor, I think, for this game. MHL, I walked away from the Passion Wildcard upper bracket final And I felt as if Hulzerk got gapped massively when it came to the up. Not just head-to-head. I mean, there was some moments where, like, they traded a little bit. MHL was definitely better, was getting the better of Hulzerk more often than not, and was the better opper in the server entirely. So that's something that I'm going to be looking out for. I think that Hulzerk definitely capable of a much better game. MHL's been putting up numbers big time. Want to see a better performance. Passion could really accelerate a victory here if they get Hulzerk at the level that we expect.
A little bit of a mid crunch going on, but Wildcard make their way onto this site, pushing those CTs all the way down into Cat. Hulzerk, though, is still hanging out a little bit closer than you could really hope for Wildcard. I don't even think that I don't think they've even cleared about. There they go. All right, down to JT. 10 health and a Deagle and a Dream finds a shot. Well, that's a little bit of an opening, but you still got to find 4 more. Wreck the only one really on this site defending. He's able to find it in the end, though.
Pretty easy cleanup. And a nice 3-0 opener for Wildcard. That was another problem that they had. I feel like Wildcard very rarely getting strong starts to games. They were playing from behind relatively often in the upper finals, so a big change in that endeavor. Going to finally see the op out, though. Hulzerk going to get that, and it's actually Peeping to wield it. He's got the long spawn, so they're just going to send him out that way. It's Hulzerk towards Cat. So it'll only be a rifle against Peeping. Zop, one shot misses, and so Peeping will probably toss that back over to MHL shortly. Hulzerk on the angle. Easy.
Able to find it. Ooh. Some nice space gain. Just fall back, and MHL trying to find a trade. He's able to do a little bit of damage over in mid as he opens up an avenue over towards that B site. A nice smoke down. Hulzerk at least trying to get some cross, a little bit of visibility. Hex is going to just phase through this smoke here.
I have no idea that Hex is down here. They just know it's possible. There's timing to be had. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is actually walking out B. Hex could activate at the perfect moment. Hulzerk doesn't have a clue. Another smoke at the top of B. Might stall them out, but smoke for door. I mean, that means they got to go through it, surely.
Oh, he finds the first. He had a little bit of damage onto Hulzerk, but it does force him off the angle, at least for now. Nick wants to get into this equation, and Grim is trying to help out a little bit more with some info. There we go. Hulzerk just start out. Now this B-site's about to get taken. A molly off of the angle. Smoke out on. All down to Grim. At least he's the one who could do a little bit of disrupting here on the lurk. There we go. And now that's a nice one. There's a cleanup here.
On another. Easy peasy from Grim. Lovely clear. That actually looked like it was falling apart very quickly because MHL, I don't know if they popped the smoke. I didn't see a nade on the minimap, but what happened is that he just got the kill through the smoke on the door. And that looked like probably would have been the end of days for Passion UA. No way to get back into that site. No, Grim, fast timing. Gets up into that flank. Missed shot. The second opportunity for MHL. And Grim's swing was perfect. Grim, the man of that match, the upper final against Wildcard. Does it again to pick Passion UA up off the ground, get them a first round.
Very condensed here. Yeah. An upper. Not happy with that smoke. Have a little bit of some eyes here. At least trying to grab a little bit more space here in lower. Keep those avenues open.
But another smoke in the face. Just as you start to investigate towards Catwalk, you're going to get stalled one more time. There's no flashbangs getting thrown, no smokes or anything committed towards B, so Passion just feeling the squeeze a little bit. They're going to flash themselves back into mid fight for that, but Nyx doesn't see anybody home. His escape has been made. The bomb's still centralized. Leaning cat currently, but a mid to B smoke just tossed. And it's decision-making time. They're going to be heading cat.
All set up here, MHL in tow. Util ready to go out, peeping right at the front, but so is Kavem. Ooh, that's a nice flash to shut him out. Kavem with the first kill. JT just hiding down behind these boxes, and a couple more kills are coming through for Wildcard. They're trying to keep this slow. They want this pace in their favor, and they're not pushing up too hard. And actually, it's going to be the long players that are going to be helping them out. Grim, a nice three-piece. He is on fire today.
I mean, he was on fire yesterday, too, but the spiciness of those shots, just tapping away at range. He just looks cool, calm, and collected. There's just no concern whatsoever. It's like JT's got my back. He's taking all the aggro, basically playing the tank role on that site, taking utility and spam through the boxes. Meanwhile, Grim's just lining up the headshots. Right into a Passion UA victory. They'll break Wildcard's economy. Vim, he ain't done with them yet. Big opener with this mid push, and he's going to keep rolling with it. Happy to get away with 2 and just leave it alone. A little desperate for Hex to walk through smoke over on B. Actually, I don't know that he walked through. I think he just peeked. Hex with the positioning back of the site, and it might be the simplest cleanup of an anti-eco I've seen yet in the tournament, because Vim just took a entire magazine to the other team. 4 kills, easy peasy.
Good amount of aggression up mid, not going too close over towards long doors. Able to keep that distance and having that backup with the op from Halzerk in mid. And we have a little bit a buy coming back out for Wildcard. I'm wanting to get a little bit lucky with it, but I'm going to be falling back just some of that util. Don't want to get caught in a sticky situation. Has an out always. Smokes are getting respected, at least for now. Looking like he wants to make his way out, but X already getting taken down on the other side and lower. A little hard here for Wildcard to find some footing.
It's another one of those more aggressive stances from Passion. This is something that Wildcard, he really struggled with dealing with against Voka last night. Was the CT aggression, and not always, but Wildcard, or excuse me, Voka were getting away with just a massive amount of aggression on the CT side, and Wildcard struggled to actually punish it. Same thing here. JT pops in, go lower, makes the great escape. He back on catwalk, got the op of Halzerk, located at long. A forward rifle in the form of Grim in the same location. Wildcard, got eyes on for Grim.
Clear this out. Oh, does get the trade here, and MHL is able to clear out Halzerk over in car. That's the op down, but no, Passion, they're already rotated in. Keeping has to do a lot of work of distraction here, at least a little bit of damage, and he does. All down to Nick X. Standing in the smoke, he's able to phase through it. He has the info. He's able to find the first one. Clasia is going to get disrupted on the plant. All down to peeping on Cat. Just right around the corner. He has to find this kill, but Passion's able to find it first.
Nyx is playing for his spot on this team. Rumors are all around about what will be happening to this Passion UA roster. Well, Nyx showcasing why he deserves that spot. A fantastic time he finds to move through that smoke, holding the trigger finger, doesn't overextend, and takes as long as he needs, understanding the time pressure that is on Wildcard. Clasia has to push him, he does, and take it over the line. Fantastic work from Nyx, as that brings Passion into the lead. 4 straight victories here on Dust 2.
Back timeout used probably at the right time here for Wildcard. after being ran through those 4 rounds in a row. I have to figure out something different here, and it's going to be a hero rifle. No, that was quickly sold. Tech 9s and a lot of utility for them across the board.
I can't really justify any sort of hero buy. I think having just a little bit, of extra utility probably well worth it. Long take is prepped. Nice nade. Rim's all alone, overwhelmed. That's really important because now, wait, what happened to JT? Oh, he's all good. There's just a X on the map where it's nothing happened.
Well, they pushed up all the way through mid. Nick X trying to do as much as he can just to hold these Tech 9s off, and the rest of the team trying to look out. Kavem, it was an easy shot. He's able to find it in the end. All down to Hex, a picked up rifle. At least gonna give him one. Trying to plant just in the smoke. Hey, JT finds that.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion there on my part at the beginning of that round, but the good news is JT, he was just fine, and also picking up a 3-piece. It was another individual that I think in the wildcard game specifically, that's why that game was honestly kind of grueling, a little bit hard to have too many clear takeaways from, because you had I would say, little bit worse game than you would expect from, a guy like JT. You had Holzerk not quite where you would anticipate with a really phenomenal performance from the likes of Grim and Kavem. But ultimately, Passion UA, they found the win at the end of the day. That's really what matters. So pressure's on for Wildcard as they move over to this Dust 2. Try a little different of a look instead of Mirage. Wildcard get themselves out long. Cost them a little bit of utility, but there's no contact. As soon as they do that, they pump the brakes. But look at this forward position for Passion. You got JT. Oh, wow. What a clear from MHL. There's still one man here. They're not going to know about Nyx.
Oh, they're going to know about him now after that nice kill onto Hex. Does get out with his life. Labored spray, but that kill is still there, and that makes Wildcard pump the brakes here just for a second. Assuming that, hoping that Wreck was able to cause a little bit of distraction over there, but they saw the bomb. They know where Wildcard's plans were going to be. Now Passion just need to set up where they're going to be at now.
Towards mid, and guess who's here? Holzerk, but a phenomenal flake from MHL will hold the line. Keep this, I won't say winnable, because 2v4 ain't great, but still a little bit more approachable. 2 still healthy. Over onto the bomb site. Over at B, JT a little less so. Where to go? Don't give MHL a fight.
Yeah. Hard to cross, but they're able to make it through. JT, a nice angle, does a little bit of damage, but does get traded. Kavem cleaning it up on the other end as he pushes through to CT. That was going to be a dangerous journey either way. No smoke, just a flash.
It's decision-making like that, though, from Nyx is the reason that Passion UA, Complexity at the time, picked him up, right? Definitely a portion of that was, economy, and what they could afford, but no doubt, Nyx just grabbing that kill, being happy that his upper got out alive, rather JT, who only got legged there in upper, to set Nyx up. He's like, I got the kill now. That's what I was here for, and then he just leaves. I think that's just great decision-making, showcasing why he deserves a spot on a team like this.
Stalking their way through under here. Wildcard showed a little bit of face over towards that B-ton to them. Lots of information, but not too much here. They're kind of just stalking away behind these walls and actually make their way up towards Catwalk, it seems. A smoke in their face.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's an interesting amount of smokes here. So they're going to throw both of the smokes to fake mid to B. And that's going to allow them to group up on Catwalk. It hasn't done what they'd hoped, though. It hasn't pulled any rotator into CT. So it's just the op here for Holzerk, and now he's got a better chance. All these flashes got to do their jobs.
Flash off the angle does keep him off of it. And okay, they were all blinded except for Hex, able to take JT, that site operator, off of the site. Also doesn't have any visibility. Wildcard get the bomb plant, and now Glacia on a very, very nice angle here to at least disrupt a little bit. Finds the first, and Rex able to help him out here. Nick X doing a lot to get these trades. Okay, Hex on site, able to find two. Picked up Rifle as well, now all down to Nick. Able to get one in mid, but now 3 players have kind of displaced his team, all in different angles. That retake did not go too well here for Passion.
It came down to Grim. Grim had to be the rifler to actually break back through, because Holzerk is trying to support him. He goes for the pistol, and he's doing his best, but realistically, he's just got a P250 that isn't ideal for that situation. Maybe would have been better to wield the op there instead. Point remains that Wildcard, it was about the flashes. They did not get the rotate. Their fake mid to B smokes did not do anything. No one was actually being pulled by that, but they flashed Halzerk off every angle. The swing from the Goose was ineffective, and it's all because they had good flashbangs.
Learn your util. Ooh, learn your shots, MHL! A nice double to start off this round. Wow, half of your firepower is almost off of that team right now, and Hex is just adding fire to the fury. JT at least just trying to pick up a couple of those pieces. Not done too effectively. Bob is not even on a site. Just got picked up from spawn, and they're not even bumping on the brakes quite yet. JT does have a spot here to disrupt the plant. You know, it's gonna be peeping around the corner over from the site.
Yeah, I mean, that's just NHL, and that's why when we started this game, I said that I'm really keen to see how that op head-to-head, and in general, like, the opping goes here, because MHL was so dynamic. He was so consistently good, especially on CT side. The T side was good as well, not really wanting to take away from that, but particularly his CT side was fantastic. Halzerk getting beat, second swing even, you'd think that there'd be a lot more favored for that. Passion on a broken purchase. They will still be investing because it's the last round of the half. What else are you gonna do? Pretty good recovery for Passion UA. They lost in early stages, but Wildcard could tie this thing up at 6s.
A little bit of damage. Them at least just trying to keep a little bit pressure down. Wildcard throwing that mid util on out smoke. They're gonna play with it, trying to jump up towards Cat. I think Hex is still worried about a little bit of a push over by Long. Grim has made a little bit of space for himself. It's not made that all too known quite yet. JT on this site right now. They've been able to move everyone on over. That's a nice shot from MHL. Just get that mid player out, that space taken. 2 in long doors, 3 up Cat. They're going to be able to sandwich here unless Grim has something to say about it. Able to have one quickly traded out. And JT has been alerted, but alerted of his death, that seems. Now a 2v4. Couple of pretty low players here. Nick X and Halzer got to play this in tandem.
It's a very real world, especially because Nyx is going to get up here as that smoke is going to be fading. So it's a huge surprise. Easy frag for Nyx. And now there's just peeping who's on the site. Halzer jump spotting. All low, all 1 HP. No dice as Glacia will stall that out. It's 6. We're tied at the half. Passion UA and Wildcard will return in a moment.
We are back a 6-6 half. Wildcard already looking much better than they did yesterday on their game versus Voka. We'll just have to see. This CT side is going to go for them. Passion UA wanting to make this theirs, take their map pick. Be an easy 2-0 for them, but still got at least 7 more rounds up to bat.
That's the plan. Now let's see how they put that into perspective. It's going to be execute towards B. Great activation from Peeping, and it's Hex up close. Peeping tacks on another to ensure that this is going nowhere quickly. Passion fall apart. They get basically 0 steps out of B tons before they get cut down. Beautiful work from Wildcard.
Perfectly well done. Grim just left alone. Actually, USP. Going shopping in CT spawn here. Choose your weapon.
Sounds like it's what is that Smash?
Character.
Yeah, is that Smash? I was trying to remember what that is.
Yeah.
Is that Smash or like Street Fighter or something else?
Actually just trying out skins.
I'm clearly not like a fighting game person. Don't come at me, please.
Twitch chat is mauling right now.
Yeah, probably. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Watch it not be any of the ones I just said either. That would be maybe the best part if that were the case. Well, Passion, because they got nowhere at all in that pistol round. I mean, they got a kill. You know, it wasn't competitive whatsoever. Even without a bomb plant, they're just going to be ecoing. They pick up 2 smokes. Did I see that right? They smoked Xbox and the waterfall smoke for Hinge. Interesting. Maybe. Oh, you know, I know why. So that when they pop the waterfall smoke, then they don't get seen.
They run boosting. They just run boost through the CT smoke. Needs to do something fun with the MHL. Going for some target practice here. At least 1 kill found by Nick. Almost granting himself another. Holding down the fort here with the FAMAS. Yeah, as really well activated.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you bring that up because it's definitely one of the main talking points that I had coming into this is like Clasia needs to be better on the rifle, you know, straight up. Obviously, has been some huge impact. No, that route to the eco, you've got Glocks running at you. I expect him to do some farming, but yeah, the impact on the gun rounds has been there as well. Wildcard, tacking on a couple of victories to take a lead for now.
The full throttle of Passion. Oh, but just as it starts, gonna slow down just a little bit. Does get traded out, peeping down for count. As the mid is getting into a lot of contention here. Nick trying to phase through that smoke, and Hex sees just right through it. Passion pretty well separated. Grim is able to find a little bit of space here on long. Could be an interesting fake here if they're able to take a little bit of pressure off of the player of Halzer. Just a plant down. I mean,
there's like no one on B to begin with, so like this is even more effective of a fake. When are they gonna pull the trigger on the other side of this, though? Halzer, yeah, this is the problem. Wildcard are now thinking something's up because it's been so non-committal. Grim finally gets a kill, and at least Wildcard are fully committed to A at this point. But yeah, obviously, there's a bunch of utility, and the site was taken, essentially. It'd be crazy if they weren't. Bomb plant. There's at least a smoke. That'll buy time for this rotation to arrive. But look at the cutoff. MHL right in the right position. He knows that there's a rotation.
He's looking for it. He's ready for it, but that flash is such a perfect setup for JT here. Wreck on site. Halzer at least trying to do one. Clasia is here. JT a little bit too afraid. The fake on the defuse does start, but the time is ticking. Kid is in play. JT needs to get this. Oh, he's not on it quite yet, but JT able to come out of the woodworks and find that. I mean, it was an interestingly timed fake, but Passion was able to make that work.
I think that the reality is that it just requires JT to do so much. But let me just say, he just played classy like a fiddle. I mean, up and down, got absolutely demolished. Never peaks at all on the first fake, even waits 3 seconds on the second fake. You know, basically the time played to perfection from JT. It's what you would expect from, you know, a guy with his experience, obviously leading this Passion UA team, but it's very lovely to see him so expertly handling a 1v1.
Can't discount that Holzerk flash in as well. Just a kill MHL and lower.
Oh, yeah. Passion gonna stick together. Last round was fakes on fakes on fakes. This one, pretty simple. Just walked up Cat, no contact till now.
Oh, wreck though. Gotta get away with 2. Made it a little bit of a harder sight take, but that could be theirs for now. The CT's now just combined down to CT. Bomb gets planted. JT looking at some ghosts. It's gonna be
Nobody's routing long right now. Okay, yeah, now they are. I was gonna say that would be a huge concern, especially though considering they don't have catwalk control. Passion are gonna be allowed to hold that, but JT, he's responsible for a lot. 3 coming his way from long.
Set them up. Peeping though was able to find that second shot after that trade and able to find another all down to Halzerk just on site. Oh, they're gonna have to do a lot here. He finds the first. Peeping low health. I mean, there is a kit, but the time is out. MHL just trying to get out of here with his life. Able to do it.
From Rex, double kill on the MP9, getting away with his life, only trading 1 back onto the site. It's 3 on 4 in the post plant with no cat control, no long control. That should have been very, very difficult for Passion, and in fairness, it was. Took some heroics from Halzerk, but I think it's important to keep in mind that Passion still broke through. They were still able to win that. JT posting the single frag that he needed to in order to play the delay game, and in all honesty, Wildcard taking a little too long to start to get that set up. If you're going to rotate everybody long, not ignoring Cat entirely, I think you got to sprint the whole way. I don't know what they were doing, fumbling with utility or whatnot, trying to get that figured out. But by that point, time was becoming an issue. And you could see at the end that just as they're crossing towards site, that's the time that's already expiring. Halzerk just has to play hands-off keyboard Counter-Strike, and that's what he does. All tied up as Wildcard take attack pause, talk this over. It's going to be a little bit of a weird buy here, Sophie. They go for the scout on MHL. They've got a couple of rifles, but ultimately it's a little bit broken.
It's aggressive long hold here. 4 players sat up, wreck up to bat, but no one really playing with this from Passion. Getting a lot of that util over there. They had left a lot of gaps. We're able to move on back on the site.
A little concerned by this double long setup at this point in the round. Greg and Classy are in pit. And you and I can both see that Passion are never, ever, ever coming long. And that's just 2 of the 4 players stacked in. So as much as Wildcard, on paper, this buy could certainly be something, they're going to be gambling incorrectly, and it's all up to Hexed in P9.
A lot to ask of him here. He says a smoke just to delay a little bit. He has to peek this window, get some information, falls back onto site. Ooh, Peeping's at least able to help him from the other side, and he's just going to push this smoke. Look on the other side. Oh, able to find it. And that's the site taking care of. JT just has to do some cleanup. Barek, nice shot from him with the deagle. Yeah, incorrect gamble here from Wildcard.
These flicks are kind of crazy. Like, there's been multiple flicks this game where it just feels like you just throw a flick in a direction and it's hitting something.
Like, yeah, all right. All right.
Regardless, Passion, happy to take this round. Some real class being shown by Halzerk there and the entirety of Passion. I think that it's really easy to get befuddled in that situation where you aren't really sure what's happening. There's a lot of moving pieces, and in order to try and help your teammates, you come sprinting through a smoke. Halzerk is just really patient, waits on Hex to make the mistake, especially as they were starting to realize that it was probably more of an A stack than a B stack. Passion UA, and after 17 rounds, stand in a lead. 2 saved guns, and yeah, Wildcard just really can't reason their way into a force buy here. They've been able to win with little to nothing before.
Doubled up long, another flash to set him out. Halzerk has already gotten into a nice position here, peeping. Would swing out. He does. Able to find that. That's a nice AK picked up. That is not something that you want in Peeping's hands.
No, he was the rifling presence that, honestly, we didn't see from Wildcard. He was that guy. He had to step up. He did. Close angle 2. This is going to go overlooked. Great adjustment from Grim, and he tacks on another. That spray transfer is insanity. It's Kvim. Locks down another one. That probably should have gone worse, but Wildcard, they get tested, rather Passion do, and they succeed.
I should have been really good at reading Wildcard so far. Really good at reading the gamble, reading the buy. And Krim has just been absolutely incredible on the rifle.
It's as if they kind of picked up where they left off, but more than that, I mean, Passion, where it was really a Grim performance, and then them, especially early in that series, like on Mirage especially, and then into Overpass as well, or rather into Anubis, Kvim was really the shining star. Here, it's everybody. You know, everybody's stepping up. Yeah. You had JT with the clutch. You had Halzerk with the multi-kills. You've had Nyx with that clutch in the 1v3 in the first half. Obviously, just got to see some Kvim Grim action in these last couple of rounds. It is a who's who. Everybody playing at not maybe their peak, but at a very high level currently. And it's tough for Wildcard to find answers.
Those are very evenly displaced too. 12 and 13 or 12 and 11 across the board.
Light.
Being gonna get tested here, is able to get one, but Grim so quick with those trades. Smoke out mid to B, but Grim gonna go a little bit more of a searching round here. Smoked out on Cat.
This is a big fight for MHL. He's just lost the fight over to Halzerk. That is fantastic. They were moving to re-clear mid at the same time. Obviously, Passion stuck behind this Cat smoke currently, and they got to get the bomb up on Cat. But this is a fantastic show that Wildcard are about to fall apart.
Be a disrupting here. Klassia up to bat. Now it's going to be Hex helping him out. Ooh, these heads are just popping up like groundhogs here. Hold down to Halzerk. This up has to go quick. Move swift. Gotta get out of his angle. Gotta get out of this spot. Who's gonna land their shots quite first? A little bit more of a dink down to Halzerk, but Klassia's actually just gonna move back. Let him take that space. Bomb is back on Cat. He has to fight him back for it. Halzerk's reading this perfectly. Nice headshot found for him. A nice 3K from Halzerk.
Yeah, unfortunately, Klassia was starved of information. He didn't realize that Halzerk saw him escape, didn't realize that he wasn't known to be in CT spawn anymore, and so that becomes the very obvious maneuver. In reality, though, big clutch from Halzerk, another one just to, you know, tack on to that same storyline that we've been touching on as the Halzerk performance is stepped up massively. He's most definitely not getting gapped by MHL in this map, but it shouldn't have even needed to happen. Speaking of Halzerk, he's got an opening pick. There's going to be trouble brewing on Cat as Nyx dispatches Klassia. MHL is right next to this, but he gets flashed off the line. This is going to be 12, surely.
early, and that's his backup there. Hex able to find one, but not there anymore to back him up. Rack very pushed up on Catwalk. He's able to find himself. Yeah, you're right there. That's 12.
Starting to get to see some vintage Halzerk performances here in North America. We had been saying, you know, the try rumors are serious. At least that's my read of them.
I'm hearing Senzu, not just try. I'm hearing Senzu also.
Oh yeah, but I mean for Halzerk the one under pressure from try. That's what I meant.
This is something different from Wildcard, though. That's a very good crossfire here. Peeping. A nice switch over to the AK. Does give a little bit of information over to Nick X. They're still playing with it. Hex is going to use his time to fish through on upper tons. Now, Peeping is doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Greg, though, has a really good angle here. They don't know that he's right behind them, and he's able to clean it up. Perfect under push here from Wildcard.
Very desperate round, though, from Wildcard. They get away with a lot of fun timings, sure. And everybody is like collapsing on lower from the beginning of the round, almost, it seemed. A lot of confusion being thrown up against this Passion squad. That's a big moment because now Passion just one gun round away from being broken. You can see how quickly this game could start to fall out of favor. Passion, or at the very minimum, close distance. Looking for some sort of vision towards B. 4 players there. They don't get the look that they're hoping for, and so Passion going to spread back out into mid defense.
Shot the angle. MHL has to fall down. Asia just trying to help out. Lots of smokes here in mid.
NHL's re-walking into this.
Oh, yeah. Lots of util coming down. JT's able to spot him, but it's going to be Nyx that's able to get that trade. Asia still in an interesting spot. Don't see anyone left on Catwalk, but here's the bomb getting planted. Trying to jump up, trying to cause a little bit of disturbance, but Nick X is quick with it. Last alive, 1v3. Decided to go the long approach. I think Grim does hear this. Able to get that information over to the team. You can always see that Halzerk is already pointing his gun down towards him.
Ooh. Good shot.
Close. There we go. That's the shot. Time.
39. Final scoreline for Dust 2. Passion UA taking Wildcard's map pick and a much more decisive beginning to this best of 3 than it was in the upper bracket final. And as we were highlighting, some missing pieces on both sides, I feel like. This time, not so much. I mean, MHL, not quite the guy that we were seeing. Classy with some big step-ups for Wildcard, but it wasn't enough because Nyx was a monster in that game. Not only JT having clutches, Halzerk having clutches. You've got a big performance out of Grim once again. You look at Passion, and there's just no weaknesses over the course of that Dust 2.
Absolutely. This, you can always see that this is a grudge match just because Passion UA was who Wildcard was knocked down to the lower bracket for a reason here, and Passion want to make it known that they were knocked down for a reason. Everyone is firing on all cylinders here tonight, but we do still have another map. It could possibly not go into Wildcard's favor. We're going into Passion's favorite map of Overpass coming up in just a little bit, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Overpass, a fortress for Passion UA, especially here in North America, though even elsewhere out in the wider world. Wildcard gonna have to best them here if they want to survive even further in this Atlanta qualifier. That's what is up on the line. Passion UA just one map from booking their tickets to Atlanta.
It's gonna be a hard one here for Wildcard. I mean, they pick into Dust 2, expecting it to go a little bit better than it went with Voka, expecting to maybe make it to that third map. I mean, they had to ban out Mirage first for Passion because Wildcard were able to kind of run them through on that one yesterday. If you missed it, it was an incredible slaughter from Wildcard. That made Passion bring them the full 3 maps. But Overpass, a different story. Like you said, this is going to be pretty difficult. It's really got to be Wildcard to take it through. Got to get that T-side on their own pace, get their economy in check. If they really want a best Passion here, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, and listen, I do think that there is that you're kind of alluding to right there, the fact that Wildcard get the CT side start because Passion picking into this, they get to make that decision. And that definitely going to alleviate a little bit of the pressure, but I don't think it's going to be enough of that, or at least not going to make enough of a difference. We've seen Passion rocket ship their way to like 9-10 round leads on this Overpass, and you know, listen, as much as Wildcard, they're good on Overpass, right? This is not a bad Overpass team. We saw them dominate Voka, hexed with some insanity yesterday to 13-3 on that map. They beat Voka a time before that in the first game that they played in the upper bracket of this event. So I wanna reiterate that this is a wild card that is quite capable here, but Passion are at least usually just, I mean, maybe 3 steps above anyone else within the region on this map, and that's the biggest issue that they're running into. Passion been untouched here in the qualifier. It could be they are going to remain that way.
Yeah, it's gonna have to take a little bit of some heroics here from Wildcard. I mean, we were talking about it in the last map. We saw a little bit of Clasia kind of peeping through. And speaking of peeping, we saw him a little bit in Dust 2. Didn't really go off as much as we expected him, but this is really going to be a map where we need that connector control, need that mobility from them. We need to see MHL pick up the op. We saw him best Halzerk just maybe a few less times than we did before, but Halzerk was really the one holding the pace on Dust 2. So we got to have everyone firing on most of, if not all, their cylinders here for Wildcard. They want to make it work.
Yeah, I think the big check-in there is definitely that Clasia, he started the map really nicely, but he ended the map really badly. So we kind of did like a mid-game check-in on that storyline, and I was like, yeah, Clasia doing pretty good, only for him to end 14-14 with like a really rough showing overall, lowest rated player on Wildcard at the end of map number 1. Same for MHL. I mean, he's second lowest rated there for this wildcard roster. So when you're looking at MHL, the guy that was the best performing player yesterday, and then Clasia, who needed to be the most improved player from yesterday, and both of them are sitting at the bottom of the table, that's obviously bad news. And then you add to that the problem that they are now having, that Nyx has had an insane game. He was the best player on Dust 2 by a pretty wide margin. You had Halzerk with the clutches, JT with the clutches. I don't think Passion lost a clutch round. They were incredibly strong in those late round scenarios. You've got to be appreciative of how good Passion are in those type of scenarios, but it's going to have to be a whole different wild card from Dust 2.
Some good light, though, from Dust 2 was that Wildcard were able to start off with 3 rounds in a row. Able to get that economy in check. Passion did take it back in their favor, but this pistol means a lot for Wildcard to get them started off with some good momentum. GT holding a flash, and Passion looking to set up for a little bit of a short pop. Grim gonna get 2 kills starting it off. Side though, less than safe, as MHL is gonna make his way down through connector and pops it open, finds one, drops the bomb. Just has to wait for his friends to come on out in short and help him out. Ooh, we'll find at least one, but Hex left alone. as a kit, can take his time. Bomb has been picked up by Passion. Oh, and they're double swinging Amir. You don't want him to get away with this. Nice shot onto Grim.
He's left the bomb here too, so reposition, but Hex knows what's up. Down to 1 HP, 1 bullet needed, but it's the same both ways if you hit the headshot, and that's what JT does. Talked of clutches, back on Dots 2. How about a clutch to start Overpass?
Love clutches. Love getting that tension high. Staying on the edge of your seat. Saw a lot from MHL yesterday on Dust 2. We keep anchoring back onto that game from Boca. Wildcard, it was disastrous for them. Finally able to make it through in the end to bring themselves here with a lot of heroics. Before Spy coming through from Wildcard, wanting to disrupt this economy from Passion as quickly as it starts. Ooh, a long stalk. Them grabbing the first one. Util throwing out. Glacia just trying to hide down here at 5'7", all he's got. But if he finds a head, no, he's going to get himself found instead. JG's just going to be picking up the pieces. Oh, he does not spot Hex coming out of Connector. That may add some pieces to the puzzle that Wildcard were missing here.
I mean, it definitely opened an avenue, but when the MP7 goes down in Bathroom, even though it did a lot of damage, it's just not going to be enough. Next, not actually going to be going for this, though he is getting swung, and that is Holzer right on the money with the headshot. Fashion UA. Rip-roaring to a couple of victories, going to stave off the force buy from Wildcard, meaning they got a little bit extra space to work with too. Time to farm up a little bit of extra cash. That's what Nix is thinking on his map 10.
We have a triple long push here from Wildcard. Nick's looking for it. Going quick with that Mac 10. That money's not going to be long for the world. Peeping. Nice headshot there. Just as quickly. Trade's coming through. Kabem finds himself a 2-piece. I mean, they're all kind of sat here in bathrooms just waiting for Passion to not think much of it. But you know what? They're just going to take that as a sign that this A site is stacked. They saw 3 players here. Might as well go and try your luck towards B. Connector is completely free, and so is the site that Util gets thrown out. Take this a little bit cautiously, but that bomb's going to get planted pretty safely.
Yeah, I mean, this is just smart moving from Passion. They are in a position where they know where the stack was located. Kavim tacks on a couple of kills to make sure it doesn't fly out of reason. Only lose Nix's Mac 10. And they'll probably just sit outside and wait, hope that they can find an exit frag or two. That's not out of the realm of possibility. It's here. But he is not taking prisoners.
Honestly, a really good setup there. Just Nick X is running in with the Mac 10, making all of the noise. Got that information. And jumping around, forcing a Wildcard to peek into that. Kavem finding those 2 kills. Not much of the money lost at all. Coming out from MHL this round. Maybe we'll see something slightly different from Wildcard now that they have that full buy. Smoke's at least going to be holding the map, but battle for short starting. Nyx held back from that smoke. Hex under a bit of pressure here on this B-Smite. Molly comes out. Passion making themselves known. No heads quite found yet. Just a little bit of damage. Ooh, triple flash. They are all blinded, but still hiding behind these smokes. No one's pushing any pressure here quite yet. There we go. That's GT finding him. Klassia jumping up on the box, and they're not even clearing him quite yet. Has anyone come? That Klassia's up top, and now he drops down, and he's hitting around the corner. MHL's able to find that kill, and just like this is all falling apart for Passion on this site.
It's the power of those defensive smokes on B. That, you know, why throw the lurk smoke? Why throw those delay smokes that Wildcard did? It's because it stalls Passion beautifully. They don't have any way to break through that. There's no nades there late for them to actually utilize to jump through. And though JT, I don't even know how he gets 2 kills. I think he kills somebody at Toxic, and then it's another spam. Regardless, it buys time for Wildcard to rotate and get everybody on the scene. And from that point on, they just have the numbers advantage. Big round, big victory to put Wildcard on this map.
Playing this A site very aggressively. They are very pushed up here in Fountain. Keeping gets one for his troubles. Making Passion rethink this. Holes are just going to be holding this angle, these smokes. Keeping the distance here for now. Oh, the one from MHL. Op is starting to activate here.
You want to see MHL start to get active. That's a big find. Nick's over on B. It's going to be a trade for Rec. We're going to keep going. Station's ongoing. Rec able to just chill out inside the site, but breaking the smoke of him. Brilliant adjustment, but they haven't found Rec. They know that Rec was here, though. Surely, Kavim is a one-man army. Bomb planted, and it's all up to Klassia.
There's a molly to get him out of that spot. Oh, it doesn't spread quite wide enough. Halzer still going to be able to sit there, and he doesn't even know where to begin to clear these angles. As a kid can take his time here, but I mean, there's 2 people that are looking for him. On Kavem, the man of the round, a nice 4K. He's going to enter them into that B site completely.
Kavem with the quad, and there's nothing that Wildcard could do about it. They had everything figured out. Aggression towards A, man advantage, rotation, Hext, he's holding strong. There's no issue at all, you would think, but then Kavim punishes the break of the smoke up in heaven. Adjustment is clean as a whistle, and he's got 2 more to add to that tally before the end of the round. Absolutely magical. That Passion rocket ship, or at least it looked like, peeping. Steal away an opening frag with the spam.
He bought that hero rifle too. Back here just on the edge of the smoke. Nice find for him. Just putting a little bit of pressure here on Passion. Put a lot of people over towards this side. Halzer able to spot Klassia. Nice trigger discipline, though. Is not going to go into that fight quite yet. Need to regroup with his team. Get some more space, and that's a lot of damage just from these spams. Committed pretty heavily over towards this B site.
Incredibly so. Maybe overcommitted for Passion. At least have waited long enough that Peeping's actually on the move. Oh my gosh, this time better. Now he will force them out. Still, there's a rifle here on the site in Rec.
Taking their time getting up there. Lurk smoke indeed, and Halzerk with a nice find for Peeping up in heaven. Oh, rifle here, and there's actually a knife on site. That bomb's not going to get planted. JT has to find Rec. He's been on this site for so long with this rifle, and he's just around the other side of the smoke. May be able to get a little bit of a distance between them, but JT has the read. Able to find it, and Wildcard almost seemed like they had that in the bag. Passion able to find their 5th.
Another 1v1 from JT needed. This is... I know the score says 5-1, Sophie, but this is actually such a close game in reality. Passion, they have had 3 different clutches. That Kavim 4K is essentially just fast. Him taking over the game, he was the only one that mattered in that round. Wildcard had advantages. They were almost able to win that eco round ostensibly, being the only one with a rifle to start it out, and still looking at Wildcard with one singular round.
Plastic can smell him. Nectar control contained here for Wildcard. Nice flash through the smoke, but Eggs able to find one. Nick is on site though. Just have a friend with him. Halzerk along for the ride, and the rotates are coming through. He's pretty high up on these boxes. Surround, he's able to clear out the site. Halzerk's backing him up for it. Bomb's gonna get planted. This is so well done, but just right as Glacia trying to find one of his own. Nick with a nice angle for himself. Halzerk, a really good duo tag team just to make themselves on that site.
This is starting to become a constant problem for Wildcard. They're going to call attack pause, and I think probably for a good reason. But they consistently are getting advantages in these rounds now, and they're not able to convert it. These last 3 rounds specifically, Wildcard have had the man advantage. They've gotten an early lead and even had the right read. They have the right players, or at least the right numbers, on the correct bomb site. They've got rotations coming in, and still they're not able to win rounds, which has allowed Passion to have these individuals step up. This time it's Halzerk. Last round it was JT on the clutch, and you had Kavim a few rounds before that. Who's next? Who's who for Passion UA? Very much resembling Dust 2, where we kept on talking about how nobody was letting them down. Wildcard able to, struggle out a couple of wins, a very close best-of-3 loss against Passion when Passion had some missing pieces. Right now, they don't.
They're reading this so well. They're reading this so well. That timeout, expecting them to be, stacking that B site. And yes, they were flying up on A, JT, with that opener. And that bomb's going to get planted here pretty soon.
CG go next. I don't think Wildcard
yeah.
can do anything.
They can't. They put everything on to B.
It's been constant late lead moves for Passion, and that's the hard part about that call. I'm really not criticizing the call in and of itself. I don't think it's inherently bad, but what I do think is that, it feels like the B site is being abused, but in reality, Passion started in a default most of those rounds at minimum. Only one of those they started with a B attempt. So, I feel like Wildcard haven't necessarily got the perfect read of this situation, but Passion, JT, he's got a brilliant feel for this game. And this is the danger that we were talking about for Passion. Even though they start on the T side of Overpass, they're still so threatening. The fact that they have a 7-1 lead right now means that they are essentially free and clear to be experimental with the rest of this half. They've already got a big advantage going into their CT side.
And to do something with these saved rifles, Wildcard. Starting a little bit different here, 3, and peeping, mollied off that angle. Rex getting very aggressive here, and it's going to pay off, at least for now. Short, slightly controlled here for Wildcard. Going to start their long push. Halzerk is going to be holding it and timing these flashes so perfectly well. A little bit too afraid to even peek around this corner. Just as we say that, okay, Wreck, nice spray down of JT and Grim onto B. They are holding this down. The fort. Wildcard cards are not blowing away quite yet.
Check this. Why would you be anticipating when you just got such commitment towards B? They think no way MHL is still in long bath. Don't see the bomb, and now they do. It's Kavim to succeed in that fight. Wreck low HP. He's moving into the flank. There's one man on A. Oh my read. Kavim almost had that pre-aimed.
Going out of position. A nice peek out for Pepe. You cursed him. You said 7-1.
Sigh of relief. Oh, yeah, okay. That's probably on me. It's a sigh of relief for Wildcard. It's really about Rec. I mean, if you want to give credit, talk about Rec, because that double spray down, it really should have been a trade. It's just so quick, his adjustment. And not only that, Rec actually the one who got the flash from Hex to start that early fight. They've kept this Passion economy very, very reasonable. AT's on a Deagle, AKs for everyone else.
A lane here for Passion. Smoked off in bathrooms. JT going searching for some answers here. Him and Nick X kind of in tow here in front. Bath, oh, just around the corner on the other side of the wall. Two worst nightmares have to peek in, at least clear this. Peeping is ready for it. A little bit of a standstill here. Here the util. Peeping is just lying in wait.
Long side of this is really important. They've obviously got the right read, but long players come up at the right time.
Ulzer comes up at the right time, gets one for himself. That's going to be a Wildcard, able to hold those angles. Passion walking into a lot of unknowns. Wildcard, that patience game really paid off for them in the long run.
Another right read, Wildcard, and let's be really clear. Wildcard have kind of had the right reads of everything. They've never been entirely wrong about where they've stacked their resources. They've been very consistently good on that front. Finally, they've broken Passion's economy. First time all map long they've done that. Crazier things here on Overpass. Spotting a little bit of some jump spotting. Just walking into a lot. Grim at least finding one for his cause. Alzerk at least with a support flash, but what much can you do here? You switch over to the Teagle your teammate just dropped. The start of a good recovery from the Wildcard side. This effort to be much improved here. As we'll see Hext tag on a couple more freebies. If you eco frag, share the wealth, as our friend Exner would say.
Crazy how good the economy has just completely changed here for Wildcard.
Yeah, into the final round of the first half. They might just make this a 5-7 score line. And listen, that's by no means good on the CT side, but that is so much better than 6-1. We were not very long ago. 7-1 even. Fast beat.
Could be what they need. Hex up to bat, flash out of location. But okay, Nick just trying to get into the fire, jumping on top of them. There we go. It's going to be that Grim Halzerk duo. Grabbing the three players on that site, and Halzerk is ready for someone else. It's going to be MHL, a missed shot, but through the wall, he's able to find that Klassia. Last one alive. Has to at least go for it. It's the last round of the half. Rest of his team, little bit of damage, but not much, and I think Vem can even feel him. Walking through, it's going to be an 8-4 half. Passion leading the charge here in Overpass. We'll be back after a quick break.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. told, and getting bored of how we used to.
To see what Passion UA can bring on the CT side, it'll have to be a recovery for Wildcard. 8-4 in that first half. Wildcard going to moving towards B.
Oh, I have to shut down so quickly. The dualies from Grim. Granting a 3K. At least Rek is there to stop him. There's more dualies in contention. Kebab long range, at least trying his luck. With a nice angle here, but that's a way to show yourself off here just this early in the round. But actually, this is getting a little bit closer for comfort. Okay, Alzerg now it's going to be another clutch that you're going to have to win. It was a little bit of vibration on Clasia in his position and sees a shadow on Rex. So just need to isolate these fights, not let them go out of hand.
I think he saw the shadow. Yeah, now he definitely does, but it doesn't matter. That is a ridiculous pullback from Clasia and Rek. Rek is the one who does the heaviest lifting. Clasia basically just playing Defend the President for Rek on the site. After he's trying to get the bomb down. What a recovery for Wildcard. And for the first time, you know, we're starting to see Passion have a little bit of trouble closing an advantage, right? That was the story about Wildcard throughout the first half, is that they could get these man advantages, they could get these leads in these rounds, but they couldn't find a way to close them. Passion suffering the same fate in the pistol. Okay, then.
Okay, well, that's a good start here. So good for them.
And there's no trade.
Oh, there we go. I mean, I guess Rek finds one after JT finds Hex, but significant space taken and found by Passion. Wildcard have to find a little bit more off of it. And Peeping, well, was going to go and look for someone else. Has to meet back up with Clasia and figure out a different plan here.
I don't know that Wildcard had really much of a chance in that. Passion's recovery, like they go to re-clear Rek and Connector so quickly, and now they're back on A by the time Peeping has arrived. Yeah, okay.
They know where the bomb is at.
So good, man.
So he was yesterday on Overpass.
Untouchable. On the force by too, there's a reason that he's the one that got the rifle.
Trying to make something out of this. Clasia quick onto the B. Has a couple flashes into it. Has an AK. Has to devise a plan, but you know, there's a plan and a 5-7. Big X hiding around the pillar. Able to dance with danger. Just like that force by. Incredibly done for Passion. Resetting that economy from Wildcard.
I really thought Nyx was about to pull out his knife and do some dirty work, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Wildcard got a knife last half.
Yes, they did. Yeah. Got a denial on the plant inside that smoke. But yeah, I think that, you know, Kevin just kind of showing some of his class right there. Ultra aggressive, takes the first kill and pivot.
Ooh, very blind. Halzer almost lives to see the day, but a nice sandwich there from Wildcard is going to clear out a couple of players here for Passion. That's a lot of space granted. Very conjoined effort from them.
Painful, too. Wildcard had all the flashes right on point. Saw how blind everyone was on that re-entry. The forward hold that falls by the wayside. Wildcard going to recover some rifles. We could be seeing a little bit of a force by war. This is by no means a done deal for them, but Wildcard have the advantage. They're going to move their resources back towards B. What do they have left? No flashes, 2 smokes, and a nade.
Oh, but they do have a team kill there. A bit of help for Peeping. Granted over to Passion.
Be enough to just make them go A? Yeah, it
Yeah.
is. That one smoke on short pushes them back over to the A site. Classy maintaining control of bathroom. The rotation for Grim already happens. Now they're sprinting. Grim gonna start moving faster. He won't arrive in time.
Right around the corner. Planting normal dice. That's gonna be hard. And Grim's able. Oh my god, that spray transfer. Just as soon as it gets planted, Grim is here. And he's making it clear. Yeah, we're getting double digits. This is not gonna be a battle quite yet.
There it goes again. Same problem. Different outcome. Talking about the man advantages. Wildcard claim one. And yes, their weapon's not so hot. The team kill in the mix. Not really on peeping. I mean, he's killing the CT deep in monster. But tragedy nonetheless. They're going to keep this up. Or, sorry, no, they're not. Peeping the only one with a investment here. Everybody else just has pistols. I was gonna say that would be really aggressive for Wildcard to keep buying, given that Passion are so close to taking over this game, to pushing them out, to claiming their spot in Atlanta.
This group walking up. Baiting here for peeping. Just going to let the rifle do the work if they can. A nice boost up to gain a little bit of information. But actually, we're going to boost in response, it seems. Holzerk with a nice angle. But, oh, is he not even going to be able to see him? A whole quick flick over. Peeping down. AK now switching hands. And Passion trying to fight long. Make it caught out here. But they're too quick with it. Lasia now down to very low health, just a Glock in hand. Has to just jump around these bullets, and Holzerk doesn't want to be made anything less. Grim is there to help him out in the end.
That's a showcasing of great communication and the way that Passion team is able to pivot between those multiple different angles. Fortunately, Wildcard didn't quite anticipate Holzerk and weren't able to punish him for being a little bit sleepy on his boost. Holzerk, who's going to make sure that he gets an AWP out, and dropping that bad boy over. There won't be one of those ops for MHL. It's a boost into short. The op. Ooh, it should have been free.
Shot. Oh. Damage onto Grim too. Them's going hunting here after that. They're double clearing tunnel here. This may not even be able to look at it. Nope. CT have laid their mark on all of B, and Wildcard just trying to snap up over through bathrooms.
This is really quiet. Wildcard have not made any noise until right now.
Oh, that flash blinding. Holzerk is trying to stay hidden. Peeping, finding it. Grim in long, though, is still a problem. They need to clean this out before they plant the bomb. He gets one, but the MAC-10's able to find it. Still got JT. There's still JT. There's always still JT here.
JT's been so incredible over the course of Overpass, and just like that, one gun round later, after halftime, and Wildcard are up against 7 consecutive map and series points. Spot in IEM Atlanta. That is what Passion UA are just one step from. Tech9's armor, a far array of utility for Wildcard at minimum, but at this point, what is that worth? Ooh, let's get the boost.
That boost.
What a nasty time to pull that boost. Holzerk is just a little bit slower on the update.
All their resources over towards this B site. One last Hail Mary with the Tech-9s. There's that lurk smoke coming out that they so need to hide. To them is going to try and go anti. Grim grabbing one for himself, but that B site has been taken by these pistols.
Gonna be a chunky nade.
Cool. Nice one.
They're still so far out of this. It's a great spray from JT. 3 remaining. Here for Wildcard. This utility could be fantastic.
Nice flick from Halzer. JT still playing around this, still trying to find that head. Finds Hex just around the corner. It's all up to Peeping. Has a weapon, has something, but it's gonna be Halzer to put that body into the ground. They are gonna get that defuse. That's gonna be 13-5. Passion UA finding Overpass and finding that series point here in Overpass.
The road to Atlanta is paved with passion. Overpass, an easy enough victory to lead them into the main event. A fantastic showing out from Passion UA, proving that yesterday was really just a bumpy road, and this is what it was meant to be the entire time. Wildcard showed up when it mattered yesterday, but could not do so. The championship was on the line.
Unfortunate for Wildcard, we saw them going into even just the map veto with a lot of confidence, letting Overpass even going into this, bringing Dust 2 into it after they lost it 12-5, or 13-5 rather, yesterday. They had that confidence, but obviously is going to fall short. Congratulations to Passion UA. They really just showed it, kept in that upper bracket the entire time. It has been an almost incredible showing for Passion here.
Yeah, listen, Passion come into this as the heaviest favorite. They needed to basically run the gauntlet of this qualifier without being touched, and you know, other than just that small problem that they had against Wildcard, they still found a way to win. So it didn't really matter that Wildcard took a map. Otherwise, they were dominant. Otherwise, they stepped through this. They did everything right, and that leads them to what they were searching for in another LAN tournament opportunity. Even with potential changes on the horizon, that's a huge chance for this Passion UA roster. You can see the bones of what they have built here, still fantastic.
Absolutely. Cannot agree any more with what you just said. It's unfortunate for Wildcard. I feel like we saw a little bit of a good showing there on Dust 2. There were some highlights, just MHL not going to be able to open up with that op as much as you could want. Hex not really firing on all cylinders. Classia, there were all those pieces that we were talking about, even just before this series, that we were needing to be on the table for them to be able to take this. And just, you can't take it when it's in Passion UA's home turf of Overpass. It's going to be a hard one to fight, especially with that incredible lead that they had in that first half. 7 rounds in a row of T-side on Overpass. They know this map through and through.
Yes, they do, which leads us very nicely into the end of our show here. That is going to be the close for all the Atlanta qualifiers we had here, but the Americas qualifiers that we've had the pleasure to get to cover for you folks. So with all that said, we appreciate you tuning in. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Peace out and have a good night.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
moments crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone.